Okay, we are live, but I've got a lot of setting up to do. Okay, that one's good. Let's check YouTube. Okay, YouTube definitely updated properly. That's a good sign. Pop out chat. All right. Trovo is good. Pop out chat. Okay, that's good. Now we gotta go to Twitch. And we're live on Rumble. All right. What's up, Ryan and Andy? I'm just getting everything set up. It's going to be a crazy night. Crazy. Because I have to produce shows while all this is going on. Amanda usually produces the MUFON What's Up show at 8. She lost power in Nova Scotia due to a snowstorm. So that means I have to do all the producing from 8 to 10 on that show. But you will hear the show. But I will be working. I also called Martin Willis, and he allowed me also to carry his stream for the show, starting at 7 Eastern. You will hear the behind the scenes before a show starts, getting it on the air. Martin's show, he pretty much runs the show himself for the hour. The MUFON show, if Amanda still has no power, I will have to run the whole thing. So I will not be engaged with chat. There's no way I'll be busy working. What's up, Heidi? So, just letting everybody know, I actually had to hook up a second webcam for the video streams for the shows. So this is gonna be very challenging for me tonight. If Amanda can't produce, so it's gonna be interesting. That's all I can say for me. Multitasking. You know what? What's up, Heidi? So last night we seen quite a bit. Oh, I gotta do a major test. Stop talking. There, we got the joystick up tonight. There, we got the joystick, but now how far will it go? Oh, the Christmas lights are on. Okay, let's see how far we can go. I can always turn the tray. Oh shit, a delivery. What the fuck was that? A guy with a box. Does he only know that he's being monitored? I saw somebody. Let's see. He's got to be near my door. I saw somebody. There he goes. It's FedEx. I got you, FedEx. Tycho knows that he's going nuts. So, that's pretty funny. I got a package just as I was moving the camera. So I'll have to eventually move the tripod. Because otherwise the camera's flat, but the tripod isn't. So I'll have to turn the tripod later, which is the least of my worries because I won't have to go out as much as yesterday. So that's pretty cool. So we'll go a little bit more to this side for now. We're going to get for my solar lamp, we got to stay right about there. Yep, I've got the fire going. It is chilly here. It's 29 degrees. Great for sky watching, though. Let's move this down here. I'll worry about moving the camera later, but for right now, at least the tripod, the motor mount is working. I don't want to push too much because it's top heavy. It's about 10 pounds now on top of that tripod. At least. With the motor mount that I'm moving it around with and the camera. At least 10 pounds on that tripod. It is a heavy duty tripod, but still. I don't want to play with it too much. I did re-anchor it to make sure it's solid, that it won't move. It's not windy, but there's still a lot of weight on the top of that tripod. So like I said, in about an hour and a half, you'll be hearing live Podcast UFO with host Martin Willis, and his guest is Avi Loeb. And tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern to 10, you will be hearing the MUFON What's Up show with their guest Richard Beckwith. So it's going to be a busy night of shows. So, Rabbit, if it's too early, go back to where you came from and come back later. It's as simple as that, bro. I mean, I'm going to be here for the next 11 hours. But I must work. So because I have to work, I have to set up everything now. Because I'm running actually 2 webcams. One for the live video shows and one for this. That took a little time getting connected. And I also got the motor mount outside. You're up till 7 a.m. now? Dude, I need my coffee too, but Amanda doesn't have any power in Nova Scotia. She had a snowstorm. So I may have to produce the show, so I got to be on point. And I'll worry about moving the tripod head later so it looks more straight. You can see all the lights in front of the house. I have the lights in the... That's by the garage. But I have all the lights in the front of the house off because of the stream. Which I'm going to have to go out and brighten it up a little bit. It's getting dark now completely. I do want to see how much I have on this side. Because I don't need it to be at that point. See, I'm scared to go any further down because of the weight on the tripod. Boy, oh boy. That's scary. You going outside? Oh, stop it, Tycho.
He's mad because I didn't give him any.
No, he's mad because he's playing with a bone and you're trying to walk through. Typical Tycho.
I'm gonna go around, bro. He's being weird with me. I don't want to fight with him.
I don't blame you. Go around. Wow, that's scary. I am not testing fate. We'll stay right here. And I'll go outside. Dude, it's fucking cold. Oh, yeah, that's a steamer. A steamer vacuum. Clean the rugs. You can just put it inside. I actually caught him on camera delivering it. Dude, it's cold out here.
Well, you got any extra weed?
Any what?
Any extra weed?
Are you serious?
I smoke all my shit.
That's bad.
Oh, it is very bad. Here.
Here we go.
Back to the basics. Just a little bit. I promise not to smoke so much. Matter of fact, I'm not
Wait,
gonna...
don't. I'm live, so.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Here, take that.
Alright, going away.
Go away. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I hope Amanda's okay too, but I just looked at the outages in Nova Scotia. She's in one of the areas that has most of the outages. So that's definitely not good. I'm afraid to try to open this window. I knew that was going to happen. She got hit by a snowstorm. Alright, let me get all this back up on the screen. This is going to be tough tonight. But I am going to... So let's see, outages. View live outage map. So you can see the outages in Nova Scotia. And she's one of the people without power. She's actually on this area over here. So they've definitely got some power outages going on. 11,884. So right now Amanda is without power. And let me tell you, it is no fun to be without power in the cold. Obviously, if you have a backup generator, that's all good. But in this case, it's obvious she doesn't have a backup generator because she has no power. And over here, it's some weird stuff going on with the weather. Oh my God, Meryl. Wow. I think I don't have his number anymore. Probably on my old phone. It's not gonna be on the new one. I didn't think so. Wow. Hopefully, he will call me. I should grab Mom's phone. He wrote me a nice email. He's got a new 6-album CD box set release for Airplay, and he told me where to email to get a downloaded copy of it. It's available in stores worldwide and available at Amazon. It's from 1964 to 1979, the Merrill Fankhauser anthology. So this is his new release. Right there. That's Merle's new release. And then some weird thing, like I was saying before I seen that email. This is what they're saying for here. This is nuts. I think it's going to be a white Christmas. I was actually on this rock station in an interview, the morning show. They're saying WPDH, home of rock and roll. I was on their morning show as a guest. 2 feet of snow predicted for Hudson Valley during Christmas week. What the heck? 2 feet of snow. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Hi, Margaret.
Hi, Bill. Did you get a delivery?
Yes, just now.
Oh, okay. Well, you got it.
Now, Margaret said something about a stone. Where is the stone that somebody hit?
You'll have to ask her.
I could have sworn she told me that. I'm gonna double check. I didn't see anything.
Right. Yeah, no, you'll have to ask
Okay.
her. Though, 'cause
How
I
you
don't
do?
know.
How you doing up there?
Good. Good. Everything's good.
Now,
And you? Everything good with you guys?
yeah, but now the rock station just put out an email that we're gonna get 2 feet of snow during Christmas week. Can you imagine?
I know we're gonna get more. I think was it next week, right?
Yeah, next week.
Somebody told me it was gonna snow all week.
That's what they're saying. 4 days of snow.
Yep.
Oh my! Don't worry. You know me. I'll take care of the house, your house, and all that. Don't worry about it.
I know that.
So,
I tell you,
but
I don't
call me
know.
because tell Margaret that to make sure she's got gas for the generators
Right.
because we may need them.
Right. Oh, she will. She'll know. Because she does that, Bill.
Yeah, I know,
She
I know.
always goes, she's pretty good that way.
Okay. Well, if you need me, call me.
I will now, and you have a happy night. Okay?
You too. Good night.
Okay.
Good night, Mary. Bye. That woman is 95 years old. 95 years old. God bless her. And she still got all her bearings. 95. So whenever it snows, I take care of the house for them. Oh my God. What the heck is going on? It's like everything's attacking me at once. That's what neighbors do, right? She just wanted to make sure if I got my package. So yeah, 2 feet of snow. She even heard about it. I'm like the last person to find out. Oh, I got to check the email. I've been so busy, Albert. I'm so busy. I will check it when I get a chance. Matter of fact, let me see if I... Yeah, I'll check it tomorrow. I'll check it. I'm just so busy. And in an hour, shows start. So as I mentioned earlier, you will be hearing the live shows that are broadcasted on kgradb.com. Martin Willis Podcast UFO is at 7 Eastern with his guest, Avi Loeb. Then MUFON, What's Up, from 8 to 10. And I have to produce it. The whole thing, like I did a few weeks ago when Amanda wasn't feeling well. I have to produce that whole show, so you will not see me in chat at all, period. Because I'm going to be very busy with work. But then I'll be back at 10. But you'll be able to hear the shows. You'll hear the behind the scenes that goes on. And you'll be able to hear the shows while you're looking at the sky. All right. That's that. Dude, Kendrick. Kendrick! Fuck. Anyway, what's up, Charles? I check it out. Come here.
Yeah.
Guess what they're saying for next week, bro?
I'm not doing it.
No, stay there.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you. 2 feet of snow next week.
2 feet?
2 feet.
Damn, bro.
2 feet. That's what they're predicting. You know, you don't know if it's going to happen or not. That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
So we have to be prepared. Snow blower, you know, the whole deal.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about it right now. I need a cigarette, bro.
Yeah, I'll throw it to you because you can't make it here, right?
He's being moody as hell, bro. Yeah.
He's got a bone?
He actually looking at me like, try it.
For those that are watching and listening right now, the dog has a bone, and anybody who goes this way with the bone, they get bit. You ready?
Yeah. Thank you.
Have a great show, Charles. And you can hear Charles' show at ERT, ERRT Radio on Mixler.com. So you just search ERRT Radio. You'll be able to hear Charles starting his show in about 15 minutes. If I'm right, Charles. If I think it's at 6, right? You're getting ready to do a show. It must be at 6. So check it out. Mixler.com, ERT Radio. 2 R's. ERRT Radio. Let's see. Last night we seen quite a bit. Even in the wee hours, it wasn't as much, but I think tonight's going to be pretty good. I'm hopeful. I'm going to go outside and brighten up the screen a little bit. And they have Survivor's Circle on YouTube too, which I'm assuming is at ERT Radio, the same thing on YouTube. It's called Survivor's Circle. Damn, now I lost my thought. Oh yeah, last night, not bad for the night before peak. Seen a couple of nice ones, and I think it's going to be a good night tonight. So Albert says he had a freaked out Halloween show on Halloween night. Was telling the audience about a graveyard event where nobody's camera could take a picture at this one mausoleum, and after I told that, our show's feed froze for the rest of the hour. Interesting. I'm a little concerned about what I did tonight to set this up. I had to hook up a secondary webcam. Now I tested it, it works, but it will always happen that once I try to go on, let me see if I go into Martin's stream, if the other webcam catches. Because otherwise this webcam won't be here. I would have to be on the other one. So I had to add another webcam. So I have two webcams going on now. Oh, that's weird looking. Oh shit. So I would have to look at Martin this way with Avi. But it's working. So if I do this, this is Martin Willis's backstage for his show. And obviously at the bottom you can't see me, but I'm going to do this quick. So I have that secondary camera for the live streams. I'm never on the screen. I just need it to work. Because then it won't operate properly. So it looks like it's working, the other web camera, which is really good. Why did it not go off? Am I still there? Yeah, let's get out of there. Now it's off. There you go. Yeah, Charles. I hope you come next year. Matter of fact, the museum guy's been calling me all day. He wants Lou Elizondo, but Lou's been out of the loop. And I'm not even going to get into a conversation with him right now. Oh no, they don't stop. Oh, good. I gotta get my mother's phone. I gotta see if Merrill Fankhauser's number's on it. Oh my God, what does he want? Let's see if my number's on my old phone. Shit, it's not. Nope, I'm gonna have to wait for him to email me back. Okay, hold on. Something else is going on. Oh, shit. There it is. I want to look at the article. Look at him. He told me about it. I couldn't say nothing about it, but it's public now, so I can say it. It happens like that a lot. I know things that are going on, but I can't talk about it because I'll get in trouble. But once it goes public, I can discuss it. And here it is. He says, do not share, but I can share it now. Look who it is. Tom Reed. UFO Expo lands in Roswell on spring break 2023. And I'll be there. That's my trip. You better have mentioned KGRA, you fuck. I don't see no KGRA, bro. He told me he was going to. He did not. Oh, there it is. He put KGRA radio. The Roswell UFO Symposium and UFO Man podcast will be live broadcasting from the event along with KGRA radio. So there you go. We will be there. That is cool. And there he is, the character. I couldn't talk about it officially until it was public. Well, it's public now on the Roswell Daily Record. Right there. Today. It's going to be nutty. It is definitely going to be nutty. I'm actually bunking with Mark D'Antonio in his hotel. It's going to be crazy. So this is the expo. Travis will be there. There's going to be a lot of people there. James Fox is going to be there. Mark will be there. Then they're going to have the virtuals. They're going to have the movies going on. All these movies are going to be screened. Then they'll be piping in via video streaming. Here's the schedule. KGRA. Let's party, baby. Let's party. So it's going to be a heck of an event. It is going to be a heck of an event. You got it, Albert. But that's what's going to be going on in Roswell in March. It's going to be crazy. I'm flying in on Wednesday and I'm leaving on Monday. And to be hanging out with all those characters, you have no idea. It's fun to be with them hanging out. I'm telling you. Let me go fix the camera. Nanu! Stay out of trouble. Go over there. Don't look at me like that. Stay out of trouble. You already went outside. You already ate. You're good to go. That looks better. I might have to add more firewood. Because it is chilly. It's only 29 degrees here. It's chilly. So in about 1 hour, like I said, we'll be going live with programming. I'm not worried about the Christmas lights right now. I just want to make sure everything's working right. I've got new batteries just in case. We'll cover the pipe up a little bit. Maybe not. We'll stay right there. I just hope Amanda gets her power because it's not good in the cold. Not good. Meryl's usually pretty good. I could call Mark Eddy. I don't have his number on my phone anymore either. I hate that. When you buy a new phone, it's not even on this one. I got Mark Eddy's Skype. Let me Skype him. Email sent. Message sent. Okay. Let me check the fire. Okay, we need my donuts. Right there. Let's get that there. Ooh. All right, coffee. I gotta call Mark.
William.
Listen, I got a question.
Listen, I have an answer.
Avi's gonna be on with Martin tonight. Do you want me to put the word to have him come on your show as a guest, or do you have contact with Avi yourself?
I actually do, but I have not asked him on the show as a guest yet.
All right, I'm gonna talk to Martin. So this way,
Okay.
because Martin has direct communication, I'll have him create the context so that Avi can go on with you.
Yeah, because I've been talking to the Galileo team,
Oh yeah.
and they were. Ezra Kelderman is like one of the guys facilitating.
No, wait.
the team.
I am live sky watching right now, so just might be mindful.
Fine.
Okay, I just want you to know that.
That's not bad. No, and so I'm, I've been talking to Ezra about possibilities for us with the Galileo project and helping them out and working with them and stuff. So that's still out there in the ether as a possibility.
Okay, I'm going to call Martin because I don't want to discuss this while we're pre-show. So I'm going to call Martin and ask Martin to have Avi get in contact with you because you're good friends with Martin. So I'll talk to Martin now, call him and tell him.
Yeah. In fact, it was Jacques Vallée that introduced me to Avi, thinking that I didn't know Avi before, but I had already worked with Avi twice on different programs. But Jacques Vallée, being a friend of Doug's, and since Doug passed, Jacques and I talked and stuff, and he was very kind enough to
Introduce.
make an introduction because he's on the Galileo team as well, and he introduced Avi and said, this guy could help you, and so that started the conversation. So we're having conversations.
Okay, I'm going to call Martin now and let him know that you definitely are interested in having him as a guest.
Okay, and I just haven't gotten to Avi yet because I'm not used to having a guest on my show.
I know, but that will be a great conversation. Two of you on the show. I think that'll be awesome.
Oh yeah.
And you were on with him on Martin's show in the past.
Yes, it was.
I remember that.
Yeah, and he remembered me. We talked, and it was very nice. But he's also got a book he's selling and stuff, and I don't want to trample on that.
I know. But when he's on your show, you can publicize that. You can talk about it.
Of course.
If you want, because Tom Reed was talking to me the last few days. There was an article in the.
He doesn't stop.
Oh yeah, he doesn't. Did you see the new thing?
And Roswell Daily Record.
Yeah. I just shared it on my stream.
Yeah, Toby Martinez sent me the message.
Yeah.
The article link, which was kind of cool.
Yeah, I just shared it on my live stream.
You know what? I said, "Who's that guy in the glasses?" It was him with his sunglasses on.
Oh my!
I said, "Who's that guy with the round glasses?"
We're gonna have a lot of fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Oh, this will be great. You know, I mean, I have to talk to him about my track of the thing I'm going to be talking about, but so it'll actually be a lot of fun.
Anyway, let me call Martin before because we have less than an hour before showtime, and I'll make sure that happens.
All right, Bill. Thank you.
All right, I'll see you later.
You're the man. See
Bye.
you later.
Bye. Martin's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me.
Hey, Bill.
One more thing, because I don't like to discuss it before show. If you can, try to hook up Mark D'Antonio with Avi as a guest for his show in the future.
Oh, that's very easy. I mean, Avi would say yes.
I'm just saying because you had that direct communication with him, and I don't like doing that behind the scenes before a show. That's not appropriate. So
Okay.
if you can, because I just called Mark and Mark said, sure, I'd love to have Avi on my show. So
All right.
yeah,
All right.
and I'll see you in 35 minutes.
Oh God. All right. Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
whoa. Make sure you have all those browsers and stuff closed. And he hung up. Fuck. Last week he had issues, the last couple of weeks. He had issues with his stream because he has too many things running. He told me that it was good. He's got it all sorted out, so hopefully there'll be no issues tonight. So that's cool. Martin will make that happen. That will be a great show. Mark D'Antonio and Avi Loeb. And you just heard Mark. He's involved or will be involved, hopefully, with the Galileo project. So, and Avi usually does an hour. He's so busy. So hopefully, yeah, tonight's about this. And last night we did it too for like 9 hours. And we seen quite a bit last night, but tonight. And we found, it was good to do a test last night, really. Because, she got the power back. Oh, fuck yes. Excuse my language. Amanda got her power back. That just made my life easier. But we never know. She could still lose power again. But two brilliant individuals, Mark D'Antonio and Avi Loeb. Personally, I prefer those two over Neil deGrasse Tyson. I would rather hear Mark anytime, any day, giving it to me straight than people worry more about the media presence. And that's what I'll say on that. So in my view, Mark is numero uno. Just my opinion. And I'm not saying that because I know him. I'm saying it's because of the truth. He's brilliant. He knows his stuff. And remember, he's the MUFON photo video analyst. Pretty much, he's the lead guy. And Mark's had personal experiences. Mark has also been put under unique circumstances where people present him with evidence and he has to tell them no. It's a flock of birds, or it's a satellite, or it's a meteor, or whatever. And sometimes he's put in a very difficult position because he's dealing with people that may be well established in the community, in the UFO community, and they don't like the answer he gives them. But Mark is not going to he's not going to sugarcoat it, and he's not going to pretend it's something else when he's telling them, in his opinion, it is what he says it is. And if they don't like it, okay. Agree to disagree. But, it happens. Because he's looking at the science and the data. And he's reaching a logical, rational conclusion. And if it's something that is extraordinary or not explainable, he'll say it. I just don't know what this is. It's an unknown. And I don't want to speak for Mark, but that would be the conclusion. So, a lot of people don't like that. And I respect it. Even when he tells me, Bill, it's just a meteor. I respect Mark's opinion. And it keeps me grounded, too. I would love to say it was like last night we saw that triangular formation. It was birds. I guarantee if it was anybody else's stream, they would say, you had a triangular UFO on your screen last night. That's absolutely the last conclusion a person should make. You have to look at the evidence. You have to look at the footage and see, like Keith and I were talking about it, as it was moving, it's probably geese. Well, the one in the front started to go out of formation a little bit. It's birds. Now, if that would have stayed tight and uniform and moved across the sky, then it needs further analysis. But right off the get-go, you can see that it went out of formation and it's birds. That's the only logical conclusion. But I guarantee there are people out there that was quick to judge and throw it all over. And then you look like a fool. Because when you get a person to analyze it, anybody can recognize, well, not anybody. A lot of people would come to the conclusion, it's simply just birds. So, I'm not going to do that. I'm not putting myself out like that. That's ridiculous. It's foolish. It's stupid. Actually, Mark did, and Dolan did. Richard Dolan. Richard Dolan and Tracy said, Bill, after further analysis, as a matter of fact, I could read it to you. Because Richard Dolan was curious about it too. And I know some people don't like Rich. Some people don't like me. Some people don't like anybody. That's their opinion. Doesn't matter. But I like Rich. Where is it? Oh, hey, I just showed Tracy, and on further review, we both are leaning to bird as the explanation. When you look at it carefully, it glides and moves like a bird. True. The lights on the edges, we think, are the result of the wings flapping. I know it's weird, but look at it again. With that in mind, I think that may be the answer. And he's right. And Mark agreed too. When you look at it, it is a bird. And you're seeing the tips. They look like lights. It's the tips of the wings. It's all it is. Exactly. It was UAG. It was unidentified geese. Just like anything else. Look, I can give you two examples. Stephen Bassett, Richard Dolan. Stephen Bassett is definitely, and this is not saying anything, he's a liberal. Richard Dolan is more conservative. And, that alone could make people freak out. And, you know, you can talk about other things about what they discuss, all that. Personally, Richard Dolan is brilliant, very intellectual. When I sit down and have a discussion with him, he is a treasure trove of information. And that man knows a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes that he is not making public because he can't. Because he's engaged with people within. That's all I'm going to say. So, I'll stop right there. He's got that. And it stinks that they can't come forward because they're worried about themselves. They want to stay anonymous. Matter of fact, there's a guest going on a show tomorrow that they're going to try to mask his voice. An anonymous source coming out with some incredible news on search warrant, so I hear. But I don't know what it's about, but I'm getting all kinds of messages from the host. Well, look what Mark said yesterday on the show. He doesn't agree with Richard Dolan's perspective that we've already been to Mars. You know, everybody has their own personal theories. Like Brandon Berg says there was a nuclear explosion on Mars. Everybody has their own personal opinions and theories. And you agree to disagree, respectfully. On that one, Rich, I don't agree. You know, I get it. But I hear the same thing about Linda. She's too woo-woo. I hear, you know, you can pick apart anything, really. Mark is great. Mark is great. Well, if you heard Mark D'Antonio's show the other night, he said it on his show. Rich and I have a disagreement in opinion. Just listen to Mark's show from Sunday night. He mentions Richard Dolan. There goes the birds now. There they go. They were just on the screen. You see them? You saw them? You see the birds? They were just on the screen. She does. But she knows a lot too. See, that's the thing. It's like filtering out. It's just like a filter. You have to filter out what could be credible and or not. It's just like in the news or in politics. It's all about the narrative, the agenda. It's the same thing. It's like anything else. You have to be able to filter it out. It's even in movies. Sometimes movies put hints of realism, truthism in there, though it's fiction. It's the same thing, generally speaking. It's no different in the community. Just look up some of the statements Lou Elizondo has made. And people are like, what? Did he say what? Same thing. Yeah, I mean, I don't see that. I can't accuse them for lying. Lying is too strong of a word. It's more about their opinion of a perception of what they believe to be true. Just because, and you might consider it to be a lie, because to you it's a lie. They're lying about it, but they may truly believe in what they're saying, so it's not a lie to that person. It's their opinion. Now, if you have contrary to the point evidence that what they're saying is factually lying, that's a different thing. Then you have to say to the person, well, listen, you said this. I have evidence that counters that. Evidence, not hearsay, not allegedly, not claims. You have to have the evidence to say, what you just said is bullshit. So lying is a very strong word. Like the word hate. Again, if you know they're lying, show us how they're lying. Prove to us how they're lying. What are they lying about? Just because you state and jump up and down saying they're lying doesn't make it a lie. You have to prove it with facts. I'm just saying, Marco, as an example. I don't know what the heck you're talking about, but in generally speaking, that's what you would do. So I don't know. Do I believe because he's always talked about that, they're off-worlders. I don't believe in that. Personally, I don't believe we've been off-world and we've been to Mars and all these other. I don't believe that. That's just me, though. Do I believe there's a I definitely believe there's life out there. It doesn't mean that they're here. But based on the incredible, insane number that's out there, there has to be life out there. But had they been here? I have yet to see any evidence of that. There's a lot of witness testimony. Where's the evidence? Show me the evidence. Until I see valid evidence, it's just like anything else. It's just a claim, a hypothesis. But the same thing could be said about religion. Show the evidence if you really want to get down to it. It's controversial, yes, but it's the same thing. Kind of. Because historical artifacts can be found to say that such and such happened, this existed, the birthplace of, this person did actually exist. It's not like we're talking about an extraterrestrial civilization. You can prove that they were here. That's not the same. I'm just reading what you guys are writing now. She believes Navy SEALs go to the Arctic. Well, let's put it this, I don't know about the Arctic, but I know there's a lot of shit going on in Antarctica. And we don't know what the hell's actually going on because there's a lot of governments involved with what's going on in Antarctica. It could be for resources, oil. It could be for so many things, but there's definitely military presence in Antarctica. I don't know about the Arctic. Yeah, fantasy. Yeah. Because that was the new Deutschland, Antarctica, where they sent the subs. And that is another one that and Charles is right. They'll go wherever they're told to go. And deployed. But the thing is, would you know about it? Is the public going to know about it? Really? You really think the public is going to know about their movements? You could pick apart anything to however point you want to make because there's so many sides. It's usually not black and white. There's a lot of gray. Marco with Santa Claus. I'm not saying anything now. What's up, Petita? But again, it makes for interesting discussion. I don't know about Earth Files, who she interviewed. I don't know. I'm just scrolling up to see what you guys said. Exactly. It's entertainment purposes. It really is. I've never heard her talk about tall whites in the Arctic. I don't know. I can't comment on that because I don't know anything about it. George Norrie. I don't know how much longer that gentleman. He's up there in age now. I don't know much more he can do. Oh my God, Basaggio. Now that one is way out, way out there. Yeah, I'll look. When I have time, you know, I never have time for anything, bro. Yeah, now you're talking about fantasy, the 411 missing 411. I can't think of the guy's name, and I know it. I just can't think of his name off the top of my head. I think he's gonna retire soon. Fantasy. Do you realize what he says that Obama went off world to Mars, and that's what Basaggio has said in the past. Do you believe that? Do you believe that? I'm not saying he's. I'm saying I don't believe it at all. That's all I'm saying. There's a difference in phrasing of words. I do not believe that whatsoever. But what I believe is my opinion. Doesn't make it fact. It's just my opinion is he's way out there. I don't believe him. There it is, David Pallades. That's the name. Anyway, I've got to get ready to go on the air with Martin. And his guest tonight is Avi Loeb. The temperature here is 28 degrees, and they say we may get 2 feet of snow next week in 4-day storm. 2 feet of snow. Can you believe it? Oh shit, what's going on here? Actually, this is what he said. It was Obama going off-world through time travel. Marco. Spoken from his own words. So just to be. And he speaks about Obama going off-world here. On this one. Through time travel. This is the video right here. Obama on Mars time travel. There you go. And I'm not sharing any more of that on my screen. Hell no. But there's a lot of, woo-woo out there. That's just an example of how much woo-woo there is. Yes, Avi's from Harvard. And hello, D. Oh. Yeah, Avi's going to be on with Martin. So if you go on YouTube and look up Martin Willis Podcast UFO, you can see the interview that's going to start in about a half hour. So Podcast UFO, Martin Willis. You can actually see, instead of hear it here, you can actually see the interview there. So you can always go there and watch it. And I'm going to be joining them, Avi and Martin, in about 15 minutes. Then MUFON show is going to be on. You'll hear the audio, but you can go watch it on KGRA DB YouTube. The guest is Richard Beckwith. Amanda did get her power back, but who knows if that power is going to sustain and hold. She had a snowstorm in Nova Scotia. But her power is back. And Fantasy, are you working? Are you working tomorrow at the same time? 6? Oh, don't get me started with Greer. Oh, look at that one. That was a nice little one there. Tonight could be awesome. I'm going to let the fire go out. Shit. Damn. But look what I did tonight. Look at that. Okay. But you see, I got the motor mount for the camera on tonight. You can bet I'm not going to be going in and out every 5 minutes. Heck no. I told you I was going to do it. So that'll make life a little easier. I'm still going to have to go out tonight because if you notice what happens when it's moving on the tripod, because the way the tripod is sitting, it starts to look like it's tilting off to the sides. Because it's facing at the higher point, and on the tripod, the motor mount is just moving sideways. And it's at the lower point of the tripod, if that makes any sense. Because the tripod is high. I live on a sloped ground. So obviously the tripod, it comes down. So I'll have to go outside to move the head, the tripod head, so it stays straight. But that's going to be like once every hour and a half, which isn't as bad as going out every 15 minutes. So it's going to be much more manageable. And we can go way up high. And I can move the tripod head higher if I want to. But this is going pretty high right now. Now there is a lot of weight on this tripod, which scares me to death. That motor mount weighs about 5 pounds. The camera's another 5, 6 with the cage on it. It's a lot of weight. Bill, does it look like South Mass will get a big snowstorm? Let's look at this. Let's look. If we're getting it, the chances are you're getting it too, Ken. Because I know who you are. Oh no. I gotta do this fast because I got too many screens open. Oh, look at the storm that hit Amanda. No wonder she had a snowstorm. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Look at that storm right off Nova Scotia. No wonder she got bombed. Look at that low. That's a nasty storm right there. And they're getting it in the upper part of the country here. The Dakotas, they're getting hit here. Especially here. With that cold air coming down. Oh, they're getting hit. So now this doesn't go out too far. Okay, now that scares me. There's a low pressure here. Is that going to be a nor'easter that comes up the coast? This looks quiet. They said it could be a slow mover. Now this is the euro. I'm not seeing what they're saying. Let's see the American. See, the American has a low. That's what they're looking at. They're looking at the maps, the American model. And it's a slow mover. It's just off of the Carolinas and it's not moving much. Yeah, it's a slow mover. Wow. A real slow mover. This could be the potential for that storm next week. Then you have more energy coming from down here. And the bad thing is if this catches up to this and it transfers energy to the low, you can have a bomb cyclone happen. It's too early to say. But there is definitely the potential for something crazy. You have to wait till it all plays out. It's too early. They tend to do that. They exaggerate Because, they're going to say there's the potential for a major. And it's true. There's a potential for a major storm. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. Yeah, it's right off of you. Plow money, I hear you. Yeah, I have the same Manfrotto tripod. That's a badass tripod. Badass. Let me see what they're saying on my phone for the weather. We're supposed to get 2 inches in ice on Friday, but that's not the storm they're talking about. Because I got to join Martin in 5 minutes. There's a gale watch. What the? Thursday to Friday. That's toward the coast, though. Seas 3 to 5 feet. Wow. Let me see what they're saying. Tonight, all clear, the forecast. Holy shit, there it is. The 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, all snow. Thursday, they're saying 1 inch. Friday, 3 to 5 inches. Saturday's 1 inch. So that's a half a foot, but this is going to change over time. So it's like a 3-day storm. And it all depends where that sets up. It could be more, it could be nothing. But they're predicting like a half a foot right now. Okay, it's time for me to get ready. I will not be able to see chat for a while. Just letting you all know. I might be able to at some point, but it's time for me to get ready. Let me bring this down. Bring this up. Please, God, let this work. I added another camera. Martin's in there. Oh no. Can you hear me?
Oh, are you there?
Yes.
Oh, I wasn't even paying attention. I'm looking at a whole nother website. I'm closing all my programs.
I had to put another webcam on because my other webcam is being used for my stream. So I had to use my old webcam, but I'm not on the screen anyway with you, so I'm not worried about it.
Hang on just a second. Yeah, thank you. But I don't need him now because he's going to be the week after.
Tell Donna I send my love.
Bill sends his love, Donna.
Hello, I'm sending love back.
She's sending love back. Hey, how's my audio? This is I'm in a hotel, so I have a lapel mic.
Sound fine, and you got a good signal too, strong.
Yes, I know. I had them put me in a room right next to the
Router
stuff, router, and yeah. So let me just look.
I don't want to know where you are, but are you still in New England?
Yes, I'm in New England.
Did you get a lot of snow or no?
Not really, just a dusting.
Okay, we got 4.
You got 4 inches?
Yeah, but now listen. Next week. Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, I know. Everyone's going to get clobbered.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. So just keep an eye on that. Perfect time. I think we're not going to have no worries about having a white Christmas this year.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, where Donna lives on the Cape, it doesn't looks like
rain.
I'm going to get rain next week.
Yeah, because you're going to be close to the low. You're going to get
yeah,
the
but
warmer.
I mean, I'm getting rain up in Maine as well. Rain in Maine, clearly on the plains.
Did you mean to do that? You were
rain in Maine?
Yeah, the rhyme.
Not at first.
So it's cool to have Avi on. Now remember,
Yeah.
if you go further than the 54, just segue me out.
I can't. He's got a commitment.
I figured that.
Yeah. Let's see. Where is he going? I got to look at his.
Remember, we are being heard live on my stream.
You're live on the stream. That's fine.
Just letting you know.
Yep. The interstellar object that hit off the coast of Papua New Guinea. Okay. He should be popping in any minute.
Yeah.
So I'll remind him that last time, or the first time I had him on my show, I had Mark D'Antonio on the show with him.
Yep, I remember.
Yeah.
And Mark would love to have him on his show.
Yeah. And his show is when?
Sunday, 6 to 8 Eastern. And you know Avi's only going to do an hour.
Yeah.
So
Okay. All right. So I'll just ask Avi if I can share his information.
yes.
I mean, anyone can get his information from Harvard.
If you do it, just give me a warning so I can mute you so nobody hears that. I would, just email him or something. I'll mute my end in that discussion if you have it here so nobody
No,
hears
that's okay.
it.
Doesn't matter. I'll ask him. It's not going to be a
No,
problem.
but I don't want, that private information to be heard on a public stream on my end.
No. I mean, oh, it's on the public stream now.
I'm live. I'm live right now.
Oh, you're live right now, so anything I say. Okay.
Exactly.
I got it. Hello, everyone.
Martin says hello. Martin is the host of Podcast UFO that airs from 7 to 8 Eastern. Go to Podcast UFO on
We're
YouTube.
live right now.
And you can see the show tonight. So go to Podcast UFO, look up Martin Willis, and you'll find it. He's going to have his show on shortly in about 15 minutes. So watch the show with Avi. Don't watch my Skywatch. Go watch his channel.
So the Skywatch that's going on right now, how many do they usually say how many per hour these
Usually,
meteors?
okay, the moon is an issue this year, so it washes out a lot.
Oh, that's
light.
too bad.
But it's
Yep.
usually like 100 per hour.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
It is. And it's one of the better meteor showers of the year, along with the Perseids in August.
Right. And you have clear skies here?
Oh, yeah. You should have clear skies, too.
I haven't looked up. I've been too busy.
But it's best after midnight, to go out and look.
Oh, yeah.
But the moon, like I said, the moon is an issue.
Yep, that's too bad. Well, I'm sure there's still going to be a lot seen. Now, those things are like the size of a sand, right? A piece of sand.
Yes. Yep. Like a grain of sand. Yep.
Yet
Very
they
small.
light up pretty bright enough to see.
This
from
one
far
is
away.
known. This one is known to give off a lot of colorful activity.
What's the name of the shower?
Geminids.
Geminids.
It's in the
Geminid.
constellation Gemini.
I see. Yeah.
Let me see if anybody's saying anything in my chats. If any of you have a quick question for Martin,
Huh? Hi, everyone.
he says hello. If you can obviously hear him. Just checking. And Fantasy, everybody in YouTube chat that I'm looking at, you guys can hear Martin, correct?
Hello, everyone.
As we wait for Avi to join us shortly.
Does everyone hear me? Anybody? Bueller?
I remember that.
So this is something you do like a couple of times a year? This particular?
Yes, always. If the weather.
Anytime that the showers are?
Yeah. Petita says hello, and Fantasy says, asking Martin about Project Starshot. Are you familiar with that?
I am not familiar. I would like to be enlightened. Oh, wait. I have heard someone actually brought that up, I believe, in one of my shows. Something that sounded like that. Let me take a look.
Fantasy, can you give me a little bit more background on that Project Starshot? Because I'm not even familiar with that.
Oh, yes. This all had to do, I believe it had to do with a Russian multi-millionaire that funded, and Avi was involved in it. These little tiny, like nano fast ultralight driven nanocrafts that were driven through lasers.
He said that's the project that Avi is doing right now.
That's correct. Yeah, he's involved in it somehow.
Okay. Did you see the Japanese billionaire that's got the SpaceX trip going to the moon? And he picked out 8 passengers to go along with him?
Are you kidding?
No, for real. I saw it on the messages that I get in. Japanese billionaire has got 8 people that he picked out, including a DJ. So they're going to have a party in space.
Oh my God! Wow. Well, you never know. It's so much money. They can do these things and get away with what no one else could. You know, it's pretty amazing. They can actually buy their way into something like that.
But in a way, it's good practice if from a private business point of view. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For SpaceX, it's a great.
Yeah, especially if they live. Yeah.
I'm sure they'll be fine.
Yeah. I mean, everyone always has that in the back of their mind that, you know, they may not make it. You know,
But can you
every
imagine?
time they go up.
But Mark, can you imagine having a live stream of people with a DJ dancing in space and zero gravity? Do you know how many people?
Yes, I can.
But can you imagine how many people are going to tune in to watch something like that? You know, people will.
Oh yeah. Geez, he might even get it funded if he does a pay-per-view.
You might get 1 billion hits on YouTube.
Yeah, that's right. You never know.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
How do you feel, by the way? You feeling okay?
Yeah, I feel good. Yeah. Yeah, doing really well.
And Kate did send me the Marilyn Monroe. I did air it. It's airing now, actually.
Oh, she did?
It's airing right now.
Boy, did you happen to listen to the one on Marilyn Monroe? That was really good.
Yeah, it's the one that's on now.
Oh, that's the one on now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I really like that one.
He said it's 15% gravity. Still, it's a lot less than being on Earth.
What's 50% gravity?
No, when they're the trip that I mentioned with the billionaire with the 8 people.
Yeah. They're going to have... Oh, geez. I got to turn this off.
All right, I'm going to get ready because we're getting close to time.
Remind me to turn that back on,
I'm going to
please.
put this chat over here so I can keep an eye on it.
Avi should be popping in any minute.
Yeah, he's a busy guy. You know that.
He's like, everything is like this with him. So if I had to come in 10 minutes early, he's done this so many times.
Yep.
He'll probably be in exactly at 10 minutes of. Just coming up.
Is that what you told him? 10 of?
Yeah. Because he's been on my show twice or 3 times. And he's done 1,500 interviews. I mean, he's like a pro.
Yeah.
Just when he started talking about Oumuamua, he did over 1,500 interviews.
I remember when he mentioned that he was getting bombed with so many interviews.
Yeah.
And emails.
And answering them all.
Oh, you're definitely going, right? To Roswell in March? Are you going?
I'd like to go. We're talking about, I think we're going to go.
Okay.
We're going to go, right?
When is it?
March 20, what is it?
March 10th through 12th.
March 10th and 12th through 12th.
Sure.
Sure.
So we'll hang out because
We'll hang out.
I think it was your show. David Marler invited to his house.
Oh, David Marler. Boy, that would be great if we could see David Marler.
I don't know if it was your show or another show, but he told me that we can go to his house.
That would be great to plan all that, spend some extra days and get down there.
I'm going to get
I
there
wonder how
Wednesday
far
night.
from Roswell, where he lives, is.
He told me 3 hours.
Oh, that's not real bad. A rental car.
We'll all go. We'll all go in one car.
Oh, that would be cool. But you can't smoke.
I won't smoke.
All right.
No way. No way.
Yeah.
All right, Avi. It's 10
Yeah,
of.
Avi. Avi, by the book, where are you? Should be in here. Let's see. I did send him links, right? Yeah, here it is.
I don't think so. Off the top of my opinion, fantasy, it's going out. There's no way we catch that. Unless it makes a trajectory back toward Earth into our solar system. Fantasy says, ask Avi if he thinks that we could send a probe to catch Oumuamua.
Oh, yeah, that's way on the way out. That's very far out by now.
Well, I mean, you can ask him generally, like now, before we go on there. Do we still have a trajectory of where Oumuamua is right now?
Oh.
Do they actually know?
Hmm.
You know?
Or do they actually care?
Yeah, right. I'm sure he does, though.
Yeah.
So he would know the answer to that.
Well, he's a minute late. That's very unusual. Let me see.
You might want to reach out to him if you can.
Okay.
For all we know, he's finishing one interview and coming here.
Yeah, it could be. I just checked the link. It's the correct link. I said, show up about 10 minutes ahead, if you will.
We've got almost 8 minutes left. Hopefully
Okay.
it comes.
This is really unlike him to be 2 minutes late.
Just, if you see my camera, it's not because I have bad connection. It's this camera's garbage.
Yeah, okay.
It's garbage. It's my old one.
All right, I'm going to write him now.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. It's weird because now I got to look this way to talk into the camera. It's so bizarre. I'm not used to that. I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to be a lot of fun in Roswell. I'm telling you.
Well, I've never been. And it's like one of the places I've wanted to go, you know?
James,
All right, Avi.
James will be there.
Yeah, I know. That was one of the things, one of the reasons we wanted to go there.
Travis.
Yeah.
There's going to be a bunch of people. Mark D'Antonio.
Oh, Mark's going to be there?
Mhm.
Oh, that's great.
I'm bunking with him.
Oh, really?
I'm going to drive him nuts. I told Mark, you know I snore, right? Just, I'm telling you, I snore. So I don't know how that's going to go over. So.
Well, this is very unusual.
It is unusual. What happens if he doesn't show?
Then you and I talk a little bit. You're looking. No, you. No.
I don't want to go on looking like this.
Okay. All right.
We'll just.
Hey, can we do phone calls?
I don't have a phone line till next year.
So you don't have that phone's not working.
There's no phones connected at all.
So we're screwed.
We're screwed.
Oh. I'm gonna do an hour monologue. That would be terrible if he didn't show up.
I mean, hey, we're 6 minutes out.
Yeah. Where's my phone? Where's my phone? Oh, here. Yeah.
I'm gonna mute for now just so he can talk privately.
It's 54.
If he's talking phone numbers or whatever.
Well, I could take some questions in the chat, but oh, here he is. I may be 5 minutes late because of a delay in my previous engagement. Okay. 5 minutes late in the show. Okay.
That's fine. Just start the show, talk about Avi, and then, just bring him up when he comes on.
Wow, he's a busy guy.
One of my people, I don't know he says, if you guys could relay this message to Avi for me, I appreciate it. Avi Shalom, big fan of yours. As a Palestinian, I hope our people one day can go to the moon together.
Nice.
And I know, Avi, I think he's that kind of person that would definitely understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, we're starting. I'm going to post that. I'm going to copy it. That's I'm just going to relay the message from one of
Ariel.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Donna. Thanks. Yeah, if I'd known that, I would have had.
Some other stuff prepared.
Well, yeah, I mean, I could have had Randy Nicholson come in for a couple minutes. It's too late now, though. We only have 4 minutes left. Let me just text him and see.
Okay. We got 3.5 minutes.
You wouldn't be near your computer, would you? Question mark. I'm ready to go live in 3 minutes, comma, and my guest is late, comma, so I was thinking of bringing you in to talk about the Christmas release. Well, I'm not hearing back from.
All right, just like I said, just go with it. Talk about, you got the blog from Charles this week?
Yeah.
Yeah, go with the blog and talk about Avi and
Now, did I just hear feedback? Am I hearing feedback?
nothing. It's perfect.
Well, I just heard. Let me just talk. Hello, hello, hello. Okay.
You sound fine to me.
I'm going to turn this down just a little bit just to make sure.
All right, we got 2 minutes.
All right.
Let me get my audio correct. Don't forget to mention that to him, though, privately about Mark D'Antonio.
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll send an email to
Yeah,
him
exactly.
and thank him for the show.
Yes.
And then, and then ask him.
Yeah. Who do we got next week?
I thought I had Kurt Schumangel.
Mm-hmm.
That the theories of everything. That guy interviews a lot of. He's got a really big following, but I realized that he pushed it a week after, so I need a guest like pronto. You mentioned that woman. I'm wondering if she would at last minute do a guest appearance, or anyone else you can think of.
I'll let you know. Debbie Jordan Cobble.
Yeah. Now she's just experiencers and all that.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure if I want to go that method or not.
All right, let's focus. We'll talk about that. I'll look into somebody.
All right, yeah, if you don't mind. Yeah, if you think of
You
someone.
can always get Tom Reed to talk about UFO Expo and some of the people that are going to be there and all that stuff, too, because James...
I don't know. I like Tom Reed, but...
he's a character.
Yeah, he's too focused on that park, to me.
Oh, he's focused now all on that UFO Expo, I can tell you that.
Is that...
That's
okay.
the event in March. All right, we got 30. We got 30.
Oh, Tom Reed's going to be there?
It's his event.
Oh, it's his event. Did you know that?
What?
The thing in March is Tom Reed's event.
You
I
got to
didn't know that.
You got to see all the people involved.
Really? Okay, I'll check it out.
Go to
Is there a website?
UFOXPO.com.
Okay.
All right.
UFO XCO?
XPO. Expo.
Can you look? UFOXTO.com?
XPO. PO. XPO.
P as in Peter.
Right.
Oh.
All right. 10 seconds. Have a great show.
All right.
Stand by. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the show. I'm Martin Willis, your host, and we have our guest Avi Loeb coming up. He is running a little bit behind. He was in another interview earlier, and I just got a message from him. He's running a little bit behind, so we have a little time to kill here. And I will ask you, people that are listening and watching live in chat, if you want to throw a question my way, maybe we can get a conversation going that way. But again, Avi Loeb, Harvard astrophysicist, is coming up I would think, probably within 5 or 10 minutes, he should be joining us. A quick announcement, the holidays are coming up. I got this email from the Ariel Phenomenon, the movie, through Randall Nickerson. I tried to get him just now to see if he was available, but he's not. But the Ariel Phenomenon movie is going to be available on Christmas Day on iTunes, Apple TV, Google Play, YouTube, and Amazon Prime Video in the US and the UK. So also, if you go over to the website, his website, arielphenomenon.com, I believe it is, there's some merch for sale too. T-shirts just in time for Christmas, things like that. And anyway, I really think it's one of the most beautiful films made on this subject, and I consider that the top case as far as being fascinating, in my opinion. And all those school children just seem so credible, and they never really strayed from their stories. I believe whatever did happen to those kids. And Randall Nickerson did such a beautiful job with the film. And I know a lot of people that pay attention to this topic have already watched it. I've watched it a couple of times, maybe 3, I think, at this point. And I really was looking forward to seeing it in the theater when I ended up having to have surgery and miss that big event when that happened. In I think it was Western Massachusetts, Northampton, Mass. Is when that. I can't remember when the date was, but I was out of commission. And anyway, our blog this week by Charles Lear is Hayden Hughes and the International UFO Bureau. So let me take a look at chat here, see if there's any questions. Greetings, everyone. And let's see. No questions yet, but if anyone has a question, let's see if anyone put anything here. I see Bobby, Mary Grace. Hi, hello. And all good to have you all in here. Callie Kid. Here's a question. Let's see. So, Martin, how do you feel about the possibility of an ammonia-based creature from the documentary? Oh, you're talking about James Fox documentary. I don't know about that, if that would be a type of building block that would work. I know they speculate that there could be silicon, like a silicon-based besides carbon-based life. Why that being had such an odor, I don't know what the makeup of that was. And it would be really interesting to know, and to think that there's possibly some information out there in Brazil about when they did the autopsy on whatever, the supposed autopsy. I don't know 100% sure that any of this, can be documented or not. But anyway, it was, to me, I think it was a very good case. And that's called Moment of Contact, James Fox movie. And if you haven't watched that, it's another great one here. Now I just, hi Martin, any thoughts on the nuclear fusion breakthrough announced today? I heard that was announced today, and I'm really, really excited to read about it. I've been traveling all day. As you can see, I'm in a hotel room, and I had that article sent to me, and I can't wait to read that. It's very exciting if it's a breakthrough, because that would certainly solve a lot of problems that we have. And here's another question here. Have you seen David Paulides' new UFO 411 movie? I have not. Now, I met him a few years ago down in Cherry Hill, down in New Jersey, and I know that he used to really be into the UFO topic, but he was steering completely away from it when he was doing those 411 movies and books. I mean, he did that one movie and some books. So I knew that he was into the UFO topic, and I had a private conversation with him and asked what he thought about that aspect of it. So he did not want to be on this show. He wanted to kind of distance himself from the UFO. But it looks like if he has this movie out, then it looks like it's time for me to get in touch with him and see if I can get him on as a guest. I have not seen it, or I didn't even know about it. But thank you for posting that. And thank you, everyone, for posting these questions. You're keeping me going while I'm waiting for Avi Loeb to come on. Here's another one here. Martin, what is your view on the lack of promise UAP report by our government? Lack of promise UAP. I don't know what's going on. I know that right around Halloween time, we were supposed to get another report. I have not really heard much of what is going on with that and information. I would like to know more about. I know that they're supposed to report publicly, so I know I do believe there was something about their thinking, or they're trying to point the finger that these are drones. A lot of these things are drones, but I don't know how far they're going to be able to get with that with all the other cases. And I think 2023 should be very promising as far as the investigations that's going to go on, because they're going to go all the way back to the 1940s, which is fascinating. There's so many, as anyone that follows this topic knows how much great information there was back in the starting in the 1940s forward. A lot of people will say, well, these could be secret, government programs and all that, but they kind of discount all the fact that these have been seen for, decades and decades, doing all these unusual maneuvers that we can't explain. I did not hear of any increase in sightings, but our guest, Avi Loeb, has shown up. He's here. Avi, welcome.
Thanks for having me. It's a great pleasure to join you.
Yes, I'm so glad you showed up. I was getting a little bit nervous and kind of running out of things to talk about, but everyone was gracious enough to post some nice questions up for me. So welcome back. You're an extremely busy guy, and I am always impressed with well, first of all, I'm always impressed that you answer my email right away. I mean, you must get 1,000 emails a day or something like that.
Yeah, well, today was particularly busy because I was going over the final draft of my new book that is supposed to come out in August 2023, at the end of August, and it's called Interstellar, and it should be interesting. I just finished going over it.
Wow. So with everything you do, you find time to write a book as well.
Well, that's very important. It's sort of like a diary summarizing my thoughts about the past and the future. And it's not so much about me as it is about what I find most important these days, and I reached a point in my life where I care less about my personal fate and what happens to me, and more about what will happen to humanity and what the future may hold, and how can we make the future better than the past. And that's pretty much what my book is about.
Wow. That's really great. I'm going to put up right here, I wanted to put up your articles that you write, because again, here you are writing all of these articles. It's just amazing. And I've skimmed through a couple of them, and just I'm very, very impressed, because you look at these, it's just almost like every day.
Right. And the only reason today's article will be a little delayed, I'll write it after we speak, is because I was engaged with the new book, Interstellar. That's the title, and it's HarperCollins. It's already on the website. Today's news, I had already 2 interviews in the morning about it, is the announcement of ignition at the nuclear ignition facility using lasers to compress a pellet with hydrogen. And they demonstrated fusion is possible in the lab, and they created a small star, a tiny little star for a short period of time. And that's an accomplishment. And it's sort of an imitation of what nature did for many, many
Yeah.
billions of years, which is stars. You know, at the center of a star, you get the nuclear fusion of the same
Yes.
nature. And the only difference is that a star like the sun is held by gravity. And so the nuclear fuel reaches very high temperatures, but doesn't explode, doesn't run away, because gravity binds it. For that, you need a very massive object. In our laboratories, gravity is completely irrelevant. And so we need some other way of confining the hot gas that is, hundreds of millions of degrees that is fusing. And the way they accomplish that is with laser beams, basically generating X-rays that compress a pellet, and it reached ignition. And that was a major feat of engineering. I mean, it's not new physics, it's just imitating nature, just the way that the Wright brothers were able to imitate birds. Humans saw birds for so many centuries, and about a century ago, in 1905, the Wright brothers demonstrated that humans can do it as well.
So what is this? What do you think this means? Where do you think this can go? I mean, there has been talk about this in cold fusion. That's a whole different thing, isn't it?
Yeah, no, this one is hot fusion.
Yeah.
Cold fusion was not demonstrated to work. And the original experiments were repeated and did not produce results similar to those claimed originally. So we don't know if cold fusion is possible, but hot fusion has been attempted for many decades. And the issue is really how to confine the hot gas at hundreds of millions of degrees. And the one approach that was very popular is using magnetic fields, very strong magnetic fields. And the biggest demonstration of that is the ITER experiment in Europe, but that's a gigantic facility, and we haven't reached the milestone of ignition there. The approach taken at Livermore that was announced today in terms of being successful was to use a lot of laser beams, very powerful laser beams that shine into a cavity inside of which there is a pellet, and the X-rays generated as they interact with the walls, all these laser beams, they compress the pellet to very high temperatures and densities such that it ignites. And the challenge in that method, it's called inertial confinement. The challenge is to get a uniform contraction of this pellet. And it's very easy for it to collapse along one axis, and then it just becomes a pancake and you don't get the high temperatures and densities. So they managed to accomplish that. That's a major achievement, but it's not clear whether it will become practical for two reasons. One, you have to replenish the pellet, so it's a very sort of it's sort of like an engine that operates on tiny explosions. You can think of it as a tiny nuclear explosion and fusion explosion. So then you need to replace the pellet every so often, and in order to gain enough energy that can power a city. But then in addition, you have to extract the energy from the system, and the energy comes out in very energetic neutrons. And it's not obvious that the engineering of how to extract their energy is so simple. So I'm not much more optimistic that nuclear fusion will become practical. It will take decades. It's just a major feat in terms of humans being able to imitate nature. That's the significance of it.
Yeah, that is, and it would be great though if I understand there wouldn't be the hazardous waste like there is with nuclear power if they could figure this out, right?
Right,
Not as
except
much.
it could happen on the walls depending on how you absorb the neutrons. But indeed, the material, the fuel itself, is not producing radioactive debris that could cause problems. I should say that fission is known to work, nuclear reactors work, and it could be the best source of clean energy in the future, irrespective of what happens with with fusion if we build the safe reactors, which is a possible way for us to maintain, our long-term energy needs. So I wouldn't say that fusion is a must for our civilization to get its energy in the long-term future. We could get the best source of clean energy out of nuclear reactors that based on fission, and it's just a matter of engineering it so that we prevent any catastrophes.
Right, right. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. Yeah, I had there's been hope for cold fusion. I know there's a private company in Washington State that thinks that they're going to be able to crack that problem. And I don't know. I mean, they are working on it, and they are well funded, from what I understand. And that would be really something if they
Yeah,
could
I
figure
mean,
that out.
altogether, any such breakthrough would help perhaps to venture into space, because as of now, all the spacecraft we launched were based on chemical propellants, and
Right. Yeah.
they produce much less energy by a factor of almost a million per unit mass of fuel. So if we are able to manufacture relatively small either fusion or fission reactors that can be used as engines for spacecraft, that would be amazing. But as of now, the limit of all on the terminal speed of all the spacecraft that we launched since Sputnik until New Horizons, all of them reached tens of kilometers per second as the terminal speed, and that's the tyranny of the rocket equation. The problem is they carry their own fuel, and they cannot reach speeds that exceed by more than one order of magnitude or so the exhaust speed of the gases coming out of their exhaust, because they have to carry the fuel. So the rocket equation doesn't allow you to reach very high speeds just because of the exhaust speed of chemical propellants. But with nuclear, you can reach much higher exhaust speeds.
Now, is there any further has there been any further advancement on the Starshot that you were involved in?
Right. So that's a completely different approach where you say, instead of carrying the fuel, the spacecraft is being pushed by some external force. And in this case, it's light, a beam of light. And the idea is to have a lightweight sail, just like the sail of a boat, which is being pushed by reflecting light. And we were thinking about a very powerful laser shining at a sail the size of a person that weighs roughly a gram, very thin, and then pushes it over a few minutes to a fifth of the speed of light. And then you can attach electronics to that sail. That's the Starshot concept, and we're working on various components of this, and we still don't see a showstopper, but it's very challenging. So building the lasers and also making the sail, it's all possible with existing understanding of how these things can be made, but we are not there yet. We are working on it.
Now, there was a Russian gentleman involved in that? Is he still involved in that?
Well, he's not Russian citizen anymore. He is, he's an entrepreneur from Silicon Valley and a physicist. His name is Yuri Milner, and he still funds this as well as other initiatives such as searching for radio signals or other kinds of signals from extraterrestrial civilizations. That's called the Breakthrough Listen. The other initiative is Breakthrough Starshot.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Now, we're going to talk in a minute about, I would like to talk about this possible, or this excursion, or whatever you would like to call it, right off of the coast of Papua New Guinea. But before that, I guess I'd like to ask you, you have gotten so much publicity out of, talking about Oumuamua and all that over the last few years since you were on this show. And has the feedback still been positive? I know there was a lot of people actually helping fund the Galileo project. How is all that going?
Well, my book came out less than 2 years ago, and I had about 2,000 interviews and appearances and
Yeah.
all media outlets. And the book was translated to 25 languages. It became a bestseller.
Wow.
Just to give you, it became a bestseller in many countries. But just to give you an impression, I was in two public forums last month, and one of them, an Iranian-born entrepreneur came to me and said, "Can I have a selfie with you?" And I said, "Of course." And then the following morning, she saw me and said, "Did you know that you have hundreds of women scientists in Iran that are following your work?" And I said, I never knew about it, because she posted it in Instagram and she got immediately messages about it.
Huh.
So it looks like all over the world. I mean, that what that shows is that this subject of the search for extraterrestrial intelligence unifies everyone, irrespective of national borders. I was born in Israel. These are women from Iran.
Yeah.
There is nothing. I mean, it brings people together, and I think the more we research the subject, the more we would find there is some low-hanging fruit, because this path that we are taking was not taken. The reason it's very different from the search for intelligence in the past is that we were looking for radio signals or laser signals, and
Yeah.
this is just like waiting for a phone call at home. For that, you need whoever calls you to be active at the time that you are waiting. But there is a completely different approach, which is to just check your mailbox if there are any packages that accumulated over time. The sender may be dead by now, but the packages keep accumulating in your mailbox over the years. And that we have never done. Only over the past decade, we had the instruments that allow us to detect objects from outside the solar system. And we found 4 of them, 2 of which are meteors that we will talk about in a minute, that I discovered with my student, Amir Siraj, that came from outside the solar system. They were roughly half a meter in size. And the third was Oumuamua, that my book is dedicated to. And all 3, from 2014 to 2017, all 3 were outliers. They didn't resemble the familiar rocks, space rocks that we've seen before from the solar system. The meteors, because of their material strength, they were the toughest that were ever spotted among all meteors out of 270 that the US government detected. And Oumuamua was unusual because of its shape. It was most likely pancake-like, and then it was pushed away from the sun without showing any cometary evaporation, no rocket effect. And so it was anomalous. And what I'm saying is, if the first 3 objects are unusual, then we are missing something about what comes from outside the solar system. The fourth one was just like a comet. It's called Borisov, after the amateur astronomer who discovered it. So altogether, this is a new frontier, and we haven't tried checking our mailbox. And the fact that we found these unusual packages tells us maybe there is something out there that we haven't figured out. And so we are planning an expedition to scoop the ocean floor where the first meteor exploded, and it disintegrated in the lower atmosphere of the Earth, and it was tougher than iron. So we want to find out whether it was natural in origin or maybe a spacecraft, maybe artificial. And we're planning an expedition. I was funded at $1.5 million for that. And we will do it before summer 2023, within 6 months. You asked me about funding. Basically, my book brought a lot of interesting people to the porch of my home during the pandemic. They just showed up. A lot of very wealthy individuals that gave me a few $1 million that allowed me to establish the Galileo project. That we have 100 people involved, and we are starting to get data from instruments that we put together scientifically. And in the coming months, we'll analyze this data. We'll build copies of the first system that seems to work. We're basically taking a video of the sky in the infrared, optical, radio, and audio. And that was never done before with a suite of instruments that we have full control over, that we fully understand.
And will the information, is that going to be publicly available?
Yeah, so there will be an early period where we will make sure that the data is not contaminated with some malfunction of instruments or things we don't fully understand. And then, of course, we will release it, make it open, and also report about it in scientific papers that will be submitted to peer-reviewed journals.
That's great. That's great. Now, so on this excursion, how do you propose that you're going to, is it through instruments that you're going to be able to detect the fragments, if that's what they are, on the ocean floor? How do you plan to do that?
Yeah, we're starting to build the machinery. It will have a sled with magnets on it, so that if there is any magnetic, ferromagnetic material like iron or other metals that are attracted to the magnets, we will separate it from the muck that is on the ocean floor, the ooze. And in addition, if it's not magnetic, the fragments from the meteor, we actually wrote a scientific paper just a week ago where we calculated the distribution of fragment sizes that we expect, if it's made of iron or if it's made of steel, for example, if it's artificial in origin. And we should be able to find pieces, most of them of order a millimeter or less, but some of them could be, especially if it's very tough material like steel, some of them could be centimeters in size. And I already promised Paula Antonelli, the curator of the Museum of Modern Art in New York City, that if we find any gadget, I'll bring it for display. Because for us it would represent modernity, even though the senders might think of it as ancient history.
Boy, wouldn't that be something? Everyone would want to come see that, that's for sure.
Well, let's hope we find something. It's a very challenging mission. The ocean floor is a mile deep, and we plan to spend a couple of weeks there. But the Galileo project as a whole, I mean, this is just one branch of it, looking for fragments of interstellar meteors. The second is looking at unidentified aerial phenomena that the government reported about, and we are planning to get the data. And then the third one would be to come close or rendezvous, or if you want, date the next Oumuamua, the next object that looks unusual and doesn't collide with the Earth like meteors, doesn't come close, but we might meet it along its path and take a high-resolution image of it. And for that, we are designing the mission, the space mission that would be needed. That's a very expensive mission. It would cost about $1 billion. And to find candidates that we want to date, we have a dating app, which is the Vera Rubin Observatory in Chile, that will start operations in about a year, and will provide us with candidates, and we will choose. I mean, most of the time we will swipe to the left because it's a very expensive date.
It sure sounds like it. Wow. So before we got going here, someone was asking, they're involved in like this Star Watch. I'm sorry, the Meteor Watch tonight, and they wanted to know if scientists are paying attention, or astronomers are paying attention to where Oumuamua is now. Can you calculate how far away this thing is, roughly?
Right. So the problem is that by now it's 10 million times fainter than it was close to Earth. So it's impossible to detect it with existing telescopes. And moreover, the trajectory was not known to a high enough precision for us to chase it or to even look for it at this time. If you wanted to send a spacecraft that will try to find it, it would have to be equipped with a huge telescope just to first spot where it is, because we don't know the trajectory well enough to figure out where it is right now. So it's completely impractical. But instead of, it's just like going on a date and liking a person, but then not having the phone number of that person, so you can't really get in touch. But what the healthy approach, my advice is, if you have such an experience, you better date more people with the hope that one of them will resemble that very fortunate date you had. And so that's what we are planning to do, look for more objects like it.
Yeah. But what you were able to calculate a speed at one time, weren't you?
Oh, of course. No, when it came close to Earth, we know the speed and the direction it was moving. And not only that, we could tell that it's accelerating in a way that is not fully consistent with the sun's gravity. So there was a force acting on it, pushing it away from the sun. And it was not clear what this force is because there was no rocket effect from cometary evaporation. And so I suggested it's the reflection of sunlight, just like the solar sails that we were talking about before with the laser.
Yeah.
Except here it's the sunlight. And actually 3 years later, in September 2020, there was another object that was discovered, which exhibited the same qualities as Oumuamua. It didn't have a cometary tail, and it was pushed by reflecting sunlight. But a few weeks after it was discovered, it was given the name 2020 SO. But it was discovered by the same telescope in Hawaii, PanSAR. And the astronomers realized, oh, it's actually based, if you just extrapolate the trajectory back in time, it came from Earth in 1966. It's a rocket booster that was called Lunar Surveyor that was sent by NASA. And later on, they verified that indeed it's made of stainless steel. So obviously no cometary tail. And moreover, the walls were thin enough for it to be pushed by reflecting sunlight. So here is an example for an artificial object that is pushed by sunlight, not on purpose. It was not designed to be a sail, but it was thin enough. It had a large enough area for its mass. And so we know that it's artificial because we produced it. The question is, who produced Oumuamua?
Right. But we have space junk all over the place, don't we? It's going
Oh
on.
yeah, closer to Earth, of course.
Yeah.
So what happens every now and then is that one of these objects, as a result of friction with the upper atmosphere, falls in and burns up, and that we also see. And so there is a lot of junk. But this one, the rocket booster, was launched well beyond the atmosphere of Earth, and at first it was not recognized as such, as our own creation. So, but it just demonstrates that being pushed by sunlight occurs also for our own products, and therefore, it could be that Oumuamua was not a light sail, just like 2020 SO was not a light sail, and maybe Oumuamua is just a surface layer of something else, or who knows what its purpose was.
Yes, and we talked about, when you were on the show before, we talked about this, that it was the artist's conception of the piece was like a cigar-shaped rock, but that's not what was really, it was not thought to be.
Well, yeah, because when astronomers analyze the data, and by the way, this is all scientific data with very high precision. So when they try to model the shape of it, the best fit was obtained at a 90% confidence to that of a pancake, a flat object, and not a cigar shape. Now, even a flat object, if you imagine a piece of paper, when projected on the sky, it may look like a cigar because you see it sideways.
Right.
And that's the reason, that initially people argued is a cigar because projected on the sky, it may look like that.
Right. Here's a question going back to the 2014 meteor off of Papua New Guinea. So Bobby wanted to know, how was the hardness of the meteor determined?
Okay, that's an excellent question. So what happened is I was invited for an interview on a different meteor, and I wanted to learn a little more about meteors. So I went online, and I realized there is a catalog of meteors that the US government compiled as they are monitoring the atmosphere for ballistic missiles, for national security purposes. And then I found this catalog. So I asked my student to check whether the fastest moving meteors could have originated from outside the solar system. If they move fast enough, they're not bound to the sun's gravity. And we found that the fastest one is actually a head-on collision with the Earth. So it was fast relative to the Earth just by chance because it was moving opposite to the Earth's direction. But the second fastest is the one from January 8th, 2014. And that came from the side, and it was actually moving really fast relative to the sun. And it was detected by government sensors when it exploded about 19 kilometers above the ocean surface. And so we wrote a paper about it saying this is actually the first interstellar object ever discovered because it dates back to 2014, almost 4 years before Oumuamua was discovered. But the paper was rejected by the reviewers because they argued, we don't believe the US government, we don't have the uncertainties, and perhaps they're large. And of course, the US government didn't disclose the uncertainties in the measurement because they don't want adversaries to be aware of the quality of the data. And but they need to know if a ballistic missile will hit Boston or Washington. They need to know that. So I was pretty confident, but then it took me 3 years to reach out to people beyond the national security fence, and eventually there was a letter written by the U.S. Space Command under the Department of Defense to NASA, in which it was confirmed that a 99.999% confidence that indeed this meteor came from outside the solar system, that the uncertainties were really small. At that point, our paper, we resubmitted it, and it was accepted for publication in the Astrophysical Journal. And then we looked back at the catalog, we found another meteor, roughly a meter in size, this one not far from Portugal. And we plan to go on an expedition to find this one next, after the first one. Both of them are the toughest in the catalog. And how do we know that? Okay, so here I get to the answer. We know that because the government also released the light curve of the explosion, the amount of light generated, and the flares. And from the location in the atmosphere where the explosion took place, we could tell the stress that the air exerted on these objects. So as they move through the air, there is a certain what is called ram pressure, a certain stress that the material feels. And they survived all the way down to the lower atmosphere of the Earth at very high speed. And that means, since the atmosphere is very dense down in it, we could calculate what is the necessary material strength to withstand that kind of a stress or pressure that the air exerts. And we found that it's larger than the material strength of iron. Okay, and these objects were tougher than all 270 other space rocks in the same catalog of the government. They are the toughest ever. And the chance of drawing them out of the distribution of material strength for solar system rocks is less than 1 in 10,000. So that means that if they originate from a natural origin, their parent system has to be different than the solar system. And, it could be that, for example, an exploding star ejects bullets or small rocks that are very tough. It's possible. We don't know. So the point is, whatever we find down at the bottom of the ocean would teach us something important, because apparently these objects are tougher than solar system rocks. And let's see what we find. It's possible also that they were made of artificial alloys that nature doesn't put together, and that would be even more exciting if we find it.
But someone had a question here, David Jones. He said, what if it's made of a non-magnetic material?
Right.
Like if it's artificial,
yeah,
it could
that's
possibly
that's an excellent question. And so we have a plan B in case it's not attracted to the magnet, all the fragments that we are looking for. In that case, we have a mesh net behind it that we will collect fragments with if they're big enough. So we will filter out the abundant muck that is on the ocean floor and just collect anything bigger than a certain size with a mesh net. So that's our plan to use in addition to the magnets.
I see. And are we talking like a major square mile section that you're going to be searching? I mean, how do
Yeah,
you know where to search?
well, we know the coordinates of where the meteor exploded, and then we calculate. So, given a fragment size distribution, the small fragments they have a large surface area for their mass, and so they suffer a lot of friction with the air, and they basically rain down straight from the explosion location point. Okay, so they rain down as hot rain because the amount of energy released was a few percent of the Hiroshima atomic bomb. Okay, so what you end up is melting any solid material, irrespective of the composition, and you end up with droplets. So that's like very hot rain coming down, and if you had an umbrella, it wouldn't protect you because it's hot. And then as it rains on the ocean, steam comes up, and then these fragments settle down. So the small fragments would appear just down from the explosion point, and then the bigger fragments continue along the path of the meteor because they have less friction with the air. And then the biggest chunks, of course, follow the path of the original path of the meteor. And so we plan to basically find this strip along which the fragments are distributed, with small fragments first and then larger fragments along the path. And we have the localization to within right now 10 kilometers. So it's a relatively big area that, several miles that we will have to survey. And it's just like mowing the lawn. We will go back and forth, and we don't need to go deep. There is not much activity on the ocean floor. So we should see what we find. It's an adventure and definitely worth doing, and we're fully funded for it.
That's wonderful. About how far off of the Earth's surface was this particular explosion?
Oh, you mean from land?
Yeah, how far up in the air?
Oh,
Say?
in the air. It was 18.7 kilometers up above the ocean surface. Yes.
I see.
Um,
Wow.
So it's relatively low, given that this is in the lower atmosphere of the Earth, where the density is not very far from what we find at sea level. It's just a few times lower. So if it were made of stone, for example, it would have exploded much higher up, because it was moving at 45 kilometers per second, a very high speed. The escape speed from the Earth is 11 kilometers per second. That's what you need. Any rocket that you launch beyond the gravitational pull of Earth, that's the kind of speed it needs to reach, at least 11 kilometers per second.
Right. This is an interesting question someone put up there. What is your opinion of the work of John Mack of Harvard? And I guess I want to ask you, has there been any parallels as far as what you have been doing to what John Mack did? I don't know if you've looked into that at all.
Well, no, there is no overlap, because he was interested in people, and humans are not scientific instruments for physicists. I'm a physicist, I'm an astrophysicist. You can't write a scientific paper in physics saying this person told me that. Okay, you cannot do that. There is and there is a good reason for this tradition, because people very often have hallucinations. I mean, they are sincere. They tell you that they felt or had some experiences. They are sincere about it, I have no doubt, but humans can easily be fooled. And we know that when people take recreational drugs, or people have an accident, they have all kinds of impressions that have nothing to do with the reality that surrounds them. And therefore, we don't use people as detectors. Okay? Now, we can use it as intriguing evidence that is worth putting instruments. But in physics, you need to rely on data collected by instruments because it's repeatable. You can repeat the experiment, and instruments do not have personalities. They just do. They measure whatever they measure, and we fully understand how they get the data that we collect. And so not only that you have to use instruments, you have to understand to calibrate the instruments. And for example, when we see fuzzy images from the cockpits of fighter jets, that's not a scientific experiment, because we don't know what the camera was doing when this, or the cockpit was doing when these photos were taken. So science is based on using instruments separate from people that provide quantitative results and are fully understood, fully calibrated and controlled in a way that one understands, because otherwise you can't really digest the information that you get.
All right. Well, another question I have about this is, have you been treated any different since you started looking into this by Harvard?
Oh no,
faculty,
Harvard was fully supportive. I mean, there was an initial phase where I was asked whether what I do is related to astronomy, and I said, of course, because in astronomy we use telescopes and look at the sky and analyze the data, and that's what the Galileo project is doing. And that was a question asked when I started to get funding for the Galileo project, and the funding is being channeled through Harvard. So it was just an administrative question, but otherwise, no. What I should say is, this is a subject that my hope is to bring to the mainstream, because we are following the scientific method and collecting data the way scientists do in any other respect. Just like in the search for dark matter, we don't know what most of the matter in the universe is, and people have searched and studied various possibilities. And I would argue that the fact that we exist, that we sent probes to interstellar space, and the fact that we know that a substantial fraction of all the sun-like stars have planets like the Earth, implies that it's quite possible and even likely that that someone like us predated us and sent probes that by now would have reached us. And we know that most stars formed billions of years before the sun, so there was plenty of time, even for chemical rockets, to make the trip from the edge of the galaxy to the solar system. So now, another thing I wanted to mention is I already said that the paper about the interstellar meteor was first rejected because the argument was we don't believe the US government. It was not because we don't believe Avi Loeb. I mean, it was the US government that was put in question. And now, when we submitted another paper on the same subject after the letter came from the Department of Defense, which came to my defense, which, by the way, is interesting in itself, because it's a very conservative organization, the government, right? And the fact that the government comes to the defense of science, at the frontier, is interesting, because at the same time, there is a lot of pushback from what you might call blue sky academia, and which is supposed to be more open-minded than government. And the fact that I get support from the government for this study was remarkable. This is not the first time it happened. It happened before, when the US government was looking for a set of satellites to monitor nuclear explosions by the Russians. It was the late 1960s, above the atmosphere. So they were looking for gamma ray flashes, and then they saw, it's called the Vela satellite system, and they saw flashes of gamma rays coming. And I'm sure that on the first few instances, they thought, well, it's every day or every few days. What are the Russians doing? And there must have been a lot of troubled people in Washington, D.C. worrying about it. But then it was realized that it may come from far away. And so the data was brought to the attention of scientists, astronomers in Los Alamos, who then published it in 1972 as a gamma ray burst. And they said, we don't know what the source is. And it took until 1997 for astronomers to figure out that these flashes of gamma rays originate from the edge of the universe, when the core of a star collapses to a black hole, and you end up producing jets, very, very energetic jets. And if the jet is pointed at us, we see it as a gamma ray flash. And so it's basically the signal of the formation of a black hole from the collapse of the core of a massive star. And that was figured out only in 1997. And it shows you that the data from the government helps progress in science in both instances. But what I wanted to say is, when we reported the second interstellar meteor, and that happened just a couple of months ago, that paper, also on an interstellar meteor, was accepted for publication within weeks. So
Wow.
I can see a shift for the better. We didn't have as much friction.
That's right. I've seen that too. Here's an interesting question, and I hope you may understand it better than I do. Could you please explain nanotechnological and synthetic biology-based multiplexed and scalable chipsat, nanoprobe, and bioprobe technology? Do you understand any of that?
Yeah, well, there was a paper that was just published in Astrobiology. That's a journal. George Church, a colleague of mine from Harvard Medical School, published it. It was inspired by the starshot concept that I mentioned before, where the plan is to send a tiny nanoprobe to the nearest star system. And so what the Church was advocating is perhaps sending out DNA and sort of seeding the Milky Way galaxy with things that we want to plant on other planets far away. That's a long-term project, sending it beyond the solar system elsewhere. There are people that would argue, yeah, we shouldn't be so proud of our seeds, so that to plant them elsewhere. Maybe maybe there is a better thing to do rather than contaminate the universe. But on the other hand, it's a natural tendency. If humanity wants to make copies of things that it finds attractive or worthwhile, then it's good to send these copies elsewhere so that they will not disappear from a single point catastrophe. If something bad happens on Earth, we don't want all forms of life as we know it to disappear. So one way to preserve them is to send them to space, and with the hope that it's just like dandelion seeds, with the hope that one of them will give birth to another form of life somewhere else.
That whole thing about seeds is fascinating, how we have some that are, preserved. We have all these seeds preserved. But anyway, I can't believe how quickly this hour went. I know you have a commitment, so I really do appreciate your time a lot.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It was a real pleasure, and stay tuned for what we find. We should see.
That's right.
I'll be glad to report back in more than half a year from now.
Yes, I would love to find that out. Thank you very much, and nice talking to you again.
Bye-bye.
Bye now. All right, everyone, we'll be back next week, and I don't have a guest to announce yet. There was a change, so I will let you know if you sign up at the website, podcastufo.com, the newsletter there, the weekly newsletter. Just sign up for an email blast for that. Thanks so much, and remember to keep your eyes to the sky.
All right, now we got to jump to the next. Let me get rid of this ad. It's too long. Perfect. All right, let's join the MUFON people.
Okay, hold on. Let's do this.
Hi, Bill.
What's happening?
Hi, Bill. You getting any action in the skies?
Actually, a few, but it's very early yet.
Right.
Oh my god.
Amanda, you good?
I'll find it. It's somewhere.
Kinda.
Anyway.
I was looking for a book cover and I'm not finding it. Richard.
We have like 4 minutes.
Hold on. We're not on your stream right now,
yes,
are we?
we are. Yes.
Hi, everybody.
I was trying to.
It's when paranoia pays off.
I warned them all.
Already.
I warned them all.
I am getting the lips on.
But they can't see you. They can only hear you.
Oh, they can't see me. Good.
No, they're looking at his spy right now. And that's the first thing Bill usually says. Hey, just so you know, I'm streaming. We have about 3.5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Right, everything we say is being recorded.
What's new, right?
Like I said, I'll give you guys the links after the show on Skype.
Okay.
If you want to come and look at it, or even come and call me on Skype, you can come and hang out for a few minutes.
Did you catch another UFO yet?
No, but I tell you, there was a triangle on the screen yesterday, and we were like, "Oh my God, it's a triangle!" But it was geese. But I tell you,
Canadian geese are
It's like a typical MUFON case. Gaggle of geese.
Yeah, but it was when you first see it, it's like whoa, and then it was we figured it was geese. So we've got 3 minutes, and it's a pleasure to meet you, Richard.
You too. How are you tonight?
Good. Just getting ready for the show, and I'm gonna sit back and enjoy it like everybody else. Is everything all set in the background, in the the brand, everything, all the things and stuff are loaded?
Oh, I hope so.
Have my fingers crossed.
Okay, good. I wasn't asleep.
Because if Amanda loses power again, I'll be ready to go on my end.
Okay.
Hopefully that will not happen.
So yeah, migrating birds look kind of different at night. They seem to sometimes they move silently, and sometimes they appear to be moving quicker than what they do in the daytime. So we do get a lot of these triangle reports at night around a certain time of year, and typically that's what they are, migrating birds in V formation.
But that's exactly it. It's the V formation that throws you off.
Yeah. And you typically think you're going to hear them squawking, and they don't. Yeah. So I literally had to research that for a while.
Wow, yeah.
Someone clip that sound.
For real.
Listen, wait, a few
wake
questions.
Up, everybody, wake up.
A few questions for my
Acadian geese.
Wait, listen, I see a Bob Spearing video. Katie, are you aware of that?
No, there shouldn't be
that's
enough.
Last week's. Yeah, I didn't delete it. I'm sorry.
Okay. Are you taking it now, or shall I?
You can take it,
Amanda.
Take it out of there. And I tried to upload my Christmas tree to share with everybody, but my uploading to download things or upload things is too slow up here in the mountains, so I couldn't do it.
So no Bob Spearing video. We have a video and 3 pictures of case of the week. Tara, are you showing all 13 cookies?
Yeah, just roll through the baker's dozen and just kind of roll through, and we don't have to spend a lot of time on
35
it.
seconds.
Okay, just talk slow, talk long, because there's a lot of pictures. Okay, I guess, well, about 30 seconds.
Right.
So,
30 seconds.
Richard, if you can stay with us until after the show, that would be awesome. Let us know if you'll ever come back again.
All right, here we go.
Okay, have a great show, everybody.
20 seconds.
And Chris, I hope you're feeling better.
Yes.
Yeah, Bill, you're not streaming.
Not video,
your
just
questions
audio.
from your channel aren't coming in, right?
No. All right, stand by. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go. Governments deny it. Militaries deny it. Even the mainstream media denies it. But they are here, and they've been here for a very long time. The Mutual UFO Network has been on the front lines uncovering the truth since 1969. And now, we're sharing that truth with you. Welcome to MUFON What's Up with your hosts, Katie Page, Christopher DePerno, and Tara Diulis. Exclusively on the KGRA Digital Broadcasting Network. Wondering what's up? So are we.
What's up? It is Tuesday night, and you're listening to MUFON What's Up Radio, the show that says discovery starts with curiosity, and curiosity starts with MUFON. Brought to you by KGRADB.com. As always, we're endorsed by the Mutual UFO Network, MUFON, asking that all-important question, are we alone in the universe? I am your host, Katie Page, the Colorado MUFON State Director. We got a little bit of snow up here in the mountains, but not too much, just enough to get out of the driveway, and roads are clear. I hope you guys all had a fantastic weekend. Getting into that holiday spirit, doing some Christmas shopping and putting up that tree and all that good stuff, and that you're having a great week as well. We have a great guest for you tonight. We have Richard Beckwith. He is the state director for MUFON. So 3 MUFON state directors here tonight. We have Chris DePerno. Let's bring him on in. He is the state director of New York, and he has Jerry and Jenna with him as well. And we also have, hey, how you doing, Jerry, Jenna, Chris?
No,
you want to go to Aspen?
He got a WWI, and he wants me to ask Richard if he will represent him. I said no. I said,
right. That's
WWI,
right.
warping while intoxicated. So,
warping while intoxicated. Oh, no, that's funny.
Yeah, he didn't tell me about it when he came back from vacation. No. Anyways, we're going to have a great show tonight. It's going to be awesome. Richard Beckwith is one of the oldest MUFON people there is. He's been there from God knows, I think the beginning of it. He's done incredible work. He has been with incredible people, and the information he's going to share tonight, well, all you can say is incredible.
He's not that old. You're making him sound really old, Chris. He's not.
I didn't say he was old. I just said he's been
the
around
oldest member of MUFON ever.
You know, he didn't walk in the studio with a cane or crutch or a wheelchair, so he's in good shape. He's all right.
He's in good shape. He's awesome. He's super cool, and I can't wait to have him on. You're so funny. But I don't know if Richard he's a lawyer, and I don't know if he represents ETs or not. We'll have to ask him about that. Let's bring out our other co-host, Tara Diulis. Tara, how you doing tonight?
Hi, I'm doing great.
Awesome.
Richard didn't look that old to me either.
No, he's not.
I didn't say he was old. I said
the oldest MUFON. I was thinking, really, huh?
I'm glad you got us started off laughing. I needed a good laugh. I know Chris has been fighting a little bit of cold. A lot of people out there are fighting like the flu and COVID. You're fighting
all
COVID.
Through the whole pandemic, I never got COVID, right?
Until now.
All of a sudden now when everything dies down, guess what? I got COVID.
Murphy's Law. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're toughing it up and being here for all of us. I'm feeling a bit under the weather too. So do you have your hot tea? We're here on KGRA with soup.
No, but it's great to get away from
I got
my wife.
hot tea.
Yes.
No, I got my water, but it's great to get away from my wife. My wife can't. I'm quarantined. You know, she's in one room. I'm in another, and we pass notes to each other. Are you still alive? Yes. I'm still alive too. Okay.
It's usually the guys that are the bigger babies when they're sick, right, Tara? I mean, I'm just saying.
No comment.
No comment.
What you're talking about?
I don't think you better comment on that one. I'm doing okay. I'm here.
You look great.
That's great. Anyway, so Tara, what do you have to kick us off tonight?
Oh, well, first let me say happy holidays. And I've been seeing everybody driving around with Christmas trees on top of their vehicles. So yeah, I was assuming maybe the UFOs do it too. Hey, Amanda, can you show that up? I love this meme. So
funny.
What it shows is vehicles driving along with Christmas trees tied to the top of their roofs of their cars, and directly above them is a UFO with a Christmas tree tied to its dome. And the alien inside is saying to the other one, "What? I thought it would help us blend in."
That's so true up here in the mountains. Everybody's cutting down these beautiful trees, and I don't know. I love a live Christmas tree. The smell, it's wonderful. But there's a part of me that gets a little sad. These trees took so long to grow, and then they use them for a month, and I guess
you got to consider the health of the forest, I guess. And some thinning is good.
So. That's true. That's true. That's true. And they grow them specifically for that.
Well, some of them, yeah. It's fun to get trees. Well, I also have a baker's dozen of images to show you. And occasionally at the Phoenix MUFON meetings, and Amanda, you can pull those up if you'd like, we make cookies for our guests. And I thought I'd share some of these fun alien cookies with you. And they are made with raspberry jam, sometimes blackberry raspberry jam. And they're just really fun. I like to decorate them, and you can get different personalities in all of them and just have fun with them. I also do some with the Sasquatches, and I think I've done some feet and some of them. You can change their legs and how they're running and stuff. It's just kind of fun. But I just thought you guys might enjoy seeing all of these. And again, it's just the baker's dozen of cookies, and they taste so yummy, I think. So
I do.
Enjoy them.
I was really lucky when I went there to Phoenix to speak, and I don't remember what the event was, but it was your annual cookie time event. So I got to take some of those home and taste some of them, and they're really delicious.
They're real fun.
What's your favorite? Really good. What is your favorite, Tara?
My favorite what?
Cookie.
Of all time?
Cookies.
Of all time, I like peanut butter cookies.
Do you?
Yes, I do. I enjoy peanut butter cookies.
So we'll have to get you some alien peanut butter cookies.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Jerry, get on that.
I like any cookie, really. There's never met a cookie I didn't like. So, and well, we can't forget about the Paranormal Pops, though. There's a Bigfoot Christmas card for this year, and if you order soon, I think they can arrive before Christmas. It's vanilla, and these are all gluten-free. But these types of fun, wonderful, edible gifts can be found at paranormalpops.com. So check them out, you guys. It's really fun. So
all sorts of goodies.
Yeah, all good stuff. Chris, what do you have for us in the news today?
The news. I gotta get
the
news.
Let's gear up for the news.
Wait a minute. I gotta get my glasses on.
There you are.
There I am.
Peter.
News. All right, let's start with this story. I like this story.
Okay.
A toppled statue was spotted on Mars. A Mars photo hunter scoured NASA images from Mars, spotted a particular formation which seems to resemble a toppled statue. UFO researcher Scott Waring noticed the unusual object in a photo that was captured by the space agency's Curiosity rover back in early November. While zooming in on a sizable image, which provides a large look of the Martian horizon, he caught sight of a face like none other he's ever found before. I don't know how many faces you find on Mars, so I don't know. Seemingly wedged sideways in the crevice on the side of the mountain, the intriguing oddity appears to sport two eyes, a nose, a mouth, a headpiece akin to a crown, which led Waring to conclude that the object is a statue of an ancient Martian, presumably of some importance. As for how this piece wound up in its particular position, he believes that it fell from its original position at the top of the mountain at some point in the distant past. Of course, skeptical observers will argue that while this may have been how an object where it is merely a rock that only resembles a face. Now, wait a minute. Look at that picture there. I'm not going to even comment on that one. Anyways, with that in mind, what is your take on Waring's latest find? Wait a minute. This just coming in. Oh, my God. Hold on a second. NASA is just reporting they found another face on Mars. And it's supposed to be like a high priest or something. Let me get that on there. There it is. NASA's new photo of a statue of Mars. All right.
Good one.
I'm going to Venus.
That's hilarious.
There on Mars, I'm going to Venus. I love you, Bill. You know that. Right. Amanda, roll that video.
Hey guys, how's it going? This is Scott. I was looking at some Mars Gigapan photos and I discovered something on the edge of one of the hills. A broken sculpture had fallen from higher up and got lodged between a rock and the hillside itself. Now I added some color to it, as you can see on the left side of the screen over here. And I did not try to make it artistic. I was not trying to make it realistic. I was just trying to separate the pieces of it that was really intriguing to me. And the hat, many of the faces we found, and many others, people have found faces on Mars with crowns, hats. Maybe they are ceremonial or something. A lot of them have had something that looked like a jewel or a third eye between the eyes. This one, you can see the eyes in blue. I colorized the lips pink because I really wanted it to stand out. Now, it doesn't look like they're pink originally. I would say they match the rest of the face, and this creature, this face, doesn't look humanoid at all. It looks, reptilian maybe? Is really unusual. It really is. You can see the folds of the skin going across the face. See the folds? And you can see these long areas around where there could be ears. It could be a large flap of skin coming down. So whatever it is, it's hard to say what it is exactly, but it does look like an ancient sculpture. Now look at this eye. You say it's off because, well, it's fallen down and the eye area has actually hit this huge side of the mountain, which is made of a hard material, it looks like. And it's broken. The eye is actually broken a little bit loose and began to tilt. So that's why the eye here is tilting and out of sorts, out of balance. But to me, this looks like an alien sculpture.
This could be gills on the side.
Yes.
I hope it looks like an alien because it looks like my brother-in-law. But anyway, what the hell's he doing up there? What do you think?
I don't know if anybody knows, but I was head of this very small little project for a while within MUFON, and we named it SOMA, which was Space Moon Mars Anomalies that were taken off of the Mars rovers and the Google Moon, the lunar surfaces. And so a lot of these pictures that would come into MUFON, we didn't know what to do with them. So, they would send them to me. I would respond to the people that sent them, like, thanks for sending these. We really can't investigate them because they're off planet. We don't have investigators up there on the Mars or the moon, but we will follow them away. So I have a whole bunch of these photographs, and a lot of them can be, matrixine or that parabolia where we see faces in rocks and shadows and things like that. But some of them actually were quite intriguing. Some of them look metallic. So I'm one of those people that I'm kind of open to the idea that there could have been a civilization on Mars. What do you think, Tara?
I agree with you. I'm a dreamer, and I think it would be wonderful if there were a civilization there. And it would make sense that they would have art, made out of stone. So if it is something, it would last all these years and stuff. But, it's interesting how he colored it in, and that helped me see it a lot better, actually. Right. So it's cool. It's very cool.
Yeah.
I'm still a little skeptical until I see a toilet or a fast food restaurant. One of the two. And then I know there was some
the golden arches sticking up. There they are.
Two things that a civilization's got to have is a potty and fast food.
Coffee.
Have you seen any place that does it? Anyway, let's get on to the second story. Here we go. Is sci-fi tractor beams now a reality? Scientists devise hand-free way to move objects using sound waves. People in the future could be able to move their items without ever touching them. Researchers from the University of Minnesota have created a new method for moving objects hands-free using ultrasound waves. With more research coming, this novel approach could become a common sight in manufacturing and robotics industry, where devices would need a built-in power source to move an object. Previous studies have shown the light and sound waves can manipulate objects. However, these objects needed to be smaller than the wavelength or of sound or light. The current study expands on these findings with the new method capable of moving larger objects. The method is based on the principles of metamaterial physics. Metamaterials are designed to interact with waves of like light and sound. When a metamaterial pattern is on the surface of an object, humans can use sound to move it in a specific direction without touching it at all. We have known for a while that while waves and light and sound can manipulate objects, What sets our research apart is that we can manipulate and trap much bigger objects if we make their surface a metamaterial surface or a metasurface. Says senior author, here we go, chopping this name up, Origin, something like that, Lilac, an assistant professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering. They don't ever hire anybody by the name of John Smith. When we place these tiny patterns on the surface of these objects, we can basically reflect the sound in any direction we want. And in doing that, we can control the acoustic force that is exerted on the object. Science fiction now becomes reality. The device is like the technology seen in the sci-fi shows such as Star Trek, like the show's tractor beam technology. The method can also pull objects toward a source. Countless manipulation is a hot area of research in optics and electromagnetism. But this research proposes another method offers advantages that other methods may not have. Also, outside of the applications of this research, enables expanding upon our knowledge of physics, and that's very exciting. The research team plans to refine the method with higher frequencies, allowing it to move different materials and object sizes one day. I think we're charting in a new direction. I think you are, showing that without a physical contact, we can move objects. Amanda, I want you to roll that video because I tell you, this is an exciting story.
That's Chris Benmore, a physicist with Argonne National Laboratory who uses this gravity-defying technology. We spoke to him to find out how acoustic levitation works and what exactly it's used for.
Walk us through what acoustic levitation is and how it works.
Acoustic levitation uses sound waves to generate a force to counteract gravity. It was developed primarily by NASA in the 60s and the 70s to do ground-based experiments on looking at the effects of anti-gravity on Earth.
And can you walk us through the different components of the device that you have there and how the sound waves actually come together to produce the levitation?
These transducers basically drive these horns, the silver part. And so this horn will vibrate at 22,000 times a second up and down to generate a sound wave. And we have a match transducer down here and horn, and that will generate another sound wave. And when these two waves interact, you'll get what's called a standing wave. So they'll cancel in places and they'll reinforce in others to create nodes and antinodes. And those particular places where they cancel, you can put an object in and you can levitate.
All right, well, let's see this in action if you wouldn't mind giving us a demo.
Right now, I've created a standing wave. These horns, which I'm not going to touch, are vibrating at 22,000 times a second, creating a standing wave. And so I can put an object in that little cavity where the two standing waves cancel. In fact, there are several cavities where I can put objects. And so if I just have this brass rod here, you can see I can go through them. If I come in from the side with my hand, you see I get some reflections, I will disturb it more. So I will interfere.
Is there anything particularly special about the sound waves themselves, or is it more the way they're interacting that is really essential for producing the effect?
It is the way they're interacting and the particular frequency. So both of these devices operate at 22 kilohertz, and so that's just on the edge of human hearing. So you might hear it come in and out, okay, especially if I turn it up to the higher power.
Now,
I love that.
Isn't it incredible? Cool. Now, I'll tell you why I picked this story. Is because two things. Because I've always been fascinated how the pyramids have always been built. And I really, truly believe that there was some sort of technology. Nobody lifted those things on their back and rolled them down some hill and up there and then stacked them up like that. It's just, they would still be doing it today if they tried to do that. So there had to be some type of higher technology. And we are on the verge of all this higher technology. Now, think about this. If, in fact, we're publicizing this now, what do they really have? What do they really have that they're not telling us? The stuff that they keep secret. Katie, what do you think?
I love this. I love this stuff. I agree with you, Chris. I think we're rediscovering ancient technology. I think, what is that? It's like the Stonehenge in the United States, and the guy had that secret box, and then he died. And I think he probably discovered this technology
The castle.
again. That's it. And I also think it has to do with ley lines and maybe even potentially how some of these craft, use our sound that we naturally produce in the earth to. I mean, I don't know. I just know it's important.
Well, we're proving the theory.
It's important.
It's not theory anymore.
Right.
I mean,
we can do it.
We can do it now.
Yep.
So we've taken theories.
I can't do it though.
Science fiction.
Keep trying.
Science
Practice.
Yeah, go ahead. This I want to see.
For a second.
Okay.
Anyway, Amanda started the video with her mind. I like that. Tara.
All right. So, anyways, that's the news for the week.
Yeah.
I like that news. Good news, Chris.
Yep. Awesome.
All right. I think we don't have Bob this week. Bob is on vacation.
No, Bob is doing a little time with the family, but he will be back next week with some.
I'm glad you said with the family, because I thought you were going to say Bob's doing a little time.
Yeah.
What did he do?
Holiday time.
Well, he'll make parole here soon. So.
All right, so I will go right into case of the week then, which was actually 2 cases of the week. So this is case 127249 and case 127248. They both started out as category 1s. One moved to a category 3, and the other one, I believe, is a category 2. Both occurred on December 8th, 2022, so very recent. Here's where the difference is. One was at 10 p.m. I believe the other one was 6, so a little bit earlier. One was in Cornelia, Georgia, and the other one was in Gainesville, Georgia. So same state. Kind of similar cases. Case 1, the witness says that he saw 2 orb-like stars that came upon him as he looked up, and when he was talking to a higher being. They showed up, and he knows for a fact that they showed up and moved in a fashion that was realistic. So kind of an interesting testimony there from the witness. Case number 2, he said, on the evening on December 8th at 6:13 p.m., there's the time, I noticed a dark cloud that appeared to be in a triangle shape. At this point, I took a picture of it and noticed immediately that an object appeared within the cloud. Both cases were closed as unknown UAVs. So Amanda, if you want to roll the video from the first case, and then there's photos from the second case. So we'll just roll the video. What do you think?
Well, I would ask him a couple of questions first. First question I'd ask him is how he was holding the camera. Because the thing is moving at incredible speeds, back, forth, up, down, left.
Yeah, I think that's the movement of the camera.
So I wanted to see if that's the movement of the camera and what kind of camera he has. That would be the first couple of things. But it is an intriguing photo. I mean, it's certainly not acting like a Chinese lantern. It's not acting like a drone. So I would want to look into that, and I'd love to find out if this camera was still, what the speed of that was, because that thing was moving. You know,
What do you
if it
think?
wasn't the camera.
Yeah, I think it was a camera, but because I zoomed it in, so it was a better impact for our viewers. Because when the original video, you could see the treetops and it was zoomed out. And what's interesting is I don't think it's planetary. And I like you, I don't think it's Chinese lanterns because you would see them move through the wind. And they watched it for quite some time, which is also interesting. And I'm not sure how they exited. But you could see the distance with the treetops in the original footage. What do you think, Tara?
Well, it looked like there were two lights and
Yeah,
they
there
were
were two.
doing
Yeah.
the exact same things, like
Yeah.
kind of movement and luminosity as well. And it's hard to tell. And I think if they could, do some image stabilizing on that film, it might help a lot. So.
Do we know if that one light, the smaller one off to the right side, is a reflection?
It looks like it is, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the other good point, Chris. The sun is.
Thank you very much. I have one too.
You're such a good investigator. But the sun, in the original video, you could see the sun setting. So, and I know you could see a green reflection from the camera. So, yeah, more work needs to be done, but still an intriguing case, and also intriguing that there was that second case that came in same day around the same time within hours. So Amanda, if you could show the pictures of the second case. This is the original picture. It's hard to see what we're looking at, so I cropped it. And I'm not actually even sure if it's the light on the top or the two on the bottom. So I'm thinking it's the two on the bottom based on what the report said. So I zoomed it in even more. These two little anomalies right there. That's the photographs from the second case. So pretty interesting.
It almost looks like that was a box or something.
I was thinking a triangle.
Some kind of structure there. It looks like square in the top right edges.
Yeah, it was reported as a triangle. So, yeah, that's case of the week out of Georgia.
Very cool.
That's good. Did we ever figure out that one in the top? Was that a planet, maybe?
Possibly. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know if that was part of the report or not. I don't think so. I think they were talking about the two on the bottom. But anyway, both interesting cases.
Great cases, Katie.
Thanks. All right. I think now would be a good time to bring in our special guest, Richard Beckwith. He has been with MUFON for more than 15 years and presently serves as a state director for Wyoming, and he also serves on the board of directors. He has been a practicing attorney for more than 28 years and possesses a Juris Doctorate from the University of Wyoming College of Law and a Bachelor of Science degree in molecular biology from the University of Wyoming. He wrote for the Land and Water Law Review and published his first novel in 2016. He presently serves as the city attorney for the city of Rock Springs, Wyoming. Please welcome to the show, Richard Beckwith. Hi, Richard.
Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm great. So glad to have you on the show.
I'm happy to be here.
Now, we met in Denver, if my memory serves me right.
Actually, I think we may have met in Newport Beach, and I was playing a little joke on you because introductions were going around, and I shook your hand and said something like, "Hi, my name's Bob Nelson" or something. Just you kind of gave me this look like, I don't think that's your name.
That's funny. You think I'd remember that? Anyway, but we really didn't get a chance to talk too much one-on-one there in Denver, and I really, I kind of wanted to just start out asking you how you got involved in the topic of ufology in general. I think that's a really good place to start.
Well, like a lot of folks, my interest in ufology started when I was a kid, and I actually had a paranormal experience when I was about 7 years old, and I don't know if that's an appropriate topic necessarily to talk about on this particular program, but I had what I call a paranormal experience when I was a little kid, and so I knew from a really early age that the world was different. There were different aspects to the world that most of us weren't aware of. And so when I got a little bit older and my dad told me about this flying saucer that crashed in the desert, in the Southwest desert, and they found alien bodies on board. And I was maybe about 11 or 12 years old at the time. And he had also told me that we were from the planet Clytopia, and that he was on a spaceship that crashed in the Great Salt Lake, and that if he glowed at night, and if I saw him glowing, that he would have to kill me. So that's why I had to go to bed on time.
Oh no!
So,
It's an interesting children's story.
So your dad, your dad had a sense of humor.
Right.
We know where you got yours from.
That's true.
Mhm.
And so I started really. I thought to myself, well, this can't be true. So like a lot of kids did back then, I went to the library and I read all the books I could find on the subject, and I found out, well, wow, this is really true, and that this thing really did happen, and this phenomenon known as UFOs or whatever is real, and I got a taste for it early on in life.
Well, I actually, I know this is a move on show, but inevitably we do talk about the paranormal and the connections. A lot of the listeners and people know that I, had experiences very much like Skinwalker Ranch on a ranch in Colorado, and all of that paranormal stuff is connected. So if you can elaborate on what your paranormal experiences was, that would be fantastic. If you're comfortable sharing.
Sure, no, I'd be more than happy to. I'm not ashamed of it.
Oh, good. And you shouldn't be.
Right.
That's why we're all here.
So it was I think right around the death of my grandfather. I was about 7 years old, and he died at a fairly young age. I think he was 54. And so we were living in a house in Cheyenne, and my bedroom that I shared with my sister was in the top of this house. It was in I guess what you would call the attic. It was a smaller house in an older house in Cheyenne. And my bed was parallel to a hallway. And if I turned around on my bed, I could look down the hallway and see to the other end of the house. And there was a window down there, and there was you could see a little bit of light, maybe sometimes from the moon, all depending on where the moon was at or whatever. And I think there was a street light nearby, but nonetheless, I was laying in my bed, and all of a sudden, just out of a dead sleep, I was awakened by what I can only describe as two hands on my arm. So I was laying on my left side, and this thing, whatever it was, grabbed my arm, and I immediately woke up. This was not a sleep paralysis experience because I could move. I mean, I knew that someone had touched me, and I thought, whoa, my gosh, and I don't know what it was, but it was something about the nature of the touch that told me this was something unusual. And so I remember staring at the wall, saying to myself, just look, it's got to be somebody, I'm trying, and this is a 7-year-old boy trying to rationalize this. And so whatever it was let go, and then I heard these, I guess, footsteps on the floor next to me, and then they moved slowly down this hallway, and it sounded like someone was walking away. So when this sound got about what I judged to be about halfway down the hallway, I turned around in my bed really quick, and I looked down the hallway to see if I could tell who it was. It was also really very dark, and what I saw was all I could describe as a pillar of mist, which was about the size of a human being, a person. And this pillar of mist was moving along with the footsteps, or the sound of the floor creaking, because as I said, it was an older house, and so the floorboards had a tendency to make a sound as when you were walking on them. Any person that walked on them would tell that. But I saw this thing go to the end of the hallway, and then it got to the end of the hallway, and it turned to my right to go down the stairs. And as it did that, all of a sudden I got a burst of courage and I jumped up out of the bed. I ran down to the end of the hallway, and I was yelling, "Who are you? What are you?" And I got down to the end of the hallway, and I saw this thing down at the bottom of the stairs kind of go off and go into the living room. And as I did that, my grandmother came out of her room, which was right next to the stairway, and said, "What are you doing?" And I had, well, I was just on this thing. It was, 7 years old, and that got poo-pooed for a number of years, until at a family reunion some years later, my grandmother also confirmed that she had seen this apparition, who she believed, and I believe may have been my grandfather. So I just want to say something about that particular kind of an experience. I think that we have a tendency to look at this ghost phenomenon as though we're talking maybe or communicating with people who have passed on, and I think that's, I think we may be jumping to conclusions.
I agree with that, Rich.
Yeah, I think it's easy to ascribe that to people who have passed on, but I try to take a more pragmatic approach to that, and say to myself, well, until I see more information, I think it may have been my grandfather, possibly, but I'm open to the possibility that it could have been something else entirely, maybe even a different kind of entity, an interdimensional kind of entity, which of course ghosts may be, but if there are such a thing.
Can I just jump in here for a second, guys? Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right, Rich. I've heard some fascinating stories that match yours, and a couple of things there. I just got to ask you, after that encounter that you had, do you think maybe you were abducted?
No, I don't feel that I've ever been abducted. Maybe I have been, but I would be a liar to say that I think I've been abducted, or even have an inclination to believe that I may have been abducted. But that particular experience did tell me early on in life, that there is an aspect to life that isn't generally acknowledged, that we all sort of don't talk about it. And UFOs to a certain extent are sort of a part of that. It's a part of life, these paranormal type experiences. Right. Of course, I don't view UFOs or UAPs as paranormal. I mean, they're just simply normal things with various explanations.
The only reason I say that is because I've had abduction cases where a mist is there, that a person has felt, fingers holding them down, or pressure on their hands, like somebody is holding, exactly how you explained. The only thing that I don't ever recall are the footsteps, but the mist is one of those classic things that we see sometimes in abductions.
Yes.
That move. And we also know that as a child, sometimes entities come in and they put a screen memory of something that you may not be as frightful of. Perhaps, and this is a theory that some people actually have that I've talked to in MUFON, that sometimes what you perceive as a ghost may actually just be a screen memory of an alien, so you don't see their actual faces. Because remember, aliens come in as owls, deers, rabbits, and as a child, they sometimes say, "Well, a pirate came into my room," or this cartoon character came in my room, and it could be very much a screen memory that came in. What do you think about that, Rich?
Well, I'm certainly open to that possibility. I don't discount that possibility. I think that, because if I had an explanation, I would say, well, this is what it is, and I was simply inclined to believe that it may be my grandfather. He had recently passed. I didn't get to see him in the hospital, and he passed. He and also he and I were very close. So he was like my best friend up until I was, my parents had gotten divorced when I was younger, and right around that time. And so he and I were very close, and he really kind of took me under his wing, and was very much and then he died at 54 when I was 7. So it was very devastating to me. And so it was within a close proximity to that particular event, which made me believe that perhaps that had something to do with it. But I may be completely incorrect about that. As I said, I think that we sort of make these assumptions, and all I can say is what I saw, what I experienced, and beyond that, I have no explanation for it.
It's just fascinating. Richard, I read your Matter from Thought paper about consciousness, and I am so inspired by that, and it has just given me so much to think about. And thinking about the mist, and it could be your grandfather, there's so many possibilities. But one of the last things about that paper that you talked about was the most important thing of true value is love. And I'm wondering, does it talks about consciousness. When does it end? Does it end? And could that have been a consciousness? Did you feel any love? And can you just talk about that, and maybe emotions involved with consciousness as well?
Mm-hmm. Well, I can't say that I felt love from this entity. I don't know. I was only fearful. And I can say that the actions that it took you could interpret them as loving, because this entity had its hands on me. It actually came and touched me, and it didn't, attempt to, tear my head off or pull my arms off. It just very gently touched me for a little while and then walked away. And so, it certainly had a love, but I didn't feel any emotions at that time, other than just, I mean, honestly, it was probably one of the most frightening and fearful experiences of my life. It scared me to death. I still get scared. I still feel that original fear that I felt when I did that. But as to the things I discuss in that paper, when I say that, love is the currency of consciousness, I think is how I refer to it. And in other words, in this particular incarnation, currency, we think of currency as, you buy things with money. You have a credit card and you pay that off with money that you put in the bank, which you purportedly earn at a job, and you have, what currency is. Well, there isn't any of that in a perpetual state. There is no physicality. And so the only thing that exists, the only way that you have to transact with others or to engage in transactions with others, is through the transmission and receipt of emotion. And I say love because it is my opinion, based upon these things that I've looked into over the period of my life, that love is in fact what is at the center of everything. That love, and I guess you could look at it like God, but I guess I don't view it in that same sort of a way. But love is in fact the currency of consciousness. Emotion is the currency of consciousness. It's the only way that eternal entities, conscious entities, have the ability to, interact with each other, and that of course presumes that that's the case, that we don't all just simply snuff out when our bodies end, and we're not just the product of chemistry and biology.
So the Beatles had it right. All we need is love.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think consciousness is at the center of everything. I think Max Planck said that.
Yeah, let me ask you this then: if love is a way to connect with consciousness and perhaps other beings from other worlds, other places, do you believe that? Because obviously there are those that maybe don't have our best interests at heart, or aren't so loving, that are fearful. Do you think that scenario of love versus evil, or good versus bad, is that part of what's going on here?
I think that is a concept. It's a social construct. Good versus evil. What you and I view as good and evil may not be necessarily good or evil in the context of another culture.
True.
And so, when you say good or evil, I struggle to understand precisely.
I guess I mean hate. Hate, or malicious intent is what I mean by evil. Like, you can be loving and caring and give out positivity, but you can also spew out hate towards people and just anger.
Yeah.
That's what I mean by that, I guess. That's what
Yeah, I think that it is important to treat others with complete and utter respect, to try to exude love as much as possible, because it is actually it's actually a part of consciousness. There's a I'm gonna get off into another area here, but
That's okay.
We're good.
We're all good.
Yeah, go for it.
We all need to
Okay,
hear
well,
this.
I haven't heard a lot of discussion in MUFON about. There's a couple of there's some cases that took place in Italy in the 50s, 60s, called the friendship cases. Have you guys heard about those?
No.
Okay, you need to look into this. Okay, there's an author out there. His name is Stefano Breccia, and he wrote a couple of books, Mass Contact, and another. Anyway, they are basically chronicles of a series of contactee cases that took place in the 50s and some mass contact cases that took place in Europe, and in particular in and near Pescara, Italy, in the 50s and 60s. And basically it was I guess you would call them a human race of aliens that were, for all intents and purposes, identical to us, except for they ranged in height. Some of them were very tall, some of them were very short, and they were possessed of these really incredible technologies. And they had an entity that they called Reda. And Reda was essentially, it was a real entity that was fed by love. They actually, and there was actually some of their technologies, even according to Stefano Breccia and the other people that were involved in the friendship cases, said that their technology, some of their technologies were actually controlled by love. Some of their defensive weapons were controlled by their the energy that they derived from feeding this entity called Reda. But there was also an opposite entity that was fed by bad feelings and mistrust, and that they refer to that entity. And it's really strange that they would assign real entities to these things, but they called that entity Ureda. And so, again, I'm not saying that these things are true. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
but
Interesting.
It's awesome, Richard.
Yeah.
But I think that, but the implication is, and when you read these books, that entities from other places, not necessarily other planets, but maybe other dimensions, if you will, other universes, are possessed of incredible technologies that far surpass even our understanding. Like, for example, they just in talking about these particular entities, they could build a base on the Earth simply by activating a mechanism, and this mechanism would simply open up a space in whatever location they wanted it to, and it would end up compressing the walls, which were essentially made of rock and so forth, and soil around it, and make it into a really super strong material. And their bases could be as big as they wanted, and without one small piece of machinery. They don't need to take tractors and all these things. They can just simply say, okay, I want to put the base here. How big do we want it? And they I guess, using a computer, or for lack of a better understanding, they're able to prescribe the dimensions of the base, the location that they want, or the space, I guess, if you will, and then they can simply teleport whatever they want into these bases. They can be underground. Some of them were hundreds of meters tall, and some of them, even according to the author, he's actually a very well-known and respected engineer in Italy, said that there were sometimes even weather inside of these bases, but they were essentially occupied by these humans that they called the Friends, and they were there battling with the contraries, which I think may be the Greys. They called, which were what we sort of look. I guess you could analogize them to the Ferengi in Star Trek. Meant only for their whole thing is, material gain and the acquisition of material wealth and knowledge. So that's a very interesting way to look at things, but that's one of the cases, I think, or at least one of the string of cases that I think should be paid more interest to, because I think that Lou Elizondo is aware of this, and I think that there are a lot of people, especially those that have been briefed by the Italians and those that were involved in the study of the friendship cases are aware of this, that they're actually, like when you see UFOs purportedly go, they'll go in and out of a mountain. Now, I don't know if you've seen UFOs like that, or in and out of a volcano.
Yes.
Well, the explanation for that is that their technology allows them to simply, when they go in and out of these locations, to simply open up a space. Their bases have no entrances. They don't have any entrances with a door with a little secret button that says, or a little rock that you push and you go in. They open up an entrance or an exit when they need it, using the same technology that they use to construct the base, only on a smaller scale, so they can exit and enter places just simply using this technology. And when they want to abandon a base or not use an entrance or an exit anymore, even if it's just spontaneously, they just flip a little switch, if you will, and the entrance way goes away, the base goes away, the walls close in, and they return to their natural state without a lot of rumbling and so forth, as we would imagine,
Right.
using the technologies that we would use.
Maybe it's the love frequency. Maybe it's the love vibration, just like Chris's new story. Maybe that's what they're using. I'm being serious, because that's the highest form of vibration and frequency. Maybe that's what they're doing.
It's possible. I don't know, but that's one of the things that I think, again, that I think Lou and some of those folks may be aware of the presence of these beings, at least if they were briefed, and I believe they were, by the Italians, who have a long history of studying these particular line of cases.
Richard, I am absolutely fascinated with this, and I'm going to be delving into this as soon as this program's over with.
Oh yeah, well there's a couple of look at that book from Stefano Breccia in particular. It's called Mass Contact, and it's BRECCIA.
The thing that I'm curious about is why these entities would want to pick such a primitive place. I mean, because in the world today, there isn't a whole lot of love going around. We got wars going on, we got mass shootings, we got all kinds of things. And I'm just wondering, it'd be fabulous, but if I was one of those entities, I'd go, hey, Harry, how we pick this place? These guys are crazy. You know what I mean? I mean, think of how we are as a being. We have a conscience. We have this ability to know what's right and wrong, but yet we choose, like you say, this hate and this warlike attitude instead of going in a direction that we know is a better direction. That love direction is much better, but we never take it. We don't take it.
Well, I think that you need to look at human history and see how far we have in fact come throughout the course of we're killing fewer people now than we ever have in human history. Even though we have these weapons of mass destruction and so forth, generally speaking, the quality of life for the average human being on the planet has increased tremendously. I think that we're headed for a very bright future, and I understand your skepticism, but at the same time, I think that we have to start looking at things in terms of millennia, hundreds of millennia, and evolutionarily. And so I think that evolutionarily speaking, and certainly culturally speaking, human beings are in fact getting a little bit better. We are getting better. We're learning to communicate with one another. We're learning how to respect one another. And I realize, and I got, now you guys are going to get me off on something else here. but the cultural differences that we see right now, not only in our own country, but globally, are really reflections of every individual's ego. There's always that part of every one of us that has a fear of the other. Every human being on this planet fears the other.
Exactly.
But not every human being on the planet succumbs to that fear. The other part of that is every human being on the planet is basically good. We do love our fellow human beings, and And that part of us also is reflected in the culture, because those individuals, don't succumb to the fear, and they would rather trust. And so what I would say is that if we ever hope to survive as a species, we must learn how to trust. We have to learn how to trust the other rather than to fear the other, rather than to succumb to that fear. And what better scenario to do it in than within the context of meeting or conversing with, interacting possibly with someone who came from another place, who maybe has gone through all of this before themselves. But I think that until we can, and this is, I guess I'm getting into kind of a Baha'i faith kind of thing. I'm not a member of the Baha'i faith, but I do think that this really does hold true. And that is until every human being on the planet can look at every other person on the planet as though they are a member of their immediate family and love those people that you don't even know, truly love even your enemies more than you love yourself, then we're doomed.
Yeah, that's true. We are coming up on a break, and that's one of my little tips when you get flustered in traffic. I always just say to myself, what if that was my son or daughter learning how to drive? And I would want people to be like a little, give them some space, give them some patience. Like, okay, they're just learning how to drive. So I try to practice that in traffic when I find myself getting, we need to slow down and love each other. But it is time for a break. When we come back, more with Richard Beckwith. We'll see you on the other side.
Hey members, the new KGRA DB app is now available on iOS and Android devices. Gain on-demand access to any KGRA DB programming. Download any show directly to your mobile device to listen or watch on the go. Go to the App Store and search KGRA DB.
MUFON is the voice of thousands of like-minded people who want to see change. We speak up against UFO secrecy. We engage governments and agencies around the world on the topic. We share information with the public through our journal, website, newsletter, social media, and even our own TV channel. When you join MUFON, you add your voice to the cause. Few things are more important in our time than understanding the UFO question. Join MUFON. Find your friends.
Hi, I'm Austin Butler from Baz Luhrmann's new film, Elvis.
Tomorrow, all of America will be talking about Elvis Presley.
As a blood donor himself, we're encouraging you to give blood this summer. Please visit redcrossblood.org/Elvis movie today to learn more.
You're listening to the KGRA Digital Broadcasting Network. We provide unparalleled coverage of trending news in the world of ufology, cryptozoology, and paranormal phenomenon. Whether you're watching our video live stream or listening to one of our audio programs, you are getting the best from world-renowned researchers and hosts, guiding you through topics the mainstream won't touch. Miss one of your favorite programs? No problem. Head over to the members area at kgradb.com for access to our massive library of award-winning content. Make contact, stay connected. Only at kgradb.com.
All right. Welcome back. All right. So along these lines of what we were talking about before the break, a lot of people speculate that perhaps, because a lot of people ask me, well, if ETs exist and aliens are real, why don't they just come out and say hello and land on the White House lawn? And perhaps maybe they're waiting for us to evolve to exactly what Richard was talking about. Do you think that could be a possibility?
Are you asking me?
I am asking you. Good. Phew. Our special guest.
Not asking me, Richard. I can tell you that.
Well, I think that there are a number of things going on here, and I think that it's difficult to ascribe, in my opinion, after doing this for a really long time, to ascribe the phenomenon simply to beings coming here from another planet. I think it's much more. I'm starting to think like Jacques Vallée.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's much more complex, elegant, and deep, perhaps, than that.
Oh.
I think that if you listen to Lou Elizondo and some of the things that he said recently, and I want to say that I have a tremendous amount of respect for Lou. I think that he, in my book, he's a hero. He gave up everything to let all of us know that there's something to this phenomenon. But nonetheless, I think that there's more than one explanation for it, and and I don't want to say it may be, or just say that it may be interdimensional. It may, the universe that we live in may be a matrix, like they're saying, but it may be, we think of, God and heaven, and we think in terms of that, mostly because that's the way we've sort of been brought up, with our sort of religious convictions. We have an idea about how the world works, and then we get into UFOs. And when I got into this, my idea was, well, yeah, there are these little guys coming in these little spaceships, and they come and they land and they go out there and they take soil samples, and every once in a while they take one of us and they stick needles on us, and they have motherships and all that stuff. And I think that's a really simplistic way to look at it. I think that, and that's not to say that, Katie, you're looking at it in a simplistic way. I'm just saying that there is so much more to the phenomenon, and it goes to the nature of consciousness. And if you listen to Lou Elizondo, he's been very sobering in some of the things that he said. And I think one of the things that he said actually was that if you learn the truth about this subject, that it's going to be very sobering for people. And I think one of the reasons is because Lou and some of these other folks know a lot more than what they're telling us, what they're saying publicly about the phenomenon. And I think, and I had a discussion with Chris about this the other day, I think that the really sobering part to all of this is that we're going to learn that somewhere along the line, we have been, in fact, perhaps genetically manipulated, that we're maybe not an experiment, so to speak. Maybe it's something much greater than that, something that we don't necessarily understand or comprehend, but our genes have been manipulated, and these beings may have something to do with that. That's got to be a very scary thought for all of us. Yeah. To think, because this certainly flies in the face of the notion that we're all children of God, and we're gonna, one day we'll be raptured when Christ returns, or what, and in my opinion, and I don't want to offend anyone, that's all just dogma. It's not the way things really are. And our existence as human beings on this planet is so much more complex than simply having. I mean, certainly I think we evolved from lower forms of life, but I think there's a real possibility, and I think even Watson and Crick, the folks that, or at least Dr. Watson believed that we may have been manipulated, that DNA maybe, was manipulated over a period of time. There are various periods in our history where we sort of jump ahead.
Could we start it from a petri dish, Rich?
Well, maybe in some alien petri dish somewhere. But my degree's in molecular biology, and the thought and I got into the field when it was relatively young, back in the mid 80s. And so back then the idea was that DNA itself evolved on Earth, that somehow, and I think they called it the primordial soup theory, where a bunch of amino acids were boiling in a primordial sea with all the volcanic activity, and the comets are hitting and all that stuff, and then somehow just spontaneously life arises out of that, and this DNA comes out of it. But I think that we've found now that all of the basic stuff of life exists out in the universe. It exists out there. And so what we're talking about amino acids that come in on comets, even short amino acid sequences, which, as we know, are the building blocks of proteins, and also basic DNA is being found on some of these comets. So I've subscribed now more to the notion of panspermia, but I also think that all these things are related somehow. That there is no time. The past, the present, and the future all exist in the same place. There is really no past or present or future when you're looking at things from a multi-dimensional perspective. I hate to get off in this weird esoteric sort of area here, but
go for it, man.
Well, I'm not. I feel compelled to say, well, I'm not just talking out of my rear end here.
Wow, I never thought that, so I can tell you.
Because I'm making a lot of claims.
It is very interesting.
I'm making a lot of claims here, but but one of the things that the people that I've worked with, for example, I've got this mentor. His name is Dr. Stanislav Ojak, and he's a friend of mine that I got to know many years ago, and I didn't realize when I first got to know Dr. Ojak that he was at there's Dr. Ojak is right to my left there. He's the older gentleman with the camera there, and he is a clinical psychologist. And over on the far right is Claude Swanson, who also is a dear friend of mine who just passed away recently. And next to me is Richard Dolan, who I believe had met either that day or within a couple of days of that. And he wouldn't know me from Adam, but I was just really happy to be in that picture because the two really close friends I have are Dr. Ojak and Dr. Swanson. Well, the reason that we're in this picture is that that day, Richard was talking about the experiments that were taking place at SRI that Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ were doing there, and he was doing those experiments with a rather famous remote viewer named Ingo Swann. Well, as it turns out, my friend Stanislav there was at SRI with Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ. I know that I can, because I confirmed it with actually with Hal Puthoff himself. They were very close friends, but Stanislav was a very close friend of Ingo Swann. And this is where the CIA's remote viewing program came from, was from these experiments that they were doing at SRI. And so Stanislav essentially became, and is still around today. He's a few years older than that. I think that was back in 2016 or 17. It was in Las Vegas. But Stanislav had spent many years at SRI and doing some, and I can't tell you too much about what he did. He didn't really share too much, or he didn't share any classified information with me, but I know that one of the things that Stanislav did that he confirmed to me was, and I believe this was for the CIA, and please don't kill me over this. If anybody says,
please don't kill us for listening.
I can't guarantee what those guys are going to do.
But part of what he did was to seek out, identify, and cultivate psychically gifted children. He was very good with children, and I know that there were some folks that came out of that program that were able to do some pretty fantastic things. One of them I know myself, and I was able to witness some things, them do some things that I guess along the lines of what you would call telekinesis. But nonetheless, this was my mentor, or has been my mentor now for many years, and I got to know Dr. Swanson, and Claude was on. He's been on Coast to Coast and a bunch of other things, but he wrote several books. He has a website called The Synchronized Universe, synchronizeduniverse.com, and he wrote The Synchronized Universe, Life Force, The Scientific Basis, and the Science of the Soul, the Afterlife, and the Shift. And he was an experimental physicist at MIT, and he started doing these experiments and traveling all over the world as well, and getting some idea about consciousness and about how it affected the actual physical world. And so he went to the Far East and started studying the Qi and so forth, which is I guess you could call it the Chinese version of the Force. And the Force is real, by the way. I mean, it's something that some of these Qigong masters have been able to do fantastic things with this power that they refer to as the Qi, which is essentially just that. It's like the Force. With the Force, I guess, or with the Qi, you can manipulate matter and so forth, but all has to do with the interaction of consciousness and matter. And these Qi masters have somehow found the ability to, and if you train long enough, purportedly you can learn how to do some of the many weird things that these guys do, like levitate and affect people across the room, knock them down without actually touching them, and things like that. But Dr. Swanson studied those things a lot, and so Dr. Swanson and I spent quite a bit of time together, and Stanislav and I have spent quite a bit of time together. And a mutual friend of ours was Dr. Sprinkle.
Mm-hmm.
And so Dr. Sprinkle, as you may or may not know, Kate, you knew Leo.
Yep.
He was into this whole consciousness thing, and we actually, that picture that you're showing right now was taken. Stanislav and Leo were actually very close too. I don't know if Leo spoke much about him as he was nearing the end of his life, but he and Stanislav were very close. But this is at our first meeting of an organization, a short-lived organization called the Institute for Human Cosmic Interaction.
Mm-hmm.
And so we had this meeting in Laramie, an organizational meeting, I guess, and I kind of had a weird experience there. I guess you could call it, Barbara Lamb was there. And I guess they called it the Kundalini. I don't know what happened to me, but I did kind of have a weird experience there. But we formed this little organization. It was just like an invitation-only little group called the Institute for Human Cosmic Interaction. And there's our little group there. You can see actually Stan Romanek is back there. Stan and I are still close friends. I know he's had his issues, but I have my own thoughts about that as well. But anyway, that's the little group that we met in Laramie. We also met a few other times. We met in Phoenix, and we also met in Reno. I think there's a picture of us all in Reno, and there, when we're in Reno, there's a bunch of us there. Like standing next to me in the back there is Paul Rivera. He was actually Ingo Swann's protege. And then there's Ray Hernandez there, and Carol Druhl, and there's Barbara Lamb, and then there's let's see, in the middle there is Dr. Simeon Hine, and on the far right, well, and you can see there's a few of the folks in there too that Barbara brought her some of her folks that were in her hybrid book, and I had met those folks in Phoenix. Over on the far right is an engineer that I got to know. We got to be good friends. His name is Randy Kirkendall, and he was a control systems engineer that I got to know when I was working for Dr. Greer. He was one of the engineers on the Orion project that I worked on, and he was one of the control systems engineers. We had some electrical engineers and some other folks on that particular team. But as I started hanging out with these folks and starting reading more material, it became pretty apparent that consciousness really plays an intimate role in all of these things. We essentially create reality with consciousness, and this reality that we all live in right now, where it's a shared reality. And so I think one of the books or one of the things that we talked about early on was that article I wrote, and there are two. There's a guy in there that has come up with a theory called biocentrism, who his name is Dr. Adam Lanza, and it's sort of an extension, I guess, of this notion that consciousness creates the universe. But it's essentially what Dr. Lanza posits is that that the universe could not exist without biology. That biology is necessary because biology produces the conscious entities necessary to experience the universe. And I've reached the conclusion that that's what the purpose of life is. We're not. This isn't some kind of test. That we're not here. It may be perhaps a school, but I don't really subscribe to that notion either. Think about it this way. We're not separate from the universe, but we're not, we have a tendency to look at ourselves as though we're looking at the universe from the outside. We're observers of the universe. We're outside of it looking in, but nothing could be further from the truth. We are a part of the universe. We are the way in which the universe experiences itself. Conscious living entities like us all over the universe, all over all over the multiverse. We are the way in which the multiverse, the universe, experiences itself. And so that essential part of us that animates this body that surrounds this force, whatever it is, this body is just temporary, but that consciousness rejoins that pool. And these experiences that we have, they're all shared. We have, we go and you have this the near-death experience. Dr. Swanson, Claude was really interested in the near-death experiences, and they really are the way they really are interesting to look at, because they seem to provide a lot of information about what could possibly take place afterwards. And in these near-death experiences, you sort of end up having this life review, but you end up being able to go back and to any place in time, go forward to any place in time, and you end up sharing your experiences with others. You get to, not only do you in your life review get to feel and experience everything that you did during your life, but you also get to experience and feel everything that others felt as the result of the things that you did. That's sort of how we create our own hells.
Richard, let me get this. This is fascinating. I'll tell you. I had to stop you because I got this question I'm dying to ask you. So our body is nothing more than a vessel for a consciousness that never fades.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't die. It just moves to a greater plane. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, I think you could think of it as nothing more than a suit. It's a facade that we put on it. Really, all the world is a stage, and we are merely players. And so this persona that you assume in this particular place and time is merely temporary. We have a tendency to think of things in terms of, oh my God, my life is only 60, 70, 80 years, and then what happens afterwards? A lot of people think we just keel over and your body croaks and that's it, and there is nothing more. The worms eat you, and they crawl in and out, and they play pinochle on your snout,
and they spit it out.
Once they get to me, they're going to have a feast. I can tell you that.
But I don't subscribe to that anymore, because even if you cannot find the seat of consciousness. There is not a neurosurgeon on this planet or a physicist or an astrophysicist. There's not a scientist of any discipline on this planet that can explain consciousness. And there are some really good theories out there. I subscribe to the notion that consciousness is perhaps a field. And think of it this way. When you make a hologram, like a true hologram with a laser, and you embed a three-dimensional image inside of that hologram, and it's a solid piece of glass or maybe a flat piece of plastic with this hologram in it, If it's a true hologram, what you can do is you can take that solid piece of glass and smash it into 100 billion pieces, and then you can take a little pair of tweezers and look with a little pair of jeweler's glasses and look into that little piece, and the entire image is contained within the shard. Every shard.
Wow.
And so
cool.
that is the nature of reality. We do sort of live in this. I would encourage there, if you can get these books, they're out of print right now. That there's a couple of books out there that kind of set me off in this direction too. There's a book. The author's name is Michael Talbot, and he wrote 2 books. He's since passed on, and I think the books are out of print now. But he wrote one called Beyond the Quantum, and he wrote another book called The Holographic Universe. And what he did, I thought they were brilliant books, but what he did was he went and he took all these various experiments in physics that had been conducted over many years, and he had this theory, which was helped along by a number of scientists who had this same idea, that the universe is actually holographic in nature. And so you can sort of think of consciousness in that way, that that we are the little shards of that greater consciousness, that we are just the little broken pieces of that greater piece of glass that contains the entire image. And the purpose to life is merely to experience it, to not, and there is no judgment, I mean, and I know that sounds bad because I just, I mean, you think about guys like Hitler, but remember that during your life review, you have to go through everything you put people through when you were alive. So to that extent, we create our own hells in that sense. We create our own sort of dark place.
Yeah, I've heard that in near-death experiencers. But Richard, do you think that if reality is our own construct, would that explain like why you can be in a group of people and certain people will experience a UFO and others will not? Are we creating that reality? What do you think about that? I mean,
well, possibly. It could be simply a shared consciousness. Maybe only certain people in the group are meant to see those things. I don't know. I've never had that experience. I've never seen a UFO.
Interesting.
But like Stanton Friedman, I know that later in his life he did see one, and I was really happy for him. But I haven't ever seen one. But I am of the same opinion. I don't need to actually see one to know that the phenomenon is real.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I could tell you this: if they do come down and want to talk to people, I hope it's one of you rather than some of the other people. Holy crap! So I want to get back to Lou Elizondo for a second.
Yeah.
Disclosure, because everybody I get 100 questions a week. When are we going to get disclosure, Chris? When are they going to tell us the truth? What are they going to do? What is your opinion? Lou Elizondo, I think, has been giving us little bits. He has said to us, we can't give you the whole story at once because you will not be able to digest it. We got to give it to you in little bits in order to do that. And I think that was pretty smart, because I think what you're saying is this whole type of scenario, and we put it out there, people are going to panic in some respects. I hope they don't, and I truly wish that they wouldn't, but there will always be people that will panic with this and stuff. What is your opinion of disclosure? How do you think it will come?
Well, I think that it's coming right now. I sort of subscribe to the Richard Dolan version of disclosure, which is disclosure with a little d rather than disclosure with a big D. I think that eventually it will simply be a cultural understanding, and I think that that's what it's becoming, at least partially a cultural understanding, that we have objects operating in our atmosphere that exceed known flight technology envelopes. We know that. The next thing, though, the really tough part for people to swallow is going to be what comes next. And I think I mentioned a little bit earlier what I think may come next. And I think it's already floating around out there, but I believe that that they have said that, for example, the videos and the pictures that were taken, there were actually some recent efforts to get additional videos and pictures of those incidents released, because there were, and we were told this, the board was briefed on this back in 2017. We were told that there were high resolution photographs very near to the aircraft, and that there were things on board. That and I think that's I think that that's already maybe not common knowledge, but I think that's been mentioned, that there and that's one of the reasons I think that the Pentagon does not want to release the videos. They were actually able to keep those images secret, and I think that there's a reason for it.
What is your reason? What do you think?
Well, I do think that people will have a hard time swallowing it. I mean, folks like us who study the phenomenon and have an idea about what we're up against, maybe we don't even know the whole truth, and I don't think that we do. But even people like us may have a difficult time. What about people that have never paid this issue one thought, which is most of humanity?
Yeah,
most of the planet. And so
yeah.
and so here's what I think, that you cannot just simply wake up one day and tell the whole human race that we are being visited by entities from another world. And the reason that you can't do that is because if all of a sudden everyone on the whole planet simultaneously became aware of that, it would cause a complete restructuring of the ego of every person on the planet. And you have no way to predict the outcome of that. In other words, up until that day, we were the only species. And then when you tell them, no, you're not, there's 400 of them out there, and there's 9 of them coming this way, people will not handle it very well. And I see why they don't want to tell us, because I think that and imagine that coupled with the notion that maybe we are a product.
That's chilling. Yeah. That last line is chilling, Richard. May be true, and I have to agree with your theory about people not accepting it all at once like that. I think that's fascinating, and
you can't just tell everybody, Chris. You cannot just tell everybody.
No, I agree.
And because most people, I mean, we might be able to handle it. Some of the truth, we may, after learning all of the truth, if we ever do, we may not be able to handle it. But just your average human being, it's going to take some time. You're talking a complete shutdown of society, at least for some period of time. I mean, after learning all this, are you going to want to go and scoop poop at the horse corral? I don't know. You might want to stay in bed for a few days and drink vodka and hope the whole world doesn't blow up. I don't know. I personally would like to keep going to work, but I think that we sort of assume too much, and I think that we have to be really careful.
So Richard, sorry.
I just want to say this one thing, Richard. I absolutely agree with you, because when I was a detective, police officer, when people got like a sighting report or something about aliens or things of that nature, some people would actually go out with a rifle and a shotgun and threaten their neighbors and stuff, thinking that they were aliens. I mean, some of this stuff, and I still have some cops telling me that, we get calls, on some of this stuff where, they think the neighbor down the street is a reptilian or an alien or some, stuff like that all over.
Well,
that's kind of.
Go ahead, Katie.
It's funny now until you get a shotgun pointed at you.
It kind of leads into my other question. He can answer both at the same time. Because if you believe that the ETs and there might be a hybrid program, do you believe that different species of ETs manipulated different people's DNA? Could Chris have part reptilian and Terra part? I'm just wondering if that's a theory.
Well,
because Chris would be the reptilian.
I hate the water, so I don't think I'm reptilian. I'm certainly not a Nordic.
We need to give this some thought.
I'm a short little guy, so I could be the fattest gray in the universe. Who knows?
Oh no. No, but seriously, like, do you think that that's true?
Well, this is what I think. I think that our planet is the subject of interest of a number of different civilizations, a number of different entities operating on different levels of technology and consciousness. In other words, we are not just merely, we're not talking about a couple of different visitors from a couple of different places. And so some of them may have manipulated our genes. Some of them may be interested in our planet for completely different reasons. They all have different agendas. Yeah. I don't think that we can assume that we're just dealing with one or two kinds of folks. I think that we have to keep our minds open to the possibility. I mean, I'm not saying that I have any proof of this. I mean, I don't have any. I don't have any more proof of this. I do have some reason to believe that at least some of these civilizations on some level are communicating with us, and I mean, and I don't mean by I
need to think bigger. That's all. I just need to...
Right. I mean, I'm not. I'm talking about actual technological exchange, and I think that is taking place. It's my belief that is happening. At what level it's taking place, I don't know. What is being said, I don't know. But I do have some reason to believe, and so what that tells me is that at least to some of these civilizations, we're not just monkeys. Like there's this analogy I think that Richard Dolan uses on occasion where he says, you go to the Congo and there's a tribe of gorillas out in the middle of the forest. You don't go to the head gorilla as a human being and say, hey, we would like to establish diplomatic relations with your tribe. Because the difference between us clearly is so vast. And so having some idea that maybe we're communicating with some of these folks, and again, I don't know who they are, any of that sort of thing, tells me that maybe we're not necessarily just cattle to all of them. Right. But I think we also have to open our minds to the possibility that we are, and this is not just a possibility, but the likelihood that we're not the biggest kids on the block. We never were, and our planet has value beyond the fact that we're living on it.
Right.
Oh, that's beautiful. It makes me think about the shared consciousness again, because perhaps the shared consciousness, it's not just us here on Earth, it's with the universe. And that's what I find fascinating. And I'm wondering if you could talk about how you give advice beginning each day as a true skeptic and trying to filter out truths and non-truths about all of this. And just wondering if you can touch base on that.
Yeah, so you must have read the other little thing I wrote about the truth and where to find it.
Yes,
and I think in this day and age, it's more important than ever. A lot of us really subscribe to a lot of conspiracy theories, and the UFO field especially is rife with that kind of stuff. And although I have my sort of beliefs, there those about what the phenomenon represents and so forth. Those are really just subjective. A lot of what we think about the world as human beings is really just a matter of our subjective opinion. We really have a tendency as human beings to exclude information that differs or does not comport with the information that we are used to. And so we have a tendency sometimes to just simply ignore the truth because it's not what we believe. We have a really difficult time giving up these these sort of entrenched beliefs that we have. And so one of the things that one of the pieces of advice I give is to learn to let go of that. Learn to say, oh, I was wrong about that. Learn to realize that you as a human being have this tendency to exclude information that you disagree with, if you have this opinion about something, and only listen to information. It's called confirmation bias. It's very well known in research. This happens a lot with police officers. I'm also a prosecutor, and so this happens quite often with police officers and with a lot of witnesses. They sort of get this, it's a confirmation bias, or investigators. We have an idea about what it could be from the beginning. And so as we go through our investigation, we have a tendency to exclude that information that doesn't comport with our original idea of whatever it is we are investigating might be. And so when you're looking for the truth, there's this thing that intelligence agencies use. They call it mosaic theory. And in mosaic theory, the way that works is you just sort of withhold judgment until you get all of the pixels that you need from the picture that you're trying to create. So you may have a little piece of information here or a little piece of information here, but all those little pieces of information fit together in what the intelligence community refers to as a mosaic. And so that's why a lot of times, when you seek to get information from the intelligence community, they use national security interests as a reason to deny you the information. And although that little piece of information that you're seeking may on the surface appear to be innocuous and inconsequential, in the context of the mosaic theory, it may be that last little pixel that a foreign enemy may require in order to put all the final pieces together. And you have to think of that as sort of a little pixels on a TV screen, and that's how the intelligence community looks at it. But we, as individuals, can also use that technique. And so if you see something on a website somewhere that says, well, X, and this happened, and I'm not going to pick out any particular examples or make any sort of political statements or judgments, but if you see a website that says X, okay, well, quite often, if we're not all that bright, we might look at that and go, wow, X. But if you really want to use critical thinking, then you look at that and you say, well, is there anyone else saying X? What are the other sources of information that are saying X? Is it only coming from X? Or is it only coming from this source? And are they only saying X? Or are there other sources of information out there? And are they also saying that X is true? And then so you withhold judgment until you look at all the different places, and you don't just simply rely upon one source, regardless of whether you've learned to trust that source in the past or not. They may give you false information without intentionally doing so, but it's important to keep an open mind and realize that all of the beliefs that you hold, every belief really that you hold, is subject to change and should be subject to change based upon your being presented with new information. You have to overcome that tendency that you have as a human being to simply ignore the information that doesn't comport with your version of reality.
Good advice.
Great. I tell you, Richard, we got to have you back on the show. There's so much to go over. The Atacama humanoid.
Yeah.
Well, I've never heard of that. Can you tell me all about that?
Well, I was actually working for Dr. Gurr's Orion project at the time the Atacama humanoid came into his possession, and we had a lot of ideas at that time about what it might be, and it was not too long after that my involvement with the Orion project sort of ceased. I actually drafted the incorporation documents for the Sirius organization for Dr. Greer's Sirius Corporation. I think they were filed in Virginia. I couldn't file them because I don't practice there, but it came along around that time. I want to say around 2011 or 2012. I was just looking at my emails today and looking at the process of how that took place and the conclusions that they reached. Like you'll remember that Gary Nolan at Stanford University did some genetic work on the Atacama humanoid, and the talk all along was that this was it was either an alien or some kind of an alien hybrid. And I think if you look it up on Snopes, Snopes will say that the conclusion was reached that the Atacama humanoid, and I guess I need to go back to help explain it to you, Chris. The Atacama humanoid is a small humanoid creature of about 6 inches tall that was found in the Atacama Desert. Now, the manner in which the Atacama humanoid came into Dr. Greer's possession is somewhat of a convoluted story, but I can tell you that there are other specimens aside from this Atacama humanoid. But it's a 6-inch thing that was some people were saying was a fetus, but there was some work done on the skeleton, and there was a specialist that did some work on the skeleton, and he determined that this little 6-inch creature was actually about 6 years old and was actually walking around. It died from a blow to the side of its head. And this creature, for all intents and purposes, appears to be completely alien. It has sort of a large skull compared to the rest of the body, an elongated skull, sort of a weird, it has 10 ribs, which is unusual for a human. Now they did the DNA work on the mitochondrial DNA, and that's different than the genomic DNA that you get in your cells. So there was actually enough tissue on this creature to determine that it was in fact a real living thing. It wasn't something that somebody constructed in a lab somewhere, or that somebody made as a model or something like that. It was really made of flesh and blood. It had a genetic history. It was actually, according to the genes that were according to the genetic makeup, it was actually a female with genes that came from that region. But the thing that I'm still struggling with, and I don't want to say that this thing was a hybrid, because that a hybrid is, if you look at the definition of hybrid, it's the combination of two different living things, and it makes like a third thing, like a horse and a mule, and they make a donkey kind of a thing. And I think that we may be looking at this thing the wrong way. Is this a hybrid? Well, they say it's human, but here's the thing. They only looked at the mitochondrial DNA, and the mitochondrial DNA is inherited exclusively from the mother. We all have these things in our cells called mitochondria, and they're essentially the energy production engines of the cell, and they produce this substance called adenosine triphosphate, which is the fuel of the cell. And so these things, and these mitochondria may have at one time in evolution been another organism that perhaps became symbiotic with cells. But most cells, what they call eukaryotic cells, that is true cells that have a cell wall and a nucleus, as opposed to prokaryotic cells that don't have any of that sort of stuff. These nuclei and these true prokaryotic cells, they are possessed of two different kinds of DNA. So they've got mitochondrial DNA, and then in the nucleus they have the nuclear DNA, and that's the DNA that is derived by the Y or X chromosome contributed by your father, or by the one of the two X chromosomes contributed by your mother. And so essentially in the Atacama humanoid, the humanoid, or the DNA that was derived from the father, has never been examined. No one knows who or what the father was. Okay. Wow. So the nuclear DNA has not been sequenced, to my knowledge. If I'm wrong about that, please correct me if someone knows something different. But so we know from the mitochondrial DNA that this was a human female, and that this creature had a human mother. Can you imagine having a child this size at 6 years? I don't know what it was like around their house, but the nuclear DNA, that is the DNA that makes us, who we are. It prescribes our hair color, eye color, and how big we are, and all those things that we inherit from our parents. That has not been sequenced, and so we still don't have an idea of who the father of this particular creature was. Now, was it a hybrid? Clear. There you go, right there. The science, that Gary Nolan would say, well, it's human, but curiously, it's less human than a chimpanzee. So looking at the DNA and so forth. So is it human? Well, we certainly share a large amount of DNA in common with this creature. And so is it inherent in the earth? Is it indigenous to the earth? I think that's a possibility, and I'm going to toss another thing out here. But I think
tossing,
okay, all right.
Toss away.
I think that there is a real possibility that there is an indigenous population of these creatures living in the Atacama Desert, in caves, and in vast underground locations in the Atacama Desert, in the high Atacama Desert. And the reason I say that is because this is not the only specimen.
Well, then, could these be like fairies, Richard?
Well,
we call it fairies. I mean, they're small enough.
Well, I think you could certainly. I think you could certainly look back in history and say, well, the fairies might have been these tiny little creatures, and if you talk to Jacques Vallée, he'll say that that this phenomenon, that the UFO phenomenon, paranormal phenomenon, have evolved with us, so that back then fairies or angels or whatever are now aliens. I think, but I think in this particular case, and in these particular regions of the Atacama Desert, the indigenous population there says that they see UFOs coming and going all the time, and there are folks who have gone down into those caves and they've retrieved additional specimens other than this one, smaller, non-human specimens, living specimens that I think are still in the possession of the Chilean government.
Wait a minute, did you say living specimens?
I meant, recently living within the last 100 years. This little 6-inch creature had only been dead for about 100 years or 60 years. It was not an ancient thing. This thing had lived within the last 100 years, and that's why I say I think that there's a real possibility that there is an indigenous population of these kinds of creatures living in the deep Atacama Desert. And why there? Well, it's such a remote location. There is no food or water there. You can't grow anything there. And so if you wanted to stay far away from human beings, that would be a perfect place to do it, because the only way to get there aren't really any airports nearby. You have to, get a 4-wheel drive vehicle with plenty of spare tires and drive there. And of course you'd want to, but I do think that there's a real possibility. And are these aliens? I don't know. Do they represent another kind of human being, or what you might call an ultra terrestrial? I don't know.
I have so many visions going through my head right now of these little beings and these little crabs with the little. I mean, I don't mean to make light of it or joke, but just so many questions and so many thoughts. It's so interesting.
Well, I think if you look at that phenomenon, the little people phenomenon with these little creatures like that, you'll see that even in American history, there was one that was recently, well, I want to say within the last 50 years or so, that was discovered right here in Wyoming. One of these little people, and they according to legend, here in Wyoming, live in the caves and so forth.
Right.
And so, but I think at least in the Atacama Desert, I think that it would be possible for an indigenous population of whatever these things are to remain hidden for a really long time.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. Don't even get us started on the Giants. But since you're from Wyoming, and I know you knew Leo, and you lived in Cheyenne, the Francis Warren Air Force Base, and we only have 7 minutes left of the show. So Chris is right. We need to have you back on. But that was a massive sighting event. Do you know much about that case? And can you tell us a little bit about it if you do?
Well, I think that there's been more than one event over F.E. Warren Air Force Base, and I think what you're talking about is the one. Was it the one in 2008 or 2010 when they shut down?
This one was back in the late 50s, early 60s.
Oh, yeah. Wow, it's really weird that you should bring that up because I'm yeah, it was actually in 1965 or 66.
Yeah, that's it.
And man, it's really weird that you would bring that up because I say I've never seen a UFO, but I have this really, because we lived in Cheyenne at that time, and I have this really weird memory of seeing this large ring of lights. And I was in my dad's blue Oldsmobile, and my parents had broken up, and he had me waiting in the car for some reason, and I want to say that I might have seen that thing.
Oh,
but it was just such a long time ago, and I was such a little kid and knowing now about UFOs and about that incident, part of me says, well, maybe it's a false memory, But I am aware of that incident, and I know that. It scared a heck of a lot of people. And this UFO, to my understanding, was basically, a huge craft, with a ring of lights around it that appeared over the base. And this is like in 1965 or 66, I think, is when that happened. But since that time, there have been some incidents, and one in particular where I think Robert Hastings also investigated that case where the missiles were shut down. And the the explanation for it was that there was a circuit in a control panel that had gone bad, and so the response really is, well, so are you saying that you can shut down a whole missile field of 50 nuclear Minuteman missiles with a bad circuit? That didn't make a lot of sense. It seems that those systems are redundant, and so you can't just shut down one and then shut them all down. They have to be shut down simultaneously. So anyway, but as far as the 1965 incident and the 80s incident, or the 2008 or 2010 incident, I know a little bit about them, but I know that they scared a heck of a lot of people.
Right, and witnessed by so many credible witnesses there on the base. So I was just curious about that.
Yeah.
Rich, we don't have a lot of time left, but I want to ask you about the Pat McGuire hypnotic section. What do you think about that?
Well, that was a really weird experience too. So I had recently become a news director at the local radio station, and I was already really interested in UFOs. And so the first thing that I wanted to do was a week-long special on UFOs. And I had a nemesis at that time. His name was Roger Taylor, and he was an astronomer he was actually an English teacher, and he taught astronomy at the local college. And so he was always telling me how crazy I was and so forth. But I did this week-long special on UFOs, and the way and what I did was I traveled to Laramie, and I got to know Leo. And this was at the time when he was doing. It just so happened that he was putting on one of his contactee conferences at the time. So we went to that, and I think actually that I'm not sure if Dr. Greer was at that one, but so I started going to these contactee conferences. I recorded interviews with Leo and so forth, and then we met Pat McGuire, and Leo was so sweet. I mean, he didn't need to spend all this time with us, but and with me, and invite me so deeply into the world that he was in. But anyway, we were there at the counseling center at the University of Wyoming, and Pat McGuire was there, and we got to meet Pat McGuire. And then there was a psychic there by the name of Elaine Fortson. I'll never forget her because we had a little bit of an interaction when our little session was over. But we sat there and I think I actually recorded it. I've been looking all over for this tape, but this is like 1979 or 80. This is a long time ago. And so we had this regressive hypnosis session, and basically I was just a fly on the wall. I brought my best friend with me who was helping me carry some equipment and so forth. And so we actually witnessed this regressive hypnosis session with Pat McGuire, who, and Katie, you may at some point have to explain to these guys who Pat McGuire was, but he was essentially an abductee, one of the early abductees, and Leo was one of the early pioneers of regressive hypnosis to get to the bottom of these sorts of things. And Pat
And the
McGuire
McGuire Ranch was a big location with a lot of activity at McGuire Ranch. So
yeah, that's right. Yeah, we stayed out there with an
Yeah.
ABC film crew for about 4 days.
Right.
And and it was kind of neat because Leo was there, and then we were staying up late at night, and Pat was regaling us with, tales of, his abduction experiences out there on the ranch. They had a big well out there that he believed the ETs had told him to dig, and he put
Right.
they told him to put it in a place that all the geologists told him they were never going to find water, and he drilled this hole anyway, and he bought this big, like, old World War II tank and took the motor off of it and used that to pump, and everybody just thought he was nuts, and he ended up drilling into an offshoot of the Ogallala Aquifer.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We're down to the last minute and a half
Okay.
here, but oh my gosh, we need to have you back just to get into the McGuire Ranch, because that
Yeah.
is fascinating, that whole story. Richard,
Yeah.
it's been a pleasure having you on here. And we hope to see you. You'll probably be at the MUFON Symposium in Ohio. So I hope to see you there. You have anything
Yeah.
else going on in like 15 seconds? Like where else?
Well, no, just I think I would tell you that there are some really exciting things that are going to be happening with MUFON in the next few weeks, and just
Oh, that's
keep
true.
keep your ears to the ground.
That's true. That's true.
Great.
Big change is coming. All right. Well, thank you to Chris, Jerry, and Jenna. Thank you, Tara. Thank you to our producer, Amanda Curran. And thank you to Bill Skywatcher. Thank you to all our listeners out there. And I hope you have a fantastic week. Time to go have some hot tea, some soup, and some toast with butter. And we will see you next Tuesday. Have a good week, everybody. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Bye-bye.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
for being here. Bye.
Right.
I'm free. Well, not really. I still got to produce another show, but it's easy. But I'm free. Oh my gosh. All right, let me download that. And get the station ready for John B. Wells. And move on. Okay, that's done. Now we can start spreading the screens. I'm getting a stiff neck turning my head to all these monitors. For real. All right, I got to think about this. I need the station in the middle. And I got to drive Kendrick to work any minute. All right, let's see. I want to be able to see this in real time. So we could put these chats here. All right. I got to be able to see Rumble. Okay. So we are actually on Rumble, Twitch, Trovo, YouTube, and my Facebook. So we're streaming all over the place tonight. And we've seen quite a bit already. There's a lot of small ones, but it looks, I don't want to get too optimistic, but it looks like it's going to be good tonight. What's up, Ken? And what's up to everybody watching on all the platforms? And, of course, Justin, Fantasy, Kira, everybody that's in the YouTube chat. And I seen Gamer and Rat in Rumble. Michael and Ken is in Trovo. Not much going on in Twitch, and I cannot see Facebook. So if you're watching on Facebook, hello. So, at least the shows are done. Avi Loeb with Martin. And, oh, I got to send them a link. I told them after the show I would send the link. What's up, group? Just in case they want to just chill out and watch or even join. If they message me, I'll bring them on Skype. All right, let's get all these chats back up. I think tonight might be really good. Justin. Oh my gosh. And Isaac. I think tonight has the potential to be really good. Even with the moon later. I shut all my Christmas lights off. You don't even know what I had to go through. There's a lot of lights out there. Tomorrow I'll have fun putting all this back together with the timers. It's all good. Justin, it's all good. And what's up, Bernard? I don't want to jinx it because I don't even want to look at Windy to see the satellite imagery, but I'm assuming that tonight will be clear and this morning. Now, thankfully, I switched the meeting from today to from tomorrow. Thank gosh. So I freed up my day tomorrow because I'm going to be sleeping. Because if this is as good as it looks like potentially it will be, I'm staying up till 5 a.m. That's another 7 hours. How long have I been streaming now? Anyone? Amanda lost power from a snowstorm. Oh, yeah, we did that last night, Kira. Actually, I am running a show, but it's all time. I just look at the time, and I just go to commercial break. So, like, he goes... It's already set for the top of the hour. At the bottom of the hour, I got to set it up. Top of the hour, bottom. Then I got to set the station up for overnight. But that's easy. But at like 4 minutes to 12 my time, 11:56, I do got to hear it to end the show. It's John B. Wells' Caravan to Midnight. 4 hours already? And I had a little bit of a stomach issue. And that's why I had the soup. I really want coffee because I don't know if I'm going to make it. I don't know if I'm going to make it. I'm yawning. I'm like, oh my God. And Dusty, it's good to see you. I know that you're always out there working. You missed a little bit, Miss Riss. You did. But it's early. Oh, let me go. The good thing is I've got the motor mount on the camera. And I don't have to worry about going outside every 5 minutes. So that's a good thing. I don't have to run out of the... What's the temperature? 25 degrees. Yeah, you missed it all, Miss Riz. It's time to go to bed now. It's all done. I'm just kidding. Now, just so you know, some of us have known each other for close to a decade in here. Close to a decade. And it's like one big family. But you just got to, there's a sense of humor. It's not, don't take it personal. A lot of people here have a sense of humor. If a mole was here, then you'd have to worry. But he's in India right now. In that case, then I would say flag. But he's not here. Maybe he is. Maybe he's lurking. I don't know. I'm just saying. But in a few minutes, I'm going to drive someone to work, and then I'll be back literally in less than 10 minutes. I can't put music on. Oh, shit. There goes the file. So, unfortunately, I can't put music. Justin. I hope everybody has a great upcoming holiday. Happy New Year. But tonight's going to be quite a night. Like I said, I'm scared. I don't even want to look, but I have to. I want to see the satellite imagery. Because it happens all the time. You would think it's beautiful skies, and then like 2 o'clock in the morning when peak is really going to start going, it gets cloudy. Now, it's cold here. That means no fog. Good. Low humidity. Good. Because it's crispy, cool, cold. Not cool, cold out there. So that's good. All right, let's see. It's going down to like 17 degrees tonight. What the heck is this? Okay. Let's look at the satellite imagery. Clouds. It is. Okay. There's one. Please tell me that's not coming my way. All right. It's dissipating, but there is a thin band of clouds heading my way. It's dissipating. It's so cold. But there is a thin band of clouds coming my way. No joke. You can't see it. But it's there. And I can't see it either. Let me bring the other screen up. Oh my gosh. And it's going to appear, but it's there. You can't see it. See that gray line? See that gray line moving? It's the only clouds out there. That's it. It's a thin line, but it could be an issue for a little bit. 20 minutes. It's not going to kill the night. I shouldn't have looked. Oh my God, my phone's down to 15%. That's not good. Are you almost ready? Because I got a commercial coming soon. Okay. Let me just check the station. Are you ready?
Yeah, I need a couple cigarettes.
Come and take them, because I got to go to commercial in a few minutes. Well, not a few minutes, 20 minutes. Take a few there. My God, how many are you taking?
A lot, bro. So I'm not smoking weed.
Dude, I got 3 here. I'll be all right. I can always roll more.
I'll roll some right now. Let's do that.
No, you got to go to work.
Oh, yeah. No. Did I drop something? Oh, yeah.
You did drop one. All right, let's go so I can come right back. All right, I'm stepping away for a minute. I will be back. All right. Nah, no. Ready? Do not tell me to go to sleep later. Because Bill's not going to sleep till 5. If it stays active. Which it should. That was quick, right? What, did I fly? Did you ever get the feeling of a heat flash when something bad is about to happen? Like you get that flash of heat? Well, Justin, you jinxed it. I almost hit a deer. It's like, oh my God! I didn't hit the deer. Thank God. I wouldn't be here right now if I hit the deer. But, wow. I think you were talking about that the other night, about hitting a deer and totaling your Escalade. Well, there was one that just went, whoop! It's like, oh my God. That's why you got to be careful driving at night. I was thinking of you when it happened. I said, fucking Justin. Oh, man. Yeah, I already came back. He literally works walking distance. He walks home from work. So it's literally walking distance. It's right down the road, and as soon as I hit the main road that you hear on the microphone, it's a quick mart, like a big 7-Eleven kind of a deal. It's like 3 times the size of a 7-Eleven. And he works right in there. He's the manager. But it was the deer that got me. It's like, oh my God. No, we don't want to do that. Do you remember, Marco remembers, and Justin, you remember this. Remember when I was driving north and I almost hit the opossum and I almost had a heart attack? I actually heard something, but it wasn't there when I drove back. So it survived, I'm assuming. That freaked me out. Because I was live streaming it on camera, the drive. I was like, oh my God. Yeah, the deer up here, there's a lot of deer. There's a lot of everything. Coyotes. I got my mic low because of the show before. Testing. That's good enough. There's everything up here. And there's been more bear. So you just got to be careful when you're out there. Even when I'm doing the camera. You never know what type of animal could be lurking outside the door. Why do I have... Wait a minute. This is not... I got to look at what's going on in Rumble. Okay. Uh-oh. Let me just get everything back. So I can see all the chats. Twitch, step it up. Nothing in Twitch. Michael, I see you in and Ken were lurking in Trovo. The action's in YouTube. There's Mike. Yeah, they are. I mean, not for nothing. They are ugly. There's another one, little one on the bottom of the screen. I think tonight is going to be good. What's up, big dog? I think tonight is going to be pretty good. It has the making so far that it looks like it's going to be pretty good. We shall see. I'm definitely going to need coffee. And it ain't going to be decaf tonight. Wait, let me do this. I got to mute because if Marco's still here, I have a heart attack. Make an announcement.
What's the announcement?
Ma! Make me coffee. What happened? She's ignoring me. Tell Elizabeth to make me coffee.
Announcing.
Tell Elizabeth to make me coffee. Now let's see if Mom is just ignoring me. All right, Fantasy. Oh, let me mute to yell. Uh-oh, she did hear it. She's going to get rid of Alexa now. Please make me a cup. Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to what's up, Ben? Fantasy, go do what you got to do. Now's the time. Everybody go. It's going to be a long night. We still have about 6.5 hours if it goes.
Wait, I want to ask you a question.
Oh, no.
Who's been drinking coffee?
I had 1 cup.
Before?
Earlier, yeah.
Oh, now
Get the cup here.
it's low.
You're going to have to make more. It's going to be a long night. It's going to be a long night, Ma.
You better take care of yourself.
I am taking care of myself. That's why I need coffee. I can't sleep. We're doing a meteor shower. It's the biggest one of the year. No, this is more like Ralph Cramden and Alice. It's more like that. No, Momzilla makes the coffee. What? No, I want the hazelnut creamer. To believe me, I come prepared. I have Minnie's raspberry and cheese. Don't think that's it. Underneath the counter. What am I gonna slip out of here? Entenmann's. Gotta have the Entenmann's. I just need the coffee. Are you kidding? On a night like this, sugar and caffeine is the only way I'm gonna make it. Now that I'm not trying to say that it's good for me, but in this situation, I need to stay up till 5. I've been streaming for over 4 hours already. That means how many more hours more? 6.5? That's a total of like 11? Try sitting here for 11 hours. And dealing with Justin and Fantasy and all these whoever's in there. And we have the mole imposter who's not here, Kevin. Rascally Rabbit. That's a mole version 2. I'm just messing around. Oh my gosh. Oh my God, I better pay attention to the station. 8 minutes to break. But I think it's going to be a good night. And so far, we've seen quite a few. To be honest, we've seen quite a few. Oh my gosh. It's almost like the movie Goodfellas. Do you think I'm funny? That whole part with Pesci? It's like, that was a great part of that movie. Because I was like, oh, what's going to happen here? Let's see how long it takes for the coffee to arrive. I was putting a steam vac together during a show. Phone calls are coming in. Oh my gosh. It never stops. Actually, last night wasn't bad. It wasn't. Now, I could take that out of context, Elise. Was there a good shower last night? What do you mean? Oh, look at that one. We got to move the camera to the right. Oh, we got to move the camera to the right. That was a nice one. Yeah, we have to wait for the wee hours for Alexa. Alexa, can you fart?
I don't know what's wrong with him with me. I'm gonna lock him up. I lock him in the bathroom because, I mean, really, I can't go nowhere.
I think Alexa's ignoring me. She doesn't find it amusing anymore. It's poor. I told you about the weather. I told you. We might get 2 feet in the Hudson Valley next week. 2 feet. No, this isn't Buffalo where they got over 7 feet. No, that's lake effect. Here, 2 feet. This might be the year, the year of revenge for the snow. It's been a long time. This might be the year. What did I miss? A good shooter? Oh, the one in the tree. That's why I had to move it. Because it seems most of them go from left.
For Billy. Go to sleep.
What? She just said go to sleep. She's out of her mind. Oh, you're laughing. I can hear you laughing. I know. I told Justin to watch out for the isolated tornadoes down south. Eastern Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Alabama, all that whole region.
What? What you want? You're hungry? Bill.
Ma.
Did you hear
Yes, I did. We were laughing. Well, I was laughing.
Taquito, please leave me alone.
Oh, the coffee's good. Anyway.
Go to sleep, Tycho. Come on, Tycho. Go to sleep. Come on, with me.
Yeah, take him with you.
Come on, Tycho. Come on.
That's good.
Come on, Tycho. Let's go.
The only thing... Kira lives not far away from where I live. She's like 40 minutes away to my west. West-northwest. They're saying next Thursday, Friday, and Saturday we might get a 3-day storm. They're not sure yet, but there's a possibility of up to 2 feet of snow in this 3-day storm. Wow, Dusty. That's too close for comfort for a tornado. Oh my gosh. 72. Major Arctic outbreak coming to much of the U.S. before Christmas. But see, it's that warm air in front of it and that cold air coming down and that warmer air coming up from the Gulf or up the East Coast where that cold air hits and you get a bomb. Possibly a bomb cyclone, nor'easter. So they don't know yet. They're not sure exactly how it's going to play out because it's a week away. It's over a week away. But they're already starting to talk about it. So I'm keeping my eye on it. I mean, I would like a white Christmas, but that's overkill. That's going overboard. It'd be great for the kids, go snowmobile and sledding and all that stuff. But for me, I got to dig out. Even to get to the street. So yes, all of us in the Northeast, New England, keep an eye on your weather next week. There's going to be a little mini storm this weekend, Friday, but it's like 1 or 2 inches with ice. That's not the one. Don't think that's the one. It's next weekend, Christmas weekend. Christmas Eve, we might be buried. No, you can't eat this. You cannot eat this. Now, you can't see him, but he's right there. Right here. Oh my God, I gotta go to break. In 1 minute. Screen's gonna get real bright. Oh my God, that's bright. So yes, I'm concerned about this tree. So the radiant is the star. It's right above the right top corner of my video image. See that star like right at the top of the corner? That's the radiant area of the meteor shower. So the pattern has been mostly from left to right on the screen. You could see them going up, but usually left to right. All right, hold on, break. Break is now underway. Yeah, I saw that. Over 5 feet. But I'll worry about that then. Tonight's all about this. He hears this. And no matter where he is in the house, he can hear it and he comes running. See? See what I mean? Because I give him a lot of treats, but, you know, dog treats. This is not a dog treat. This is a Bill Sasquatch treat. And that's what they do. The Huskies will talk to you. Kind of. No. This is not for you. I gave you a treat before. What did you do with it? Yeah, put your demo in the garage. At least in the garage, it's safe from deer. And you. Justin. Oh my God, he's never going to learn. I could be so meanie. This is not for you. This is for Bill. It's a cheese, cherry, strawberry Danish. Not for you. He's too spoiled. That's the problem. He gets the treats. Yeah, he's going rah 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 rah. Don't be playing with me. No. You can play that sad stuff all you want. He's got bones and treats all over the place. But no, he hears this and busts my chops. This is no good for a dog. And he's right there. Let me stop teasing him. Then he'll never leave me alone. I told you. Next week might be tough. But let's not think about that right now. I had to mute because you made me almost choke, Justin. He's not going to leave me alone now. And I took him out already, so this is not about taking him outside. This is not. At least cats don't get this crazy, right? I better be careful because I'm sure they do. All right, I'm going to full screen view. I really want to start paying attention to what's going on the screen. So the angle is shifting. Somehow there's one, but it's still shifting. Do you see how we have to level? We have to level out the camera. And this is not going to be good. Because really it's going to be going now up in the corner like it just did. So I'm going to have to go outside and kind of twist the camera, which is not good. So right now I have to do something radical. I may be able to turn it. Oh my God, this is not going to be fun. But then again, I could just do this and cut it right there and get that same view. But they're just going to go in a different direction. But really, it's that direction. So now they should be going more toward the upper corner of the screen. What I want to do is flip it sideways so that Orion is lower, because the radiant is that star right there on the bottom left. That's the radiant point right there. So if we twisted it, it would be better. So, but I don't really know if I want to mess with my camera like that. What we do need to do is this. How is this going to go for the rest of the night? See how it's twisted? See the gate? See the fence? That's what I'm talking about, because of the way it's laying on the tripod. So I'm going to have to venture outside. It's going to be a problem at some point. I'm going to do it right now. That's funny, Ken. I could just go cut the tree. I've done that already. Do you remember what stream I actually cut a tree while I was live? That ugly thing in the front of the house? If it was up to me, that tree would be chopped down already. I don't do it because of Mom. But that tree needs to go. Let me see what I'm dealing with outside now. This could be an issue. Now we're going to have to put the light on. Yeah, it's going to be an issue. All right, I need to recalibrate. Where are we? Not bad. Okay, let's see how much I can move on the joystick. Let's go up. So where is it? It's... Okay, I did too much of a twist. It's better. The hell is that? Oh, there was a shooter just now. Okay, so that's the radiant right there. I would like to twist it a little bit more. It's definitely more straight though. Actually, that might be really good. I think I'm going to leave it right there for now. Come on, Tycho, inside. Yeah, I think we're going to leave it right there for now. Let's see what we see. Because I got the camera's on a motor mount. This joystick, I can move it around. And see how it's more level now? That's what we want. And the radiant is right there on the left, so we could actually go a little higher. Oh, that's good. This is a good view right here. Let's see what we see now. I need everyone to help. What's up, Eve? We need to see the general direction on how they're moving, because believe me, there is a pattern. So for those that are new, there are zones. Zone 1, 2, and 3 is left to right, the top half of the screen. 4, 5, and 6 would be left to right, the bottom half of the screen. So the clock is Z1. My camera is Z4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if you see something, just put a Z and the number of the box it corresponds to on the screen, so I get an idea, if I miss it, where they're coming from and what direction, because then I'll pay attention to the pattern. Oh, that coffee was so good. That helped. Yeah, this is a good spot. Let's see what happens. It's like fishing. It really is. It's a similar analogy. This looks like a really good spot right here, though. I don't want to freak everybody's Alexas out, so I'm going to mute.
Okay.
I shut her down, the lights. I can imagine. What time is it? It's early. Remember, this activity isn't really prone for like really picking up till after midnight. It's only 10:42 and we've seen a bunch already. So hopefully that's good things to come. Let me move this cup. It's in my way. Oh my God, the plane just freaked me out. You could, I wouldn't mind. Don't overdo it. Wait a little while.
Because he's been sitting over there.
So then give him, go ahead, do it.
Bothering me. I'm going back and see if he comes back. When he comes back, then I'll...
If I have to do another camera twist, outside, I can do it. That's not a problem. It figures now that I moved the camera, I'm not seeing anything. Fantasy, help me out. I need you to keep an eye on the zones. I just moved the camera, literally like shifted it to a whole different position on the tripod. Z6, I missed it. Okay. I need to pay attention instead of looking at chats for a minute. Might have to lower the camera down a little bit. But I still need to know the pattern. I need to know the pattern right now because like I said, I did a little shift. I went a little too much on the tilt. I really wanted it to be now going a little bit this way. Okay, X, I'll check it out. Come down half a zone. That's what I was saying. I would rather have it twisted sideways. I just lowered it a little bit. We have to watch. Because I was thinking of tilting it a little bit more down sideways, like getting Orion more to the side. Ken. Oh my gosh. What time is it? I gotta watch the station. 12 minutes to break. Because the radiant is right there on the left side. We're missing the top part of the screen. We have to pay attention here. Like up there. We need to have Taurus. Remember, we need Taurus. Oh my God, I gotta go out and tilt it. It's hard to see outside on a little screen. Watch, I'm gonna move it and you guys are gonna see some crazy stuff. Exactly. Exactly. The camera has to come down a little bit. Remember, it's on a mount. It's on a motor mount. It's not that easy. And I don't know what I do with my glasses. Oh my God. What a curse. They're black too, so it's not helpful. Without the glasses, it's really hard to see the screen for me. Alexa, turn on living room light. Okay. Alexa, brighten living room light.
Okay.
What the hell did I do with the glasses? Are they in the jacket? No. Oh, they're underneath the jacket. That's where they hid. Alexa, shut off living room light.
Okay.
All right, let's go. What time is it? I got a break in 10 minutes. More than enough. How we doing? That should be it. Now let's go up. That's better. That's how we had it last night. Let's go up a little bit. And there's the radiant right there on the bottom. Right there's that. Right there. Perfect. Perfect. Let's know where the glasses are. That's how we had it last night, Fantasy. That's how it was. That's really good. See, it's even now. That's what I wanted, because the radiant is the star at the bottom. That look, it's what we needed. Now we're in the position. And like I said, the good thing is I've got the motor mount. Another one. Let's go a little bit to the right. It is a perfect spot. It is. We'll tinker, we'll adjust. What time is it? I wish Amal was around. I mean, in India, what time? It's like a 13-hour, is it? Like 12? It's got to be something like that. It's got to be like 11 o'clock in the morning for him. Something like that. Now let's see. Remember, anybody who's watching right now, this should really, if this weather stays and the moon is later, this should really pick up after midnight. Really by 2 a.m. So, let's see. 13? So it's almost 12 in the 12 noon for him. Oh, you're gonna see a lot of faint ones too. Yeah, we're not he's only gonna timestamp the bright ones. I'll tell you one thing, that coffee did justice. Because I feel awake again. I was having a little issue. Where in the world can you see this? Well, I know in North America, United States, locally your time, it doesn't matter. The best is after midnight. Doesn't matter your time zone. Just after midnight is probably best to the wee hours before sunrise. I can only speak about what's going on here in North America. I don't know. I cannot honestly say. I'm sure it's probably seen, as long as you're able to see this point in the sky. As long as you're able to visually see this portion of the sky, should be anywhere that this is visible. This guy. So if it's clear and you're in a dark environment, like right here, it wouldn't be so comfortable to be outside. It's 25 degrees. But if you're in an area without light pollution, a dark sky area, and it's clear, like I know Fantasy, he would be in the desert right now if he could, to view this. Even with the moon, you can still see quite a bit. This and Perseids are the best showers of the year. This is the big show. every year. This one and Perseids in August. So, yeah. This can average, I mean, they always say like 100 per hour, but the moon will wash out a lot of the faint ones. Oh, look at that one. Dude, we were seeing them at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock my time. It's not too early. If you can see this portion of the sky, go out. Go out now. And he, like Fantasy said, even with the moon, and I got a night filter in the camera between the lens and the sensor. So that makes it even better. No, I hear you, this guy. I hear you. I get it. So it looks like we're in a prime spot now after adjusting the camera. Oh my gosh, I got a John B. Wells' show. I'm going to get in trouble. I still got 3 minutes to break. Let me get ready to do the station. I got to go to break in 2 minutes and 40 seconds. I hate that bright screen. It's killing me. But that's the station. So I cannot see chat or anything right now. I'm looking at the station. And even indoors, if you're watching this in your house right now, shut all the lights. Try to be in a dark room because you'll see it a lot better. It's just like if you were outside. You have to let your eyes adjust to the darkness, and it will, trust me, dim your lights. Bring it, like you see how I am. I'm in a dark room. It looks so much better in a dark room. And like I said, it's not even 11 yet. And I'm going on till 5 a.m. Lots of coffee on standby. Decent moments though, I wish I could play music. I really wish. But we're on YouTube, so can't do it. And I'm on Facebook too. And another thing about this meteor shower is the colorful trails that the meteors leave. It's beautiful. I got to break in 1 minute. Oh, I'm going to move the camera a little bit more to the left. Just a little. It seems like most of the activities, like last night, left to right. Predominantly, the majority of them were going left to right. All right, commercial in 30 seconds. John B. Wells, Caravan to Midnight. And we are on commercial break. It's just the station is bright. I'm in the dark again. I am in the dark thing, Fantasy. It's just the station. I wonder what that light is. It's got to be the neighbor. So we are on a commercial break on the station, which is good. I'm just trying to pick up the activity. I was thinking the same thing, this guy. I'm not even kidding about drinking too much coffee. I was just thinking of that because I'll get too wired. And the sugar. What's up, Genghis? I'm just glad the weather cooperated. And this is from the Hudson Valley in New York. About 85 miles north of New York City. I'm just trying to see if I see one here. It's weird because it seems like it comes in spurts. There's a little one. I don't know if I want to put a show on. Oh, look at that. Z6. Right behind the trees. I think I'm going to go lower. A little bit. Let's get an idea where most of the activity seems to be occurring. And what's up, Infinity Boy? What's up, Bernard? Welcome back. Excuse me. See, like, no, this guy. Think of the screen as cut into boxes, 6 boxes. The top half would be 1, 2, 3, left to right. The bottom half would be 4, 5, 6. So where my camera is, where you see me on video is Z4. Where the clock is Z1. And then from left to right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, and what's up, Iron Sheik? What's up, Ben? And Hawkin? This is, and a lot of people have them now. This is the Sony A7S III. There's another one. But really, all the Sony A7Ss are really great low light cameras. It doesn't matter if you have the 1, 2, or 3. They all are very similar. So if you're like into the night sky type of deal, those are the cameras you want. The Sonys, the A7Ss. They are great. Yeah, let's do that. Let's try that. Alexa, what's the best meteor shower of the year?
From Kens5.com. The Perseids are considered the best meteor shower of the year.
with 50 to 100 meteors every hour during its peak, according to NASA. To get another answer,
The
just ask them for the
Perseids.
next one.
That I don't buy that one. I mean, they say that. Alexa, how many meteors can be seen during the Geminids meteor shower?
From smithsonianmog.com. The Geminids are considered to be some of the best and most reliable annual meteor showers, with as many as 120 meteors streaking across the sky.
120. All right, Alexa, stop.
According-
So it said Perseids is the best with 100, but this one just said up to 120 for Geminids. Yeah, you're right about that. When Perseids is really going, oh my gosh. But the Geminids is right there with it. I'm sorry for setting your Alexa off, Iron Sheik. I should have muted. Yeah, Frankie, it's horrific if you live in a light polluted area. It's not good. You got to be in a dark sky environment. So Iron Sheik, I apologize for that. I missed it because I was looking at chat. This guy. Now this guy, I'm on YouTube right now, Twitch, Rumble, Trovo, and my Facebook. There's a lot of people chilling out in my YouTube, and I don't know. I'm not saying for you to go there, but if you want to hang out with a bunch of people, they're mostly over there. It's Bill NY. I'll just put it in there. This is the channel, my channel on YouTube. But I will say this before anything. The video stream, the quality that you have in Twitch. But wait, before you do, the video quality in Twitch is better than the YouTube video quality. At least for the majority of the people say that. But you can check it out yourself, but I'm just letting you know that you tell me what you think. So cold, are you kidding me? It's 24 degrees here. Because I can still see your chats. I got the pop-ups for all the chats except for Facebook. It's 24 degrees here. I am in well, I hate to say upstate New York. I'm in the, another nice one. I am in the Hudson Valley, New York, which is about 85 miles north of New York City. And what's up? I thought I saw a Bobby come in. Now remember, the real activity should pick up after midnight. Believe it or not, 1, 2 a.m. till sunrise. But we'll see. It's not doing too bad right now. Oh, so you're in North Carolina. Still great. It's actually can't be bad in North Carolina because it's got to be warmer than here. I'm seeing a lot of little ones. Yeah, 48 is cold for LA. Now, did you look at the video quality, this guy? What do you think? What do you think? You think Twitch looks better than YouTube, video-wise? You tell me. Looks the same to you. Okay, so that's you. _ Looks the same to you. Okay, so then fine. Hang out with everybody. Yeah, I figured that was you. I need to pay attention to the screen because I'm looking at the chats. And I actually got to pay attention to the station because once midnight hits, I don't have to worry about the station. What's today? Tuesday. That's Dolan night. Do I have Richard Dolan's new file ready to go? I do. Good. So on Twitch, Hawken, it's Bill NY Skywatcher, all one word. So it's Bill NY Skywatcher, all one word. Jay, it's overcast in South Texas. Well, I heard there was some really nasty weather. One of our friends in here, Dusty, which had a tornado 3 miles away in Texas today. Which is not good. Louisiana, Arkansas, Alabama, anywhere in that general area. Yep, the cold front, exactly. And we're not worried so much up here about this storm moving east. It's next week that we might get nailed with 2 feet of snow here. That's what they're talking about right now. So we'll see. I don't trust the forecasts. Anyway. And you've never seen me cover the hurricanes. And you can ask people that are in this chat right now how good I am at forecasting. I would say better than a lot of the people that you see on TV. I'm not even joking. I'm not saying that to be egotistical or brag. But it is a fact. And I don't know if anybody's here that watches my streams like that. They know. There could be in here. Oh my gosh. Oh, well, Ken says nobody beats Bill on weather. But they can't see your comment, Ken, because you're in Trovo. They're all in YouTube right now. Eve, have a great night. That was your text? I'm checking fantasy. Oh no. Send you the code. See, I can't do it where I'm at fantasy. Because just the way everything's situated here. I mean, I've got 3 big monitors in front of me. It's difficult for me. Because I have the lack of room. The drum set's behind me. I mean, it's very cluttery where I'm at right now. But now a host wants a code at, let me give it to him. Aw, racist dog. Aw. All right, I'm getting bombed, message bombed. Okay, the phone is charged. A host wants, I don't know if he's still awake. That was 45 minutes ago. Yeah, really, Ken. Get over to, there he is. There's a lot of activity in Z6, 3, and 5. I need to pay attention. Z5? So we're going to leave it right here. Are you guys seeing like a lot? Because I'm not paying attention. There he goes. Nobody beats Bill on the weather predictions. I studied weather when I was young. I was going to become a meteorologist, but I love the weather. I love love the sky too. You should definitely go check it out, underscore. I'm serious. If it's clear and you're in the dark area, there's another one. Z6 is very active. By the tree. Very active. I think I'm gonna... I don't want to move the camera. But I think we should go a little bit lower. I don't want to mess with the camera. I don't. Another one. It's that side. It is that side. Three in Z6. That's why I have my camera on the left side corner, because most of the activity is going to the from left to right. Z6 is out of control. So the only thing now is the trees. I mean, you can still see them, but it's better than clouds. Oh, don't make me laugh, Fantasy. Anyways. Yeah, Z6 was hot for a second. I need to stop, and I don't want to, like, not look at chat, but you guys are freaking me out on all the little things you're seeing. It might get to the point where it's going to be hard to even blink. Dude, Iron, I have broken out the chainsaw before. I'm not even kidding. During a stream. They can tell you. That's not even a joke. Yeah, I did the tree cutting. But a few weeks ago, I did it live. I was literally cutting a tree during a stream. I'm not even kidding. Those trees are not on my property. Yeah, there are a lot of little ones. You were there, Fantasy, when I cut the tree live during the stream? It was at night. It was at night. My neighbors know that, you know, anything could happen. Maybe tonight we'll see a fireball. Here's another one, right under Orion's belt. This could be exciting tonight. I don't want to say no more because I'll jinx it.
Mommy,
What, Mom?
I gotta show you something.
Don't show it to me now. Don't touch the light switch because I have to.
I know, I need gel anyway.
Ma, there's a lot of action.
I know, I can't do nothing.
Remember I told you about those few passing clouds? This is it. There's another one. Z5. But after this little thin band of clouds, it should be clear from the rest of the night. It's like that. I looked at the satellite. Shouldn't be much. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be an issue tonight either. Yeah, Mom's upset because she wanted me to do something right, and I said, nope, not tonight. Don't ask me to do anything tonight. Tonight is not the night. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Top, left to right, and the bottom half 4, 5, 6. Left to right. What, ma?
I can't find my phone.
Your phone is on the little freezer.
Get out of here.
No, I gave you your phone. I gave it to you.
So call me so I can get it.
Oh, here, I gotta shut this off so nobody hears Alexa.
Call me for what?
You want to know where your phone is, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna call you now.
Oh, okay. Wow.
There it is. You found it? You got it? Alexa, stop. Oh no. I forgot to mute. Sorry, Iron. What, Mom?
You better tell everybody that they should buy that Alexa.
Oh my God. I had to mute.
You know?
Yes.
Because that's so
I know, okay.
great. Dónde cigarrillo?
I don't have any.
Man, you're so mean to me. So.
Here, you can come here, right? Tycho's not gonna bite you.
Is there. Wait, let me put the light because-
No, don't touch that.
Ay, Dios mío, what am
Okay. Hopefully now I can relax. Yeah, no, that's happened before. Meatloaf! Oh my gosh. I better pay attention to the station. There's another one. There's a lot of activity going on. No, I threw a cigarette at Bomb. I threw a cigarette, but then Tycho got it. That's why I had to get up. Because Tycho has his treats and his toys. When Mom comes in, if he's playing with one of his bones or something, he's going to try to bite her. So I had to interrupt, because he won't do it to me, and grab the cigarette on the floor before he tears it to pieces. And that's really, really a bad thing for the dog. So I had to jump up immediately. I'm hoping I won't be disrupted for the rest of the night now. But I will be. Guessing like 2 a.m., the next one will happen. If I had to make a prediction. And now he's sleeping right here. He's laying down. That's exactly what just happened. And now he's just laying here. And now he just looked at me and went back to lay down. Yeah, that is so bad for a dog. Oh my God. All right, back to the watch. I could hear Mom on the stove lighting the cigarette. Just don't ask me for a lighter. And I'm going to have to roll eventually. Because I'm streaming for another 5.5 hours. And there's only one other cigarette there.
Where's Tycho?
I'm laying down right here.
Can I have a cigarette?
I gave it to you.
No, this one got where with Tycho.
Okay. We'll try this one more time.
No, don't throw it, please.
He's here. He's not going to see it.
Okay. Let me call my sister.
So I was wrong. Why is my light? That's the light. That's the motion light in front of my garage. So there's an animal outside. Or a human. Most likely the cat. Peak is after midnight. Really. This is peak. I hear you, Elise. You can watch it on TV, on YouTube. I get you. Yeah, that's true. With the moon. They're all over the screen, by the way. They're all over the screen. There's one in Z3 just now. They're all over the screen right now. But we need like a nice, bright, long tail one going across the screen. That would be awesome. All right, I gotta go to commercial break in 3 minutes. All right, underscore. Have a good time. We'll be here. We will be here. Oh my God! Now the host is hitting me up. Let me. All right, I gotta do something quick. No chat for a minute for me. There it is. Okay, he's done. And now the station. There's another one. This screen is killing me. Break in 40 seconds. There's another one. Z1 faint. comes break. Thank gosh. That's done for now. There are no stars out. That's cool. You see an owl at least. Sometimes I put the audio for outside. I'm gonna lower it because it's gonna be loud. That's the mic on the camera outside. I am curious to see what's going on. Sometimes you'll hear the animals in the woods. Sometimes you will hear an owl. Move it up. Wow, you can hear the motor on the camera. How's that? Don't tell me to move it too high if you're seeing stuff on the bottom. We could move it a little bit to the right though. So stay right here. Okay. And it's cold out there. It is now 23 degrees. But that's an example of how it is outside. But it's mad annoying. You guys are seeing stuff and I'm not seeing it. Tycho, chill. Remember, if you're in a city environment with the light pollution, oh my God, the plane just freaked me out for a second. The plane, the plane. It figures, now that I'm watching the screen, I don't see anything. First minute I look at chat, you guys are going to say Z5, Z3, Z6. What time is it? Ah, fantasy. That's a slick. That's smart. Oh, Z5. All right, I got to set up the station for overnight now. All right, you guys can look. I got to do some work. Just takes me about 5-10 minutes. Okay, one more click. All right, the station's set for now. Yes, devious. This is Hudson Valley, New York, not far from Pine Bush, which, if you look it up, it's like the UFO hotspot of the East Coast. There's a lot of cases up here. I would put a show on, but I don't know if anybody necessarily wants to sit here and hear a show. Any action going on? I was nothing. It did. It suddenly died. It comes like that. It spurts. We got spoiled. It was going crazy. It was like non-stop activity all over the screen. It'll pick back up. We're in the place where we need to be, so thinking of moving it a little bit more to the right, though. I gotta keep an eye on that radiant down there. If I go that low, Fantasy, we're gonna miss a lot of the action on the bottom. I don't want to put Orion like in C6 because then we're gonna miss. Remember what was happening last night? Most of the action was on the right side. Let's see where it sets up right now. Let's see in the zones where most of the activity is when it starts up again, and then we'll move it accordingly. Let's see. What's up, Jeannie? I mean, we've seen a lot already, and it's not even midnight yet. Which do you think is the best UFO channel? What does that mean? I don't watch TV. Yeah, exactly. KGRA. Good answer, Fantasy. I'm playing Dolan, but he's got Stan Gordon on. That's like Bigfoot. He's in PA. It's everything. It's Bigfoot, UFOs. Again, I'm so busy, I don't watch YouTube for stuff. I don't. Because I'm just so busy. Martin always has really interesting guests. Top notch. The MUFON show is always fun to watch. Another one. That was Z4. That was on the left side, though. Another one, top screen, going up. It is on YouTube. Go to KGRA DB, and you'll see it on YouTube. MUFON was on tonight. There we go. Z36 borderline. Fantasy, this is a tough call, bro. Because it's like they're all over the screen. Yeah, it's starting to pick up again. Remember, I'm going to be streaming for the next 5 hours. Yeah, exactly. No matter where we move, we're solid. It's... Who said the meatloaf thing before? I'm about to get meatloaf. Move it to the zone. I don't know what you mean. AutoZone. Ken, Martin had Avi Loeb tonight. You know, MUFON did something about me tonight, and I missed it. I don't know what they did. That was the part of the joke. I'm going to have to go tomorrow and watch that, see what they did. There's another one, Z4. No, Z3. Z3, upper. Man, oh man, I'm thinking of moving the camera more to the right. Because most of the activity is going left to right. Fantasy, Orion is going more and more to the center of the screen. I'm just going to leave it alone. Oh shit, I just realized something. Orion is not on its side anymore. Do you realize that? That's why we're missing out. Remember how I moved it outside? Orion should be tilted more to the... Do you know what I'm saying? Fantasy. That's what's going on. I have to turn it. You follow me? Like before. Let me go out. Oh no. Let me go outside. It's the tilt. Oh, here we go. Battle the camera. It's the tilt. Oh shit, that scared me to death. That's where I want to be. That's where I want to be. That's where... Oh, just in time. That's where we want to be. Okay, let's see what's going on now. Oh my God. Well, last night I didn't have the motor mount on. So it's different. I want to have the belt, the stars, exactly the way they're going right now. Vertical. Like it is right now. This should be good because I could always lower the camera. The radiant is in the bottom left now. See, I can lower the camera down. I can play with this angle. So this is good. Oh my God, tornado watch. So I'm not going to play with it. I'm going to leave it right here. What's up, Pat? Tonight's the peak of the meteor shower, Geminids. right in the middle of the screen. Yeah, I heard Salt Lake City had quite a bit of snow the last few days. Oh my God, Ken. Pat, everybody's hanging out at YouTube. It's Bill NY and then the word Skywatcher if you want to come and hang out with the rest of the crew in there. So it's Bill NY and then Skywatcher. I'm going to set myself on fire. Okay. Now, Pat is a good friend of mine. He was the host of Fringe Radio for like a decade out of Salt Lake City on terrestrial radio and on an old network. Carlos Correa and the Giants agreed to $350 million and 13 years. No opt-out. Full no trade. Just came out. So Correa is going to the Giants for $350 million. 13-year contract. No opt-out. Full no trade. Just breaking now. For those interested in baseball. And radio weak signal work is Pat Daniels. What's up, Creamers? He's a ham radio operator who actually captured something really interesting that it became a big case. Air traffic controller communications with the pilot. Something they seen. I think it was on the bottom. I don't know if it was the left or right side, but they seen a triangular outline of lights. And it was not the ground, but he was the one that actually broke it. What time is it? I got to end the station in a minute. Unfortunately, if you know, I got to play the audio in order to end the station officially for the night. So you're going to hear it. I don't know which one. If it's the one, the famous one that I've caught. I don't know. I actually had, and Pat knows who this is, I had Wilbur Allen try to clean up my video. Yeah, the clouds. It's pretty nice here, but I don't want to jinx it because still a few hours left. No, I'm not sure which case that is, Ken. Yep, the American Airlines sighting was back in 2016, January. I know, doesn't it? Time flies. So on your, wherever you're watching, you've seen nothing here? Where have you been watching? There's been quite a bit. The radian point is on the bottom left. And another thing too is, it depends on your location with a darker sky environment. Let me get rid of that. Okay, I've got to end the station. Let me lower the volume.
Okay, but on the left communist coast, where Washington,
I'm gonna get ready to end this.
and Arizona have these fraudulent motor style mail-in ballot systems, where you're flooded with ballots, where county officials can print a ballot on demand, and they have no chain of custody when they print ballots. They don't have to record them. There's
Oh, I just lost that one.
How do you know they don't print 10,000? And I said this to Lane County clerk. I said, okay, you take my ballot out of the envelope. Yep. How do I know you counted it? Well, because that's our process. I go, great. How do I know you counted it? Well, well, why would you ask? Well, because you can print a ballot.
I cannot see chat right now because I'm getting to wrap a show up.
And this is what I'm getting at. I want people to understand. What Chuck's talking about is a community-based election where local people work with local people to run a local election.
I hear the music.
National implications. So that's what we're hoping to do.
And you got an organized media campaign, yeah, Chuck, to grow awareness and market the validity of the complaint?
Yes.
Oh man. Right up the side.
We want to get the word out, just like Ferry Lake got the word out. And of course, we heard your show with the Brunson brothers. That was excellent, and we hope that there'll be some action by the Supreme Court next month. So we'll see how all this plays out. But that's the objective: get this thing back on track. Let's have fair elections and get rid of all the bad actors.
It seems like the top is now getting a lot of the activity. Let's try. Let's see. Let's just do a little. Oh, I'm going to have to play with the camera motor.
Chuck Weiss and the Kerry Lakes and all of the ones who know very well that they've had advantage taken of them, and the election was not legit. Gentlemen, Godspeed you on your mission. God bless you and your families, and have a Merry Christmas time and a Happy New Year, and I hope we can talk again just as soon as we get some motion on this case, okay?
Merry Christmas, John, and same to you. Yes. God bless.
Thank you very much. From the Bridge of the Ark. Slooshy well, my little brothers and sisters. Slooshy well. Yeah, that's NADSAC for listen up. God bless you, everyone, and good night.
Okay, station is clear. All right. Whew. All right, that's done. And I can relax. The station is set. All right, now I could just relax and sit back and watch. Oh yeah, fantasy. I agree. He's gonna get that money. Who's gonna give it to him? That's the question. That's the question. I'm not so sure about the Angels. I'm not. I am not convinced on that. The guy will be a god no matter where he goes, fantasy. The Dodgers are going to push heavy for him. That's what I mean. We'll see what happens. Hopefully the Angels can retain him. I hope so, because that's great for the team. Him and Trout. I mean, it's great for the Angels. I mean, it's like if he was to leave the Angels, that's going to be so, oh my God, oh. You got if it's a Steve Cohen type of owner, then the likelihood is he'll stay. It's as simple as that. Depends on how the new owner is. Oh, another one. I can't believe that the Giants gave Correa 13 years, 350 mil. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. I just want to see something quick. Okay. Good luck, fantasy. The Astros are still, no matter what, Jay, the team to beat. They remind me of the Yankees in the late 90s. Well, I right now, I don't want to get into the whole sports thing, but the Eagles look tough. The Eagles look tough to beat right now. We'll see. How long have I been streaming now? Like 6 hours? At some point, I'm definitely got to make a run to eat something. So the Twins made a decent offer, 285 for 10 years. That's what just came up on my screen. You know what, though? It's great to be a fan and a true fan. Win, lose, it's great to be a true fan, not a bandwagon fan. So, you know, you love your team no matter what. I mean, in my lifetime, I've seen the Yankees win 7 World Series. It's, you know, some fans maybe see their team win 1 in a lifetime. So, you know, you got to take it, you get the good and the bad. Now, that's what I've seen. Oh, you sent me the picture. Yeah, I have the drones sometimes flying around the house too. That's cool, fantasy. What's up for? Wait a minute. You love the O's? The Orioles had... I mean, as a kid, I remember the Orioles had good teams in the 70s into the 80s. My gosh. I mean, I remember it. And you had Ripken. Ripken is one of the greatest players. There was a lot of activity earlier. It's still early. The moon is in the picture, though. Yeah, this is the time for people to steal packages. Neighborhood alert. It slowed down now, but earlier was crazy. But we still have a few hours. Which is why I hear meatloaf. Meatloaf. It's got to be 6 hours so far. At least. Streaming. Pretty damn fast into the atmosphere. The exact number, you'd have to look it up. They're coming in fast. And they're very small. It's like a grain of sand. There was one. Like I said, I'm not touching the camera. I'm leaving it right here. Because you go crazy all night. Like somebody mentioned, going to Seven Sisters. Any way you look in the sky, pretty much, you'll see them shoot all over. And it's madness to start trying to move it around because you waste more time moving it around trying to say, oh, well, this area is the best. The radiant is right there. That is the radiant. The bottom left. Pollux and Castor. Your radiant point is on the top of that star on the bottom left corner. That is the radiant point. And it shoots out from any direction from that point. So... pretty much, if you were to go outside, just look straight up. Peripherally, you'll see them. You'll see them all over. That's the way it is. And also, it has to do with the sky environment that you're in. If you're in, like, fantasy, if he starts to stream from the desert, he's going to pick up so much more in that dark sky environment. You could look at the levels of dark sky wherever somebody's streaming from or a telescope. That has a lot to do with it. No, tonight's it. This now is it. For now is peak. Yeah, I believe it. It's getting... I know what you're saying, Fantasy. More population, more light. Yes. But, like Fantasy said, the moon is going to start taking effect on the screen. So, right now we still have the moon not really interfering, but the moon is rising. It's a matter of time when we're going to start seeing the flare from the moon. The lens flare coming from the moon. It's coming in soon. But right now we're in a good position. Exactly. Moon will be an issue in about 2 hours. Now next year it's game on for both. It's game on. No moon issue for Perseids or Geminids, as Fantasy indicated a few nights ago. It did get quiet all of a sudden, which is a great opportunity for me to get something to munch on. Yeah, the weather. That's the key, the weather. Two nights ago, it'd be snowing. It's the weather, Isaac. Exactly, the weather. If this was 2 nights ago, you'd see snow. Yeah, the weather. All we can do is the best we can. Whatever happens, happens. And that's it. It's raining where you are. Afterlife. It's unbelievable. It was going nuts an hour or so ago, and now it's like quiet. It's amazing. It's amazing. It was popping every second, like few seconds before. Not every second, it was like every 30 seconds you'd see something. Now it's quiet. What's up, Noah? We've seen quite a bit already, Noah. We have quite a bit. At not exaggeration, at least 100 so far tonight. At least. Okay, Fantasy. Let me know when you get back. Okay. I'm going to move the camera a little bit. Come down a little bit. Let's stay right there. This might be a good opportunity to grab something to eat. That's not a bad idea. Popcorn. That's not a bad idea. Ken, why did you do that? Where's my popcorn maker? Right there. That's not a bad idea. Munch on some popcorn. Then again, I could always check Mom. She has to have the chips in her room. Popcorn sounds good right now with butter. Make a hot pocket. I don't think I have those in the freezer. I can go lower, but we've seen, right? Like I said, right now it could be anywhere in the sky, in this general area, anywhere. I could just see it. Wetzel, I could just see it like it's just like a picture. Well, it's warm in Texas, or maybe it's cold in Texas. I don't know, because sometimes you guys are cold down there. Can you imagine? He's like under the blanket with the phone, looking at the phone under the blanket, like you would think in movies. Oh my gosh. Hey, I don't, I know there's school tomorrow, but the thing is, it's a meteor shower. It's cool to watch if you can't go outside, or if it's light pollution or raining or whatever. It's cool to just watch it. Oh, you're in PA. It's cold. It's 24 degrees here in Hudson Valley, New York. 24. That's why Ken said what he said. It's too cold to be outside. And we have snow on the ground here. What's up, Elise? Welcome back. Yeah, you're right. I should just get some meatloaf now. Oh my! Tomorrow I'm off. Thank God. Well, I'm never off. I should not say that. It's like, take a deep breath. Now, I don't know if I want popcorn or meatloaf. That's the problem. And plus, the popcorn takes time to make. I'm lazy right now. You know what I mean? Noah, go outside. If you can go outside right now and it's clear and it's dark, wow, that was way up. See? That seems to be the trend. I got to go outside now because I'm going to have to readjust my camera because it's too low. So I've got to bring it down like this. And go outside. It seems like most of the action's on the top, but I'm just gonna... Shit. I'm gonna have to go outside and bring the motor mount up. And yeah, I'm gonna go out just like this in a t-shirt. Don't do it, Bill. Don't do it. Yeah, I'm doing it. And it's so dark out there. Oh my God. Okay, now I can play with the camera. Let's see how low I can go. Okay, let's see what we get here. Ooh. A little chilly. Let's see. Because now the radiant is over there. Pollux and Castor. Let's see. Plus the moon. Trying to get away from that moon. I should have tilted it more. Down. It's kind of at an angle now. Oh my gosh. No, you didn't, mistress. I just want to get my bearings. Oh my God, we need to twist. It's almost like that on the fucking phone. It's crazy. It's almost straight up. There's Betelgeuse. I should tilt it. It's to the left of Betelgeuse, the radiant. So if you look at the screen, it's on the left side, the radiant. I'm just thinking of a twist. If I should twist the camera. Because it's right there. I need to twist the camera. I have to go outside and turn the cameras more sideways, which is a pain because of the way the mount is. It's way tilted. You see the Orion? Orion needs to be more straight down and going across, so it's off. Which means I need to go back outside. The belt needs to be more of a vertical than a horizontal, if that makes any sense. The belt has to be more vertical. I am frozen. It's really hard to adjust that right now. My tripod legs are frozen. I can't even unscrew them. Wow. Wow. Just as I was moving it.
I don't know, Billy.
What is it now?
For Taco. Taco is hungry.
So give him more food.
Where is the food?
In the refrigerator.
In the big refrigerator?
Yes, in the big refrigerator. Okay. That was a struggle outside just now. I tried to do it by adjusting the legs. My legs are frozen. I can't even unscrew them. On the Manfrotto, it is frozen. So I can't do much adjusting. Like I said, I'm just gonna leave this alone. The animals have a cat house that's heated. The dog is fine. I think I'm gonna make a meatloaf sandwich. The stars look a little out of focus. I'm not gonna mess with that either. But they definitely look out of focus. I could see it. Well, let's go back outside. Yeah, they look out of focus. This time I'm getting a jacket. Is that too bright? I should bring it down a notch. That looks too bright, right? Too bright? Bring it down a notch. I raised the gain. Does that look too pixelated for you guys? I need a comment. Too bright? I'll lower it down. Quickly. Somebody. It looks too bright to me. Looks pixelated. Tonight is peak. Now is peak. It's fine.
I can't do it. Can I put the light?
Alexa, turn.
I can't fit the door without seeing.
Of course you can.
I can't see.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
Here.
sandwich. I'm hungry. Huh? He ate it. He ate the whole thing. Now it's the big boy turn. Okay. All right. It isn't over. The radiant is right on the bottom. It's a little... Yeah. Yes. I should go higher. Did anybody see anything? Oh shit, there was one just now. He already ate it.
You gotta put some water for him. After he eats, he drinks water.
Oh, after I eat, yeah. After I eat, yes. I'm gonna shut my camera down. Yeah, it was one. the radiant is off. But there's nothing I can do. There's really nothing I can do. It's almost in the middle of the screen. I mean, I can do this, but it seems I need a pattern to see where the activity is. So let's see if we pick up on a specific pattern. That was happening last night. They were going left to right. I'm going to put on a show for now, a Richard Dolan show, while I eat.
Hi, everyone. Before presenting this pre-recorded episode of The Richard Dolan Show, I just want to say a couple of words about it. You're about to hear an interview I conducted a few days ago with a gentleman who's still anonymous. At one point or another, he may change his mind about that, who co-authored a very interesting piece of research with another individual who is also currently anonymous. I have their PDF linked in the description below, and I encourage you to click it and download it. There's a lot there, over 200 pages worth of information. But aside from being extremely well researched, it's also a good read with a lot of data and food for thought. So what is their research? Well, they have essentially combed through several documents and recent interviews concerned with the UFO or UAP subject and made some very interesting connections. Among the documents they've studied are the Davis-Wilson notes from 2002, the Oak-Shannon notes from the Advanced Theoretical Physics Working Group meetings of the 1980s, the Jack Houck notes from the same group of meetings, several previously undiscussed documents obtained through Freedom of Information, and quite a few statements from interviews and publications over the years from long ago to very recent. There's a lot there, and the picture they've painted is worth our attention. First, they emphasize some of the history behind and the importance of the Advanced Theoretical Physics Working Group. Some of you are probably familiar with this group, and others of you may not be. But the argument of the authors is that this group, starting in 1985, in many ways was the germ of at least a good portion of so much of the modern public conversation about UAP today. And I think they make a good case. The authors also have a lot to say about the significance of remote viewing, especially in the world of intelligence, and specifically in the efforts of the intelligence community to understand parts of the UFO and alien presence. And I think this part of the interview is one of the best, and you want to pay close attention to it. Remote viewing, in other words, was not just some sideline activity to help us know the locations of, Russian submarines and things like that. It was considered a vital method for developing information, including technical information about the nature of UFOs and the alien beings that control them. It's not that remote viewing provided a perfect panacea for such goals. It didn't. But it was one of the few tools available to use, and it appeared to have some hits, as it were, in that effort. Another technique the authors discuss in their paper, and which we talk about here, is the, let us say, potential use of other technologies by the militaries and their corporate sponsors to detect the locations of UFO craft. Now, this was a truly fascinating part of the discussion, and I have no doubt there will be a number of researchers who are going to want to follow up on this possibility. And then there is the entire narrative concerned with baiting or drawing in UFOs or UAP. Now, this may have included attempts to bring down such craft. And there is the suggestion, both in the PDF and in our conversation, that two events in the 1990s fall under this category. The authors and my guests talk about the use of directed energy weapons to do that. And finally, they have a lot to say about the current research being done on experiencers, that is, people who have had some sort of direct contact with either a UFO craft or alien beings themselves. Now, this research today is primarily associated with people like Dr. Kit Green and Dr. Gary Nolan, and the authors have quite a bit to say about the development of this research. You do not want to miss that either. So it's all worth listening to. There's a lot to hear. The interview itself is about 2.5 hours long. It's very long. I've got the whole thing right here for you. So look, just sit back, relax, and prepare to take notes. There is one technical issue I should mention here. About 3 minutes into the interview, our live stream connection was temporarily interrupted. This didn't cause any problem with the recording itself, but when my guest returned, his previous video window remained black on the screen for the entire remainder of our interview. That was completely my fault, and I apologize for any distraction it may cause you when you watch this. The quality of the conversation, I think, ought to overcome that, but I just wanted to mention it here, and it was the result of my own technical limitations and ignorance, so sorry about that. That glitch aside, I do think many of you will find this conversation to be extremely thought-provoking. My guest knows his material, that's for sure, and he makes his case very well. I hope you enjoy it. And finally, I want to give a big thanks to researcher James Iandoli of the YouTube channel Engaging the Phenomenon for bringing this guest and research to my attention. Please do check out James's channel, where there is lots of great work being done. Greetings and welcome to the Richard Dolan Show, where every week we fight the good fight. I'm very glad to be here. I often feel I have a special show, but this is a truly special program for this evening. I'm going to introduce a gentleman who is a co-author of, in my view, probably the single most important paper written in the UFO UAP field this year. And it's right up there as some of the most important analysis of the 21st century. You don't believe me? Well, please do stick around. This is going to be a longer than average discussion. While we're doing this, I'm going to put up a slide that has our main bullet points, what we will be discussing. I will encourage you to stay with us the full way. You are not going to regret this. My guest is going under a pseudonym. You can see his face, and probably in about 5 years, we're going to have the facial rec software, and they'll be able to identify him anyway. But my guest here is known as Omega Point. He is one of the co-authors of the paper that I'm referring to. The other one is Hermetic. Can you help me out there?
The Hermetic Penetrator.
Or Hermetic Penetrator. I like that too.
Yeah.
In any case, let me just say, I have your bio here. Omega Point is a UFO researcher who has been fascinated with the subject for 15 years. Over the last 2 years, he has published blogs and essays on topics like government secrecy, Tic Tac technology, and the Skinwalker Ranch. He holds a master's degree in digital learning and a bachelor's degree in applied behavior analysis. And with that enigmatic introduction, I would like to greet you, Omega Point, to the program. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. It's such an honor. Can't say enough. I won't fanboy. I already got that out of the way. But just can't believe I'm here having this conversation with you.
Well, thank you. I have a feeling after this interview is done, you're going to be having people calling you and wanting to fanboy you. This paper you've written is really quite remarkable. In fact, I'm just going to show the cover of it here. It's called Loose Threads. It's a PDF right now. I have a link below for a download, and we're going to go through this document. We have quite a bit to discuss, and I'm just going to mention the prominent themes that we will be talking about. I'm going to read them, and then I just want to talk a little bit about them, and then Omega Point, you're going to take our hand and walk us. Lieutenant Colonel John Alexander back in the 1980s. We're going to talk about that. You described this as a window, and we'll see exactly why.
I have to be careful with Momzilla. Are you kidding? I don't know if I want to hear a show right now. I really don't. And no offense to Dolan, but I just want to chill. Momzilla, say hello to everybody, Momzilla. Let me mute because Marco's shit is going to go nuts.
Okay.
Oh my God, that's so bright. Oh my God. What happened? What happened? What happened?
It's still bothering me, like when I go over here. Look at this paper all over here.
I know.
The shoe on the paper.
I know, you did. I know.
He's still hungry.
There's no activity up on this.
Should I give him more? Bill, he's still eating.
So give him more. Yeah, up high.
You want more, Tiger?
There's nothing going on up here. I mean, really? It's the dead zone. No like. I don't like it. As soon as I move down, look. We'll stay right here. I just wanted to check. Because it is early. It's not even 1. Yeah, that sounds like it's early, right? I had a meatloaf sandwich. But it's like I'm craving for more.
Bill.
Yes.
What you gonna do with those chicken cutlets? I bread them and everything. What you gonna do with them?
I might put them in the air fryer and eat it now.
I mean, because they're gonna go bad.
Yeah, maybe. Is the air fryer clean? The tray?
Yeah.
It is?
I don't know. I cleaned it before. I don't know if anybody put some more stuff in there.
Ken, I might have those chicken cutlets on a plate breaded with lemon juice. Well, squeezed lemon. That wouldn't be bad right now. Yummy. Is the air fryer tray clean? Huh? Is the tray in the air fryer clean? Oh, then Bill's going to get some chicken breast cutlets and put them in the air fryer because I'm going to be up for a while. Oh, yes, I am. Because it's going to go to waste. I don't like food going to waste. Then squeeze some lemon juice on it. Oh my God. Did I just break my chair? What's the problem now? Clean what? What thing? What thing? I did it a few days ago. The whole thing. Yeah. I did it a few days ago. You don't have to do it. I'll do it. I always do it. I do clean it. I cleaned that in the microwave a few days ago. I'm not saying anything. I'm not pushing it over. I'm not doing anything. That's why I go on vacations. Vacations are good for me. I get away from this. I don't care what you say about that. What do you mean my way? Okay. Let me get this cleaned up a little. And let's see. Oh, there they go. They're the birds. Look at them. There go the birds flying on the screen. There they go. There they go. Watch me bust my... did I break it? I might need a new chair. Oh, if I fall... It looks like I did. Oh, I definitely busted it. Oh, yes, I did. Chair busted. Is it? Or is it not? Or am I just freaking out? It looks like this leg. Oh yeah, it cracked. Oh yes, it cracked. Time to buy a new chair. I cracked the wheel. Bill needs to go on a serious diet. Oh my God. Oh. That was a bird. That was birds. Bernard, those were birds. Geese. What was the last food I cooked on the Traeger? Oh, shit. had to just be the barbecue with burgers, hot dogs, and chicken breast. Because that was like the last barbecue, 4th of July. 4th of July, Labor Day. I made burgers, hot dogs, chicken breast, because it was a lazy one. Yeah. Crack the wheel. Because I built a platform and I have to jump up to sit in the chair. So that constant jumping up to sit on the chair busted. And I could hear Marco, don't lie, you just got fat. And I could just hear the jokes coming. Oh my God. It's been that long, yeah, because it gets cold. I could break it out right now. It's got the winter blanket on it. It's covered. Dude, the whole piece broke off. The whole leg snapped. Exactly. Plastic crap. I'm trying to think if it might be time to bring it back. I don't know how high it'll be, though. It might be too high. I'm tilting. That shit just snapped. Yeah, it snapped. Where's the action? Where the UFOs at? I may do a quick... Let me do this. that actually worked. For now. It's not going to roll too much, but it's stable again. Not bad for a quick patch. Ma, close the door, please. Let me mute, folks, again. She's complaining. Why do I look like... Oh, that's the shadow. I was like, what the fuck is going on? I have another chair there, but I don't feel like putting it up here because then I have to resize everything. But she's complaining because I've got these bats coming and I got the wood case. They're beautiful. Cases for the bats. What are you going to do with this? Oh, you're making the living room look like a museum now. I mean, give me a break. She's never in the living room. This is where I am. This is the man cave. Unbelievable. Trust me, she'll be back. She'll be back to bust my, again. I really, really need to adjust this camera. I really do. It's going to take me time, but the more time I waste sitting here, and I get to get the hell out of the house for a minute. This is going to be tough. This is going to be really tough. You have no idea. What is it, Ma? She's here again.
What are you talking about?
I'm going outside. This is going to be really tough. I got to adjust the camera. Why?
So go on to what you got.
Okay.
I'm cleaning my house.
Go ahead. Clean your house.
Exactly.
Good for you.
Yeah. People you don't know. You only need.
Where's my phone? Okay. I'm trying to get it perfected. It's not easy. Because of the angle. And it's not easy.
I'm in the dark now.
Okay, that's Castor and Pollux. I had to swing the whole... I knew it. There's the radiant. I had to swing the whole camera. I should keep it the center. Let's keep the radiant in the middle for a minute. I hope my camera doesn't fall. So you're looking at the radiant right in the middle right now with the moon. Let's see if we see it going. That's the radiant right there. No, you got to stay by the radiant, Bernard. The radiant is, it's, if you look at Pollux and Castor, it's the top one. The radiant is right there. So if I go to one point in the sky, if it's not centered, and then you got the moon, see what I mean? That's the center. That's the radiant right there. That's your radiant point right in the middle of the screen. It's the moon, yeah. But that's your radiant point. Now you never want to be on the radiant point because it's shooting away from the radiant. But I'm trying to size it up. I'm just curious right now to see which way it seems like the activity is coming from, more or less. Yeah, last night it was left to right. Now the camera is in a totally different position now. But I'm curious right now. We got to get away from that moon. Yeah, but still. I mean, I can throw... I'm not going to do that shit now in the dark. I could throw a wider lens, but not now. It's too cold. You see, that's the radiant right there. And I can't go lower. Actually, I could. I'll have to move the mount, but... Or we could just focus away from the moon and take the radiant like this and focus on this side of the sky more. Or we could put the radiant toward the bottom and focus on this side of the sky more. So it's pick your poison. But that is the radiant right there. On the left side. Right there. See? So I'm going to move the camera. I got to go outside and move the mount. Actually, let's adjust this up. And then we can bring it down. And there's another one. See, that's the radiant. And it can shoot anywhere from that radiant. In any direction. But last night it seemed like a lot of it was going downward. Toward the belt. Which is out of view. It's down. Bean Boy, this is from the Hudson Valley, New York. Well, the moon is, I mean, the brighter ones you're going to see, no doubt. It's the more fainter ones that the moon is going to affect it. The brighter ones, it's, you're going to see those, Noah. But it's those fainter ones that it's difficult. We've seen a ton, Bean Boy. But I'm reevaluating my situation here. I'm thinking should I focus higher on the radiant, away from the moon? Or should I go lower toward the belt? That is my little dilemma. Okay, I'm gonna do something. Oh, see, they're low. That was a nice one on the bottom. That's why I want to go outside, put the camera up, and then I'll be able to adjust it low. So I gotta go outside again. So this has to be higher on the screen. Okay, I'm going back out. It's that radiant. That was not easy. Okay. Oh. Mom is saying something about people controlling her house right now. I don't know what that means.
You shut the light. I'm gonna put my Christmas tree, the other red one over here.
When? At 1:30 in the morning?
I'm gonna leave it. I could do anything.
Now? During a Skywatch when I'm doing this live?
I'm gonna leave it here for 2
Okay,
hours,
yeah.
And that's it.
My gosh.
Don't tell people that I'm the best mother ever.
No, I didn't say anything.
And I've been a father and a mother.
What do you... I ain't saying anything. I am not saying anything.
I'm supposed to say nothing because I'm the...
All right, Ma, I'm live right now. Enough. I'm not doing anything. What the hell's going on? Okay, let's focus more down here. That's the radiant over there. Yeah, that's what I thought. Let's stay right here. Let me close the door because I'm not. It's 1:30 in the morning, and I work tonight, and I'm tired, and I don't want to deal with that. Really. 1:30 in the morning. Now let's see what happens. I am not touching the camera no more. It's here for the rest. So I'll go bat nuts. Last night, Fantasy could tell you, we seen a lot heading in this direction. And actually, I'm going to put the radiant even more in the corner. Let's see. This was the peak spot last night. This was. It's like at this point when this happens, it's like I need to meditate. This camera is now, it was pointing straight up almost. Now it's slightly to the southwest. And it's 1:30. And that's the advantage of actually being outside. You see the whole sky. The camera's only going to limit you to a certain point in the sky, obviously. If I was sitting outside, it'd be a different story too. That's why I was contemplating, but I wouldn't do it. Because it'd be insane in putting even a wider field lens. This is a 22 millimeter. I could put a 16, but I don't even know where my case is for my camera. It's in one of the crates. Plus, there's a night filter in there. Then I would have to adjust the lens, and this isn't the time for that. It's too much. By the time I do all that, it'll be over. Oh. I wonder if it's on the old Sony. Also, when you do that, the meteors would appear smaller. What's up, Daryl? Just curious. Remember, the moon is off to the left. I'm not zoomed in at all. Camera's not zoomed whatsoever. Yeah, that's exactly it, Bernard. That's Pollux right there on the left, and Orion's on the bottom. That's why I was focusing this down this area. Yeah, I'm on the mount. But because I can't move the tripod because it's anchored in the ground to spin it, it's hard for me to get the alignment. And the ground is frozen, so it's not like I could just pull the thing. Exactly. Exiting at top left. Exactly. Now, if you were outside, you just look straight up because that's pretty much right above right now. It's like right up. So if you're outside, you just look up. And they could be shooting anywhere from there, but we don't have that vantage point because of the camera. Because it's only seeing a portion of the sky. Exactly. That's why I was thinking of breaking out the wider view lens. Oh my God, look who came into the chat. So it's really difficult. I mean, theoretically, I could throw the wider view lens on, but I have a night filter in there. And at night, I mean, are you kidding? In the cold? You know how tricky that is? And then I have to switch the heater band to the other lens, focus it. It would be nightmarish. We swing quite a bit earlier. I mean, I'm just gonna do it. Let me just shut this because Marco.
Okay.
Oh my God, this is gonna be rich. Everything's gonna fall. Everything's gonna fall. Everything's gonna fall. Oh. Oh. Okay, let's go into our box. It's not it. Oh, tell me it's not here. don't know if it's here. And actually, I don't even know where that lens is anyway. It's the telephoto. It was in a box. It's not here. So there's no way I would do it now anyway. That's a 12 millimeter. It's like the same fucking lens. Yeah, this would be a pain. I mean, we could try. We could try. I don't know where my other lens is though. Okay. This is gonna be nuts. Okay. If this is not possible, I'm not trying it. But this is a 12 millimeter. And we're definitely gonna have to put the light. gotta zoom in a little to get rid of the vignette. What is it, Ma?
Put that there.
Leave it there. I'm working on something right now.
And I know you want it there.
Oh, you have no idea what I'm dealing with right here, right now. It's almost the brink of insanity in this house. Oh my God. She'll find a way to ruin everything, as always. That's Mom.
Okay.
Now that's got to be focused, but that's a lot more sky. But you don't see the stars as vivid. But that's okay. Okay, so I got to go down.
Careful with Dominicans, they slick. Very slick.
What's going on? What a difference in the lens. It'll still pick up the bright ones, but it's wider. But I don't like it. Okay, I just seen one. There's another one. I'm seeing more. Let me see if I can clean up that image. Yeah. not going to get much better than that. At all. It ain't going to get much better than that. That's good enough. Fuck. Don't touch the light.
What do you mean?
Okay, I will now ignore chat. You're welcome, Pavel. Tycho, what the heck are you doing? What are you doing? Come here. What are you up to? You're not up to anything good, I can tell. Let me check Wendy. Let's see what this satellite looks like. I think these clouds are going to be an issue. Yep. There's definitely these thin clouds coming in. It's sinking down from the north. Actually, there is a break, but it's all the way up in Albany. And that's quite a bit away. It's thin clouds. It's nothing crazy, but still, it's bad enough. Mom was driving me nuts. You don't even know. Absolutely nuts. To the brink that I almost pulled the plug on the stream and just said, I'm going to bed. I don't even want to deal with this right now. Crazy. Cleaning at 1:30 and 2 o'clock in the morning. And she knows I'm doing a skywatch. So I don't know what the heck that was all about. But she's gone now, probably hopefully in her room. You can't make it up. You just cannot make it up. What's up, Lewis? And I'm trying to stay calm. It's like I even found her peeking out the other door to see what I'm doing outside. I should have been out there with an alien bong. For real, dude. I'm stressed. That's why I needed to get off for a minute. Just stressed. It's like meditation. Just relax. Don't let it get to you. Just relax. Ignore it. Take it easy. It'll go away eventually. Oh my God. Yeah, it's down to 25 here right now. The scary thing is what they're saying for next week, 2 feet of snow. Like, oh my gosh. Christmas Eve is going to be 2 feet of snow. I don't believe it, though. I'll be digging out till after New Year. Didn't I say the clouds? It always happens. It always happens around this freaking time. The clouds come in, Bernard. All the time. All the time. And I even went out of my way to put this wide view lens, which is not easy when it's 20 degrees outside with no light, very little light, a phone. You know this, to swap lenses and put the heater band and do all that in the cold, in the dark. Not easy at 2 o'clock in the morning. And we definitely are seeing more sky now. Now we see the trees. Before we just saw the white snow on the branches. Now we see all the trees. And that whole crazy power line and dog runner. I was going to put myself on that dog runner and run back and forth. And bark at the moon. Dude. Oh my God. Maybe these clouds will push away. Anyway, it's been that kind of night. Looks like the clouds are maybe a little break coming. If I took my blood pressure right now, it might be scary. The bad thing about these lenses is the vignetting, has that ring around. You got to zoom in to get rid of it a little bit because it's almost a fisheye appearance. And you just see less stars because of the camera with the lens. But the good thing is you see a lot more sky. But the bad thing is any meteors you see are short and small because you're seeing more sky. So when we're zoomed in a little with my normal lens, you see the tails of these meteors much longer and larger. But here, because we're seeing a wider view, they're going to look small. That's the pros and cons with this. There is no way I'm putting on the other lens again. This lens is staying for the rest of the night. No way. We're stuck with this lens. Now, it doesn't look too bad. Let me look at it at full screen before I say that. It's all right. The good thing is we'd see more. The bad thing is these clouds. At 2:30 in the morning. Every year, fantasy. You should go to bed. You got work in the morning. You got to get up early. We've seen quite a bit earlier, so. Dude, you should get some rest. I'm not trying to get rid of you, but I mean, what is it? 11, 12, 1, 2, 11:30 almost by you? Yeah, it was good early. It was fun earlier. This pisses me off. And then, the little antics that were going on inside the house. It's like, can you put this away? Can I? What? Now? Really? And then she's complaining, oh, what am I going to do with this other coffee maker? You need to clean the air fryer. I'm like, now? Really? I mean, what? Did I just see one through the clouds, or am I hallucinating now? I'm looking on Rumble, so it takes a long time. There, what the hell was that? Looked like a light off the trees. The aliens are coming. I'll take that anytime right now. Take me away right now. Just take me away. I'm ready. Let's go. Oh, we might have a little break here. Watch more clouds come right. I hate when that happens. It looks like it's going to break, and then more. There they come. It's like, here they come. Luis, Kriston's going to nighttime in January. No, Mom stays. I'm going solo. Like Richard Dreyfuss in Close Encounters. Everybody else, I'm gone. See ya. When you think about it, he just went up in that ship and said, screw my wife. He didn't get my kids. I'm going. If you think about it in the movie. You didn't think about before you got on that ship about your kids, your wife? No, I'm out. I'm going. Petita. It's been a crazy night. It's like Jekyll and Hyde. It's been, oh my gosh, a yin and a yang. No doubt about that. Yin yang. Oh my gosh. Can't make it up. That's why it's good to go on vacations. Because you get away from all of it. A vacation is really a vacation, even if it's a work vacation. I didn't see anything. You seen one? I totally did not. Maybe I should lower the camera because it seems like the activity is low, right? And here I go again, outside. Is that what's going on? Down on the bottom? It's at toward the bottom? Is it really? Should I put the camera down? Okay. Fantasy, you're confusing the shit out of me, just so you know. I'm just saying. You know something? I made chicken cutlets. They're done. I'm thinking of honestly getting some and putting some lemon juice on it and just eating it. Just like that. But the PPP sounds good right now. Dude, you don't realize how crazy it was to change that lens. You have no idea. That was actually like insane. And there's no guarantee that this lens didn't need a good cleaning before I even put it on. Welcome back, Bob. The big dog. Oh, I mean big dog. Well, over here, it's as usual, like every year. Clouds roll in. It's like, I don't understand it. Wednesday lives here. AKA Mom. It's like, the Addams Family. Don't get me started. Well, it looks like a dragon's head or something on the top. Marco, I am in upstate New York. Well, I hate saying upstate, but it is upstate New York, technically. Hudson Valley, New York. But when you say upstate, you're talking Adirondack, Syracuse, Rochester, Buffalo, even Binghamton, even Albany. At least the clouds thinned out a little bit. I mean, if you're close enough to commute to New York City, you're too close to New York City. That's my philosophy. I'm like the second to last stop on the train, the Metro North from New York City. Well, if you can still travel through public transportation in and out of the city, you're still too close to the city. He left. Orange County Choppers left. They used to be here, but the family had issues. Then the guy opened up a business in Florida. I think they folded. Yeah, upstate it is. It's vast. It's huge. If you ever go to the Adirondacks, you'll see even the Catskills. It's beautiful. Oh shit. The house is, I gotta be honest, I haven't had any, I don't know if it's been because of Tycho. Ever since Tycho's been in this house, the house has been very quiet. I have to, it's like weird. Now that I think about that connection, it's possible. But the house has been quiet. It really has. I mean, I could sit here and lie about it, but I'm not gonna do that. There's nothing going on. Not that I notice. I mean, I have a living ghost called Mom. I'm kidding. Let me be nice. Yeah, drumming. I wish I could. See, I can't even play music right now because we're on YouTube. And obviously I can't drum at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Tycho is the dog's name. The moon crater. Yeah, that Hawaii one is beautiful. That is a great feed. Oh, that was a nice one. Blue. Middle of the screen. See, that's the benefit of putting the wide view lens though. Just to see more. So in a way, it was good to put the wide view. This is a 12 millimeter. Yeah, I'm a lefty. It's too bad about the clouds though. Because right now is peak hours. This is it. Yeah, I was in a Rush video. Albert's like, no picking on Mom. Yeah, like fantasy, it's the wide, the wide view lens, the ultra wide view lens helps. It's just they look smaller because more sky. But then again, if it has a long tail, it turns into that fireball effect. We can see the outcome if it happens. It just doesn't go off the screen and then gone. What the hell's that? Or a plane? I was like, what is that? You prefer this view or the other one? Because the other one's my better lens. I always use that one. This is the one I never use. I have 3 of these, but I can't find my one in the box. Believe me, there's unidentified flying objects in this house. They're just not alien. I used the other lens between 2016 and 2019. That was my first lens. That's the one I was just using. Oh, look at this. Less clouds. See, here we could see stuff. Like this is tolerable. Yeah, that's true. That's why he's confusing me. He's in Trovo chat. He's in YouTube chat. There's nobody in Twitch. I don't know if anybody's watching on Facebook. Yeah, we got a little pocket of clears, right? You can tell the moon is not far away. Go. No, I thought you were going to bed, Fantasy. No, but I can see you chatting in Trovo. But I'm watching all the chats. I'm not watching Rumble right now. Oh, there's another one. Z6. So this ain't too bad, though. It's not, because we see more. I mean, this is really a nice portion of the sky right here. To be honest. Oh, are you actually watching the stream too in Fantasy? In Trovo? Because it is faster than YouTube. Well, for the next couple of hours, depending on the weather now, this is it. Wow. There's another one. Seems like all the activity's on the left side. I'm afraid to try this. Get away from that moon a little bit. That camera is in a very precarious position. It's tilted. There's so much weight shifting to one side right now. Actually, I'm thinking of having some food. It sucks that I can't play music. Do you know how that upsets me, that I can't play music? You're right, Fantasy. Most of the action was in the trees. Another one. Little one. Another one in the trees. It's all in the trees now. Two of them just now. Little ones. Another one in the trees. Look at this shit. It's all in the trees. Oh my God, is my camera tilting? It's all in the trees. Three in the trees. Next year he'll be coming in and say, go to sleep. No, you go to sleep. Arnold, wow, it's really... It really is a meteor shower, yeah. Mo, go to... Oh, no, I can't say go to sleep because you're... It's like your afternoon right now. Actually, dinner time almost for you. Go eat, Amo. Actually, that's why I love New Year's. Because boy, oh boy, is it going to be a party here. Oh, it's going to be a party. I got the lasers ready. Everything's ready. Stereo system's ready to go. Let's go. Let's party. You better not complain about the noise. My neighbors know me, though. It just stinks that I can't play music right now. That's why I like streaming on Twitch, Trovo, Rumble. It's YouTube. YouTube's the only issue. And Facebook. He's not going to come back fat. He went fat. If he might come back fatter. I can't believe I broke my chair too. But whatever I did temporarily worked. Oh, now look at how it cleared up a little bit. Shh. Yeah, it is. It's nonsense. Like, I can play that song I just played that I wrote. That's different. I wrote it. Imagine getting copyrighted on the stuff you wrote yourself. Can you imagine that? I mean, I can get annoying. But why would I do that? Let me go to my library. And this is when a mole and fantasy say, fuck this, I'm going to sleep now. Before he even gets going. Like this. I'll play it low. This is one of my originals. Arnold. I'm playing drums and guitar. And it's recorded on a phone, so it sounds terrible. Holy shit! Oh, it's a plane. I thought the aliens were coming to get me. another one. Little one. Another one, another one. One by the trees, one in the middle. Copyright that. I'm messing around. I should one day really try to redo these songs the right way. I swear I'm gonna try one day. Clean it up. Recording number 19. You know what the messed up thing is? This is like 10 years ago. This is a riff that I came up with that I fell in love with. This one. I love this riff that I came up with. This. I like that. I love that. It's a little, I really like that. Even this little acoustic thing that I did. In construction. It pissed me off. I was trying to get this right. Oh, I'm really decent on drums now. I just can't show you. Anybody that's watching into YouTube right now, I'm going to give you some links. I don't stream much on YouTube anymore. Oh, another one. So that's my Twitch channel. I always stream on Twitch. And then there's Trovo. Let me get Trovo's. Because that's when I do my gaming and all the other stuff. It's not on YouTube because I like to hear music. What happened, Fantasy? And that's the Trovo link. So I always stream on Twitch and Trovo. I'm not usually on YouTube, only like for this, Skywatches. But I do Skywatches on Trovo and gaming, music, drumming, all that. Yeah, Trovo's the main spot, and Twitch. The two of them. So, I don't use Instagram. I think I have an Instagram account. I don't even know what it is. I'm you know, that's not. I'm not big on that. But yeah, man. I wish I was on Trovo right now. You don't even know. Well, I am on Trovo right now, but I mean off of YouTube playing music and hanging out in Twitch, because that, I think that's what's part of it. I need the music to keep me fucking going. Excuse my language. Keep me going. Really. Wouldn't it be nice to hear some Yaz right now? Fantasy. How much time did I take to learn well? Oh my God. I can't say I'm good. Not on guitar. I'm okay on drums. It's practice all the time. All the time. That's it. You just got to keep practicing and practicing, practicing. And it's very important to have an ear. Very important to have an ear. The ear is a key. It really is. Because then you could pick up anything. Yeah, I started at 6 o'clock. Oh my God, 9 hours is right. You know, we should do an after party. Well, I don't know how many people. Bob, when I stream on Trovo and Twitch, do you watch? I mean, are you there? Because I'm telling you, right now, I am close to like... What happened, Fantasy? What's going on, Fantasy? About the time, 9 hours? We should go jam and listen to music on Trovo and Twitch. I can shut down Facebook. I can shut down... Yeah, but why aren't you in chat, Bob, when we're streaming on Twitch or Trovo? Arnold, you may want to get those links that I posted in YouTube chat. I know the clouds are killing me. Killing me. Yeah, but you should come hang out with us in Trovo. Because that's where we always are, is in Trovo. Even Dwayne is in freaking Trovo. Dwayne is in Trovo right now with Fantasy. That's it. So create a new account. Oh no, I don't make noise. It's all through the mixer board and the headphones. Even if I was to play guitar right now, it goes through the mixer board. You can't hear it. Or if I was to hook up the drum machine, which I wouldn't do, either one right now, but... Killed your what? Oh, I know. I got tinnitus. Oh, my God. Dude. Oh, my God. The tinnitus is a killer for me. My ears ring till the next day. I'm sleeping, and I'm like, oh, my God. This is driving me nuts, especially if after I go to a concert. Or even if I'm sitting here, because I play the music so loud in my headphones. Who's here in chat right now on YouTube that doesn't have Trovo? Or Twitch? Oh yeah, let's go over to Trovo, man. So we can kill the YouTube stream. It's clouds now. Let's kill the YouTube stream. Let's kill the Facebook stream. And let's go hang out at Trovo. Oh, Lewis. I know, the clouds are killing it. Killing it. It does. I think it comes from the mountains, Fantasy. I think it's all that weather that comes from the mountains comes down here. What do you mean you can't cast Trovo? What's wrong with you? Yeah, go to sleep, Fantasy. Post what link? Amo, you go to Trovo. What are you talking about? Why can't you use Trovo? Oh, because where you are? That's Trovo, my Trovo link right there. You bet, Fantasy. Click on that Trovo link. That's my page, and then bookmark it. I mean, if you guys are using phones and stuff, it must be difficult. You got to use a browser. You've got to use the browser. Do not use the app. I mean, use a browser. I don't use the app when I'm driving and I go live. Yeah, but it works for me fine when I'm on my computer. I never have really issues with it, with Trovo. Now, if you're using the app, probably yes. Wait. Alexa, can you please fart for a mole?
Sorry, I don't know that.
Alexa, fart.
That was a squeaky one. Try saying, play Mr. Farts, or say random.
Wet fart.
Wesley Johnson does warm, windy, wet ones. Like this. Try asking me to fart 17 times in a row. Or say random.
Alexa, stop. Oh my God. Oh, you're opening Trovo too? Okay, so mute Trovo. Okay, so you see, Trovo looks better too. It does. You got to click that link. That's my channel link. And then click on follow. You got to click follow. Do not hit subscribe like Fantasy did. Then he had to pay for a month. He was the only one in gold. And we were getting on him. Do not hit subscribe. What is it? Subscribe? Hit follow. Do not hit subscribe. They'll try to charge you. Hit follow. Don't do what Fantasy did, and we got on him for a while. Right, Amo? So Arnold or anybody new, hit follow on Trovo. Do not hit subscribe, because when you hit follow, every time I go live, you get a notification. I think. But I think it's time to go over to Trovo. You did not do it, Bob. Come on. Don't say you did it. Just think, I got to bring all this equipment in. Do you realize how much shit is out there right now? In 23-degree weather? Like, this is the way to end the night? That is BS. I don't see anybody saying anything in Trovo chat, though. I seen Manabot came in. I can't if I play music. I can't. But I don't see nobody saying anything in chat. I see Dwayne saying stuff in chat. And if I try to play music now, the whole stream's going to get taken down. And that would suck. It won't let you sign in. Doesn't it have like a recover password thing where it sends it to your email or something? There's got to be a way. Forgot password or something. There's got to be a way. I'm just saying. That's funny, Bob. Well, while everybody debates, Alexa, turn the living room light on. Oh, it's like that light is like if you're sleeping and somebody puts the lights on, you're like, oh, kill the light. Kill the light. Let there be light. Where's my BB gun? Oh my God. It's like I need to put a pair of shades on. But I'm going outside to break this equipment down. Screw this. But then again, this is the time. You never know if we're going to get one of these clear patches. Good luck with that. I mean, maybe I could just write my own music. I don't even know if my guitar is in tune. Oh my God. Oh. Hell no, it's not in tune. I can tell just by doing that. Wow. I can't tune like this. Oh my God. Oh my God. What are you listed as? The Kraken's Den. All one word. The Kraken. Krakens. Kraken's Den. Den. Dude, you don't even know how much I want to plug in. I mean, I don't even know where my pedal is. I'm not going to play it loud, I can tell you that. I'll drive everybody crazy at fucking 3:30 in the morning. Including myself. I need some PPP. Alexa, dim living room light.
Okay.
It's out of tune. Oh my God. You know what? I feel like just going for it. I don't care. To be honest, I'm going to delete the stream anyway. Then I don't have to delete it. She can't hear this. She can't hear this. All right. I can't do it. Behave, I know. And it sucks playing through a mixer board. And it's not even loud. That would be loud. But I have to play with music. I mean, hold on. I can't do it. I'm going to get in trouble. Maybe if I do... I don't care. I really don't at this point. I'm I'm so pissed off from the way these clouds. Who cares? Not in tune. I'll have to tune it. Not in tune. Woo! All right, hold the fuck on. Wow.
In our land that belongs to the clans, not alone with a dream, just a want to be free, with a need to belong. I am a clansman.
Stop. Fuck me. It's way out of tune. And it's frustrating me. It's still out of tune.
It's right. Then I'll take what I want. I am the clansman. No, we can't let them take anymore. No, we can't let them take anymore. We're the land of the free. No, we can't let them take anymore. No, we can't let them take anymore. We're the land of the free. No, we can't let them take anymore. No, we can't let them take anymore. No, we can't let them take anymore. We're the land of the free.
trouble now. I'm in trouble. Let me do one more. If I'm in trouble now, YouTube is going to kill me. It took me a while to tune this thing. But it should be close. It's not perfect, but at 3:30 in the morning, it's close freaking enough. You got to see the drums. Forget about the guitar. It's when I play the drums that I really get into it. The guitar is not my instrument. It's not. It's just fun. See, I can hear it's out of tune just like that. Something's wrong with my headphones. I don't know if it's my plug.
Where's my pair?
Outside of the house.
I look outside. It's not there. Where is it?
Oh shit! I hope I didn't ruin my headphones. What?
Where is it?
I don't know.
So how come it's not?
Is there not a pail right there?
Fucking red one, and that's it. I don't know what happened to me. Yeah, this one is. Can I have a cigarette?
Here.
Let me look at my 90 teeth lips.
Why is my keyboard not working now? What the hell is going on? Okay, that was weird. I hear you, Justin. Guitar is out of fucking tune. I'm gonna try a Maiden song I haven't done in fucking years, and I probably won't remember it. But what was it called? It was off this album. I used to play it all the time. Shit. I have to look up the album now. What was the name of this album? Brave New World. Brave New World. The Nomad. This was a bitch of a song to play too. Oh my God. There was another one, but there's no way I have it probably. Now. Out of the silent planet. Holy shit. Good night, Arnold. Remember, Trovo and Twitch is where it's at all the time. Not YouTube so much. It's Trovo and Twitch, just so you know. I'm going to do one more guitar and then I'm quitting on guitar at least. Holy fuck, it's 4 o'clock. Oh my God. Oh my God. The guitar is out of tune. That's it with guitar. Wow. Oh my God. We cleared up too. Who said tinnitus earlier? Tinnitus. Alter Castle. I wonder who that was. Oh my God. Oh, that must be Al. Oh, now I know who it is. Oh my gosh. That was fun though. I had fun. There's nobody left. I am going to wrap it up because I'm exhausted. Justin. Oh my gosh. Let's see what you guys are writing. Let me kill some of these. Chats. While I go outside and kill this stream. All right, let me. Wow, I'm sweating. I really need to get back on the drums. Screw the guitar. Whew. Alexa, dim living room light. That's so much better. Now to go outside and put a jacket on and disconnect all this stuff. Oh my God. Alexa, turn on living room light. All right, first of all, the joystick.
Okay.
The joystick. Oh, I need a jacket. What is it? 23 degrees. And sweating. Not a good recipe to go outside sweating in 23-degree weather. Not at all. Not by a long shot. Not by a long shot. I'll disconnect the camera last. There's so much to disconnect. Hello out there. It's only me. It's amazing how that keeps that charged all night. Tomorrow, Home Depot to get an Allen set. Fix this freaking lock. And finally, the last piece, the camera goes bye-bye. It is so cold out there. Louisiana sounds really good to me right now. It is crazy cold out there. I mean, freezing. Let's leave this right here for now, because I got to put my other lens back. And that's a wrap. Thank God. Oh. Oh, what the heck did I do with my case? Okay. So we need to put the other lens back. Where's the lens cap? Okay, this is very delicate. Here's the old Sony. That's the old Sony. Still a badass camera. It's a A7S. Oh, there's the cap. Okay. Now, inside of this camera is a filter. A light pollution filter. And we have to be very careful taking this lens off. I mean very careful. And very careful to put it on. Where's my white dot? Right there. It never lines up. And there it goes. The old lens is back. And that's the Sony a7S III camera. Badass camera. Badass camera. Okay, where's the Rokinon? That's a telephoto. There's a lens on this camera. And I have a new lens somewhere, but I just can't find it. The heater band stays out for the next Skywatch. And these lenses go back in the case. And I have a video card over there that I need to put away. Wow. Alexa, dim living room light. And that is a wrap.
Okay.
And that's what it's like to put all that equipment away. It's not easy. Because it's really delicate equipment. And you don't want to hit those tips in the snow. No moisture. At all. Anyway, who's left in YouTube? Bob and Justin. And good night, Albert. Anybody else who may be watching, be well, be blessed, be safe. Happy holidays, happy new year. Be safe. Here, it's going to be a small New Year's Eve party. Christmas will be quiet. We're expecting a possible major snow event next week here, just in time for Christmas. Possibly 2 feet of snow. That's what they're saying. I'm going to check now. I'm just curious. I'm almost afraid to look. Wow, there's some nasty weather down south. Oh my God. Where is this going on now? At this time of night, it's bad. Oh, look at these storms. Louisiana, Mississippi, heading into Alabama. That is not good. I hope if anybody lives in these areas, please be safe. This line, and that's a nasty line of storms right there. Right in here. And you always got to watch out when you have these kind of storms, isolated tornadoes. You have to be mindful of that. Now, they're definitely showing in the future radar weakening, but you get these pop-up cells, and that's not good. Meanwhile, in North Dakota, South Dakota, they were having a blizzard event up here. With the wind. Right in here, look at this. Look at these bands of snow. Heavy snow. Minnesota. And I know the Dakotas had a lot of snow and points west. But that's not what they're talking about for here. Because it's a next week event. They're talking about this. And Amanda got smashed with a snowstorm in Nova Scotia. But you can see the low pressure that's causing that snow event up in the Dakotas. Good night, Frankie. And make Frankie remember Trovo, Twitch. Don't forget. Wow, Justin, the tornado hit 5 miles from you? Wow. Don't forget. Dwayne, you ask anyone with my weather forecasts, I'm usually on the money. But let's look next week. Let's look by Friday. So this is the system they're talking about. It's a lot of energy. But see where the low is? That's a rainmaker. That's the temperatures coming in off the water. 39, 44. More inland. Look at it. Albany, 41. That's a warm side storm. So that could be a blessing. And then the low is here. And then we get the backside, the cold air coming down. If the low stays here, which is a big if. Let me see what the American is saying. Now, the American has it different. The American has it down south, and that's a nor'easter. That is potentially a nor'easter. But it takes it offshore. How far offshore is big question. If this thing comes inland. Now, usually how they use the models for forecasts with the Euro and the American. So the Euro had it here. The American has it here. They usually go with the middle track. And that would mean a serious potential snowstorm. Definitely for New England. Definitely. But it's way too early to tell. But this is a monster storm. This is a storm we need to watch here in the East Coast, New England. Because if this tracks a little bit closer, and it's 10 days away, if this thing tracks closer to shore and goes up the coast, we're all in for a big snowstorm. Just in time for Christmas. So that's why we need to watch this one. Because this is a nor'easter. Where it develops, where it starts to make its move is a big question. This is not good. See, it has it off the Carolinas, but then it looks like it's going to go more northerly, which is not. See? More northerly. If this goes offshore just a little bit, big game changer. So we need to watch this. This is a nor'easter potential. Right up the coast. Right up the coast. There's potential for this to be a major nor'easter. Not saying it's going to happen. By 5 days from now, I'll have a better idea, but it's too early with the models. And the American is The euro, that's the American. The euro, it's not even there. There's just a lot of onshore energy. And then the euro has it here. Right in there. Which would be a lot of rain. So I don't know what they're saying locally. It's too early to tell. I'm going to be curious and see what they're saying by my neck of the woods for next week. Way too early. It's right here. A little icy mix, cold little icy mix. Let's see what they forecast. This is where the storm will be. They don't know yet. I guarantee you, when we check this forecast out 5 days from now, it's either going to be a lot of snow or nothing at all. Rain. This will change. I guarantee it. So that's what we got to watch for. And the temperatures are going to be cold. And right before Christmas. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So I'll say it again before I end the stream. If you live anywhere in New England, on the coastal areas, Northeast, there's a potential for a snowstorm, nor'easter, going up the coast. It's way too early to tell. But I'm sure they're talking about it on the news now. Yes, Connecticut. It depends on the track. Because if the storm is offshore, a low pressure is counterclockwise. It drags that colder air down. If it's closer to shore, you're in the rain. The warmer air coming onshore from the ocean. So the ocean is warmer. So you're getting that wind coming like this into Connecticut, into Massachusetts, in from the ocean. That's where you don't get the big snow. It's when that storm is sitting offshore a little bit more, where you're getting the downwind from the backside of the low, bringing that cold air down. And then you get those bands pushing in with the rotation. That's when you get hit with those bands of snow. So it's going to be close. It's going to be a close one next weekend. Potentially a major snowstorm or nothing at all. It's going to be close. So, like I said, I'm not trying to panic anyone, but I'm just saying keep an eye on your weather if you live in the Northeast and New England. Starting Monday, Tuesday. See what they're saying. Like I said, this could be nothing. But it could be something. And it's just keep an eye on it, because it's a travel weekend. Christmas weekend. So hopefully, God willing, it won't happen. And yes, Justin, you got to come for Pine Bush and Jack's. I mean, really, you got to come. There's a lot of plans and there's a lot going on. Now, Keith and Siobhan are going to stay in the hotel down here. You guys could stay here. Charles is coming. He might stay in the hotel down there. So it's going to be, a lot of people are going to stay in the hotels. And the one that they refurbished, they remodeled, right? You could walk to it. It's that close. So hopefully, God willing, Pine Bush, that's going to be a big gathering. We're going to Nuclear Lake. We're all going to Nuclear Lake. If you can manage the walking. Because Mom can't. Mom can't do that. She can't do that stretch. It's too much. So if people need to stay here and can't handle it, they stay here. For those that are more able to go, they go. So we'll see what happens. But it is now 4:30. It is time to go to bed. And have a great night, everybody. I'll talk to you soon. And have a great night, everybody. Be well.